your host, Alex R. Wagner, and I am here to show you the stuff, and we are gonna do the stuff. Here we go. Y'all, are you ready for another one? Are you ready for another one? Are you ready for another one? Another one. Another one. I feel like I know who's in this poll today, but we're going to chuck in right now anyway. We're going to double check in now anyway. Here we go. Kelsey. Who is it going to be? Here we go. Presidential winner. Same four choices, guys, today. Here we go. What are we up to? This will be day 9 of our poll. Who will be president in 2028? Day 9 of poll. Will it be Gavin Newsom? He's currently in the lead with 2 wins. J.D. Vance with 6 wins. Will it be Marco Rubio? Or will it be AOC? Give me your choices. Put your choices in now, y'all. Welcome to another episode of No News is News. Hello, Michael. My Duke team who? My Duke team plays who? Oh, man. You're a Duke fan? That's... Oof. Wait, was it Duke that did it? Was it Duke that did it? Who was the UConn? What was the UConn situation? Was that Duke? Duke UConn? Who was it that was UConn? Yeah, Duke UConn. Oh my God! Have you seen the guy? There's a guy that on Instagram that literally did he did the whole game where his wife was commentating it, and then like when UConn hit the shot, they were like, "Oh crap, man! I just missed one of the best games ever, didn't I?" Just for some meme, right? Alexception going down. Gavin Newsom 50%, AOC 50%. Gavin Newsom 50%, AOC 50%. All right. We're going to go into the news and stuff, but I do have a little awesome thing for everybody when we get to it, which is that TMZ did a report on all of the Congress people going to Disney World. So, cannot wait for that. Send your message on GK Studio. Ooh. Okay. 39 of you in the chat. Double tap. Hit that like button. We about to get rocking and rolling. Caroline, love it. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Starting the day off. How's our poll doing?
It's a passion for people, for country.
We got 3 votes in now.
It's a discovery of this.
4 votes in. No JDs. Oh! 4 votes in. 25% across the board, guys. Everybody making big decisions today. AOC taking the lead, 40%. Wow. All right. We're playing games today, are we? Playing games, are we? All right. Let's get into the White House. All my boys from Illinois are going nuts. Absolutely. It's fucking crazy. Cannot wait. On Saturday, we're definitely doing a live reaction to the game. I'm not going to be able to show the game, obviously, but we are definitely doing a live reaction to the game because, oh my God. And if we're in the championship, Monday going to get wild if we're in the championship. Hi. Hello. Welcome back, Hudhammer. Going down. Good things they fly private to TSA would be thanking all of them. Exactly. Ain't that ironic? Yeah. It's kind of really crazy, but I cannot wait to get to the TMZ order. We're going to hold off until the first half an hour is done to get to that. But after the first half an hour, we are going to go to the TMZ Disney World investigation into all the Congress people going to Disney World while getting paid and not paying people. Bro, I finally got a job. McDonald's, here I come. Can I donate to you now? No, you're not. Actually, now that you work at McDonald's, you are too poor. That's the rules. I'm sorry. You have to have at least a $15 an hour job. It's just, I don't make the rules. The IRS does.
Good afternoon, everyone. Could you hear our amen in there? We just said a little loud prayer as a team. In this Holy Week, President Trump and the First Lady are joining in prayer.
That's a weird thing to just cheer out. Like, hey guys, just so you know, we did a Christian prayer over there. Hey, just wanted to let everybody know we were doing a prayer over there. In case you wanted to report on that.
With Christians celebrating the resurrection of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. On Wednesday, the President will host an Easter lunch in the East Room with...
Oh, man, we're going to go hard on the East, aren't we? Get your chosen out. Here we go. Jesus Week is upon us. There is no Congress either, so you got no liberals to complain. It's just straight up Jesus Week at the Trump house. But Daddy Trump said I could. Banished. I feel like, Daddy Trump might be able to let you in, but you got to get the signature. If you get an executive order from Daddy Trump saying McDonald's employees are allowed to donate, I will reconsider. So phony, GFC.
Faith leaders across the country to celebrate Holy Week. With respect to the ongoing major combat operations in Iran,
it was
Operation
Palm Sunday.
Epic Fury is moving ahead successfully and according to plan. With each...
Y'all know what Palm Sunday was, right? That was when he rode in on a donkey, and he was like, yo, fuck your goddamn Romans. And they were like, you're riding a donkey, sir. You can't be a king. You're riding a donkey. And they're like, you fucking watch. This shit is about to unfold, motherfuckers. And they're like, we're going to kill you. And he's like, yeah, and then see what's next. And they're like, what do you mean, see what's next after we kill you? Once we kill you, it's over. And he's like, that's what you think. And then they killed him. And then he was right. It's like the first time in history that the crazy guy that got killed actually turned out not to be crazy. Jesus Christ. Lord and Savior. Bible's out for Trump. Trump Bibles only, though. You go Mickey right now.
Passing day, the United States military is...
I do. I got my Coca-Cola.
Terrorist Iranian regime. More than 11,000 enemy targets have been struck to date.
I wanted to get a unsweetened iced tea, and then they were like, the Spanish man at the window was like, no, we don't have that. And I was like, what? And I was playing my Kanye really loud, and then the English Spanish lady came out and she's like, excuse me, sir, do you want a different drink? We don't have that one. I was like, it's not my fucking fault you let me order an unsweetened iced tea and now you're not letting me drink my fucking tea. And I was like, sure, a Coke. And then they're like, there you go! Because there's really nothing better at McDonald's than a Coke. Everybody wants it. If you know, you know. But basically their fountain drinks for Coca-Cola machines are a little bit different than the rest of the world. And they hit just a little bit more perfect.
Each strike...
Their ice machine was broken. Yeah, absolutely right. The ice machine was broken so they couldn't give me unsweetened iced tea. But somehow the ice got in the Coca-Cola. That's... No new wars, Trump.
Further crippling the regime's offensive and defensive capabilities and creating more leverage for the United States and our allies. Compared to the start of the operation, Iran's ballistic missile and drone attacks are down by roughly 90%. The United States is also decimating the Iranian regime's navy. We have destroyed more than 150 of their naval vessels so far, including 92% of their largest vessels. The Iranian Navy has no vessels operating in major regional waterways and no ability to project naval power, which is why they've been assessed as combat ineffective. Our military continues to obliterate Iran's defense industrial base, with nearly 70% of their missile, drone, and naval production facilities and shipyards damaged or destroyed thus far, significantly reducing their ability to pose future threats in the region. U.S. and Israeli joint forces control the skies and have asserted air dominance over Iran, completing more than 11,000 successful combat flights thus far. The trend remains clear. The United States is conducting more intense, targeted strikes with devastating combat power with each passing day to destroy the threat posed by the Iranian terrorist regime, as President Trump sought out to do a month ago. It's no surprise that we are seeing the remaining elements of the regime become increasingly eager to end the destruction and come to the negotiating table while they still can. Despite all of
this is what it must feel like to listen to the news in Russia and North Korea. I mean, we're giving them a little bit more. We're just a little bit better right now. I'm not saying we're much better, but we are definitely doing a little bit better than the Iranian state media. Okay, we have a blonde lady. She's telling half the truths. She's making us feel good. She's cheerleading Easter. She's not going like too religious. She's not like forcing the religion down your throat. You know, this is the right amount of propaganda, guys.
Of the public posturing you hear from...
Just hit 50 in the chat. Double tap. Hit that like button. Send people into the algorithm for our poll of the day. 9th day, guys. 9th day. And just like that, we're back to normal. 39-39. Gavin Newsom, J.D. Vance. Battling it out after 10 minutes. Got 50 minutes left in that poll. Remember, we are live every single night with the news at No News is News. Double tap that like button. Hit subscribe. Hit the notification. Get the notification of our live stream every single night. And if you want to help support the channel, get a little North Korean patch. Become a North Korean for just $3 a month. You too can become a North Korean and be one of our 38 members. We're almost hitting 40 members now. And you also get all 17 of my feature films access free, no commercials, full 4K, right there on the YouTube channel, this YouTube channel. Back to the news. Caroline Levy.
From the regime and false reporting, talks are continuing.
Can't say I have been watching the Iranian state media as of late, but I would bet they also start with a prayer. Facts. Best Republican on the planet.
And going well. What is said publicly is, of course, much different than what's being communicated to us privately. As a result, President Trump issued a 10-day pause to postpone planned strikes on Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure. This remains a truly once-in-a-generation opportunity for the regime to make a good deal with the United States, permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions, and stop acting as the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. If the Iranians reject this golden opportunity, the greatest military in the history of the world continues to stand by to provide President Trump with every option available to ensure this regime continues to pay a grave price. One way or another, Iran will no longer have the credible ability to threaten the United States or our allies, which is, of course, the overall objective and mission the president set out when he launched Operation Epic Fury. Unfortunately, even as President Trump is working hard every single day to protect the United States from foreign enemies, Democrats on Capitol Hill have failed to do the same here at home by keeping the Department of Homeland Security unfunded. Over the past 6 weeks, Democrats in Congress have pushed our air travel system to its breaking point and inflicted massive pain on Americans with their reckless political games. 500 TSA officers quit their jobs. Thousands more were calling out sick at record rates due to the lack of pay. This resulted in security wait times exceeding 3 hours at major airports across the country, creating nightmares for millions of Americans. Overall,
quick war update, guys. Let's double check out on the war with our war news source, Mo News. Okay, guys. I don't endorse him for, normal events, but when it comes to international news, domestic events is what I meant. I don't like domestic events with these reporters, but I love them for the regular news. Here we go. President Trump said on Sunday that Iran had agreed to allow 20 more oil cargo ships to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, a critical shipping route for the oil and gas, saying Tehran's decision as a sign that negotiations to end the war were underway. Hours later, 2 Chinese-owned commercial vessels that had abandoned efforts to transit the strait on Friday successfully passed through the waterway. That comes after they let through 10 ships late last week, and a decision he called a present to the United States. Update. President Trump threatened on Monday morning to completely destroy Karg Island, Iran's main hub for oil, exports, and other key energy sites in the country, as well as desalination plants. If it did desalination, I think it's a typo. If it did not agree to a peace deal and end its denuclearized facto blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Okay. Rubio on latest regime in Iran. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, in an interview on ABC Monday, there's some fractures going on there internally. And at the end of the day, I think that if there are people in Iran who now, given everything that's happened, are willing to move in a different direction for their country, that would be great. Imagine an Iran that instead of spending their wealth, billions of dollars supporting terrorists or weapons, had spent that money helping the people of Iran. You'd have a much different country. So we are always hopeful that the world will exist with them in a negotiation with us. It's unfortunate the people of Iran are incredible people. The people who led them, this clerical regime, that is the problem. And if there are new people now in charge who have a more reasonable vision of the future, that would be a good news for us, for them, for the entire world. But we also have to be prepared for the possibility, maybe even the probability, that that is not the case. That was Marco Rubio. TSA officers start to partly get paid today based on the executive order Trump signed Friday as temporary fix. Congress is out for recess this week. So the DHS shutdown is still ongoing for a 7th week. Russia welcomes arrival of oil tanker in Cuba after Trump softens approach to U.S. blockade. The Kremlin on Monday welcomed the arrival of a Russian-flagged oil tanker to Cuba, saying energy supplies to the fuel-starved island had been discussed with the U.S. ahead of its delivery. Kremlin spokesman said Moscow considered its duty to help Cuba. He added that Havana needed petroleum products amid a de facto U.S. oil blockade. A Russian oil tanker carrying humanitarian shipments of 100,000 tons of crude oil reportedly arrived in Cuba earlier in the day. The sanctions vessel was said to be waiting to unload shortly after U.S. President Trump said he had no problem with Russian crude tanker delivering fuel to Cuba. Speaking to reporters aboard Air Force One on Sunday, Trump said, "If a country wants to send them oil into Cuba right now, I have no problem with that, whether it's Russia or not." Following up to this story we were tracking all weekend, the Israeli military has suspended a battalion of reservists from active duty in the West Bank after soldiers there detained a team of CNN journalists, and one of the soldiers said on camera that the troops were carrying out revenge against Palestinians. A CNN cameraman was put in a chokehold, and he and several colleagues were detained for about 2 hours. The Israeli Army's chief of staff called the episode a grave ethical incident. Latest on the new White House Ballroom. Okay. Messy paints are stolen in 3-minute museum heist. Thieves broke into an Italian museum this month and made off with works by Messy. Okay, we don't care about that. That's not part of this. Paintings, I don't care about the paintings stolen. Air Canada CEO Michael Richards to exit after the bungalow with the crash. TMZ has turned its attention to the celebs to politicians in light of ongoing showdown. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for it? Here it is. We're going to switch it. We're going to go to it. We're going to watch TMZ actually stop being the devil and help out American citizens. We see TMZ here now, guys. TMZ here now, guys. And TMZ is going to help out Americans because they're going to expose politicians going on vacation during this bullshit. Where the fuck is my... Oh, okay. Window. No, that's Daily Chrome window. What the fuck? Where the fuck are you at? The Chrome window? The Chrome window? What's going on? I need this Chrome window. There it is. All right, here we go. Here we go. Ready? TMZ saving lives. All right, let me check the chat real quick. Pool closure notice. Okay. 20 more ships in China and Pakistan. He will fail. Protect Pedo Don. Rubio said to expect at least another 3 to 4 weeks. She kisses Trump's ass. Cuba is so hurting. If it wasn't for Trump, what would we talk about? Exactly. Because of U.S. embargoes, Michael, we are the problem. Well, the woke left would be considered living in the world where TMZ is more reliable news source than most news media. Yeah, facts. Or just a world where TMZ does anything good. Are we ready for this, guys? Are we ready for the biggest story of the day, which is TMZ exposing politicians who are collecting paychecks from us while not paying their own employees and going on vacation? And no kids allowed. I don't recognize all of them, only native people. Are you ready? Here we go. TMZ!
Of
Thank you, TMZ!
various members of Congress who are kind of living it
Let's go!
in some cases. We have Lindsey Graham, senator from South...
And to think, like, CNN and MS Now and fucking Fox News could all report on this, and it would be the biggest cable story of the entire freaking year. But they're not going to do that because they rely on these people to sit there and bicker back and forth and and chit-chat. But guess who doesn't win when this shit goes down? TMZ don't win. TMZ don't win, guys. I'm gonna pull this down a little bit more though. Okay. All right, let's see here. I think we're good now. All right, I think we're good now. All right, here we go. Ready? Pull it back. All right, here we go.
So I didn't...
And no allows kids. Those are all the shit choices. If you were smart, you wouldn't pay taxes. I would, but jail wouldn't be a good place for me. Facts.
Take along.
Here we go.
For people
Al Capone thought that too.
Of various members of Congress who are living it up.
Fuck yeah.
In some cases.
Fuck yeah. Yes,
we
TMZ.
have Lindsey Graham, senator from South Carolina, at Disney World. He is
my God.
both in fantasy land, some say all of Congress is in fantasy land.
Yeah.
He is.
Thank you, CEO and founder of TMZ, for being the only other human being in all of media to finally agree with me. Everyone in Congress is at fault. They are all shitbags. They are all telling us let them eat cake. They are all not paying us collectively. Hit the like button, comrades. Let's go.
They're literally at Disney World. Also in a brunch line.
Lindsey Graham needed a vacation after he flew to Israel to coach them on how to convince Trump to invade Iran. I am surprised Lindsey is allowed near children.
Actually, he told us directly that he was in Florida for a conference with Steve Witkoff and other Trump officials, but that was in South Florida. He then flew
to Orlando to go to Disney World? Fucking thank you, TMZ. So it's a must to protect Trump on Epstein Island.
To Orlando and then spend Friday night there walking around the park and then having brunch on Saturday morning. We got Robert Garcia in Vegas, and he was saddled up at the bar.
The entire government. First pin of the night. Thank you, Mr. Boston. Both parties.
He also
Absolutely.
said he understands why we're doing this and that they all shouldn't have left Washington, D.C. So he kind of owned up to it. But we've got everybody. I mean, we got Republicans and Democrats. Bernie Sanders and
Yep.
Ted Cruz. We got
AIPAC and
Marsha
friends.
Blackburn at the
Facts.
airport, kind of hiding herself. From
Yeah, if you notice, all these Democrats, they weren't against the war. They were just saying, oh, we had a deal. We had a better deal than what Trump had. They were going to do the same damn shit to us, guys. And look what they're doing right now. They just bailed on us under the assumption that the executive branch can do an illegal order in order to pay everyone. You really think they left thinking that everyone wasn't going to get paid? That sounds even worse. Either way, pretty crazy.
the camera. And we got other
They're disgusting,
congressmen
tyranny,
and senators
pedoland.
as well, and
Yep.
we are soliciting more.
We're soliciting more.
Time.
Yes, now is the time for TMZ to become the #1 news source in America and for all of the rest of media to fall and burn by the wayside because they won't actually cover for the next 2 weeks the #1 story, which is people collecting paychecks while not paying their own employees and these fucking general manager fucks, aka senators and House reps, going on vacation while collecting their paychecks. Disgusting. Any general manager that takes the check and goes on vacation while telling the cashier to work while not being paid, my God, that would never work anywhere but the U.S. government.
That some of them probably
Holding
had
Americans
scheduled
hostage.
vacations.
Subscribe and like.
So
Appreciate
maybe
you,
they're on
Boston.
a cruise somewhere, or in Hawaii, or some other great
amazing.
place.
Yeah.
We want those fit.
Yeah, we do.
And the point
Yeah,
of
we
it
do.
is
Thank you.
to show how fed up
War isn't going
the
to
American
end.
people
Yep,
are,
gross.
because
Exactly.
we are.
We are fed up. Thank you. Fucking thank you. How is TMZ the voice of fucking reason, guys? What the fuck is going on? Mike Johnson shut down the House and put them in a 2-week break after the Senate voted 100-0 to pay TSA, preventing a House vote. Okay, DVS, keep living in your fantasy land where one party over the other. It's Mike Johnson's fault. No. How many? I'm just going to say this right now, one last time. I'm going to ask my Gemini, how many people are in the legislature in the U.S. United States elected? Okay? How many people are elected? 535. 535 shitbags across the board. We are not saying anything other than that. That is the simple truth. 535 shitbags. You can sit here and discuss whether you like Trump or you don't like Trump or whatever. I don't give a fuck. That's the executive branch. Same thing with the judges that went into work today and did their fucking job at the Supreme Court. But the 535 people that write our laws, no, every single one of them terminated for cause, for not actually doing the job while in Congress. We are voting every one of these motherfuckers out. Left, right, center, don't care. 535 people lose their jobs in November.
And this, it's
535 devils and
that they are,
suits.
the Republicans
Absolutely.
blame the Democrats. Lindsey Graham was quick to say it's the Democrats' fault. No, it's
Both.
your fault.
Thank you. Fucking, what the fuck? Why is this TMZ? TMZ? Yo, fucking TMZ? What?
Two sides have to come together to compromise. They are unable to do it. And yeah, one can blame the other.
All these
The
negative
bottom line
waves.
is,
Will
you've gotta
President
figure out
moron
how
to be
do
voted
it
out?
in order to run government, and they haven't done it. And not only have they not
Done
done
it.
they just threw up their hands and said, "We're leaving." I mean, we have a vacation schedule.
I know. Exactly. So thank you, TMZ, for making sure that every one of these 535 dirtbags never live this vacation down. You want to know why I'm so aggressive, so upset, so pissed off at this? Because we're all collectively paying for it. While there's enough morons on the left and right to draw the illusion that it's okay to take a vacation while you're supposed to be doing your fucking job. I don't give a fuck. That counter says 44-day shutdown. You do not leave the fucking seat until you figure it out. And their game, everybody, is to hope by November you choose a side. That you don't go on the ballot and go incumbent, no. Incumbent, no. Incumbent, no. Incumbent, no. Which is what you should do. What we all collectively need to do. Because during this next 2 weeks, every one of these 535 shitbag losers that couldn't show up for the fucking job that we all collectively pay them to fucking do, while not giving checks to underprivileged employees, people underneath them in the same structure, the same company, they're the general manager going on vacation while the cashier hasn't been paid in 2 months, hoping the owner shows up with a check. Insanity to take a check while on vacation while doing this. Under the illusion that hopefully they can sit on Fox News and they can sit on MS Now and they can tell you that it's one side's fault. It's actually the Republicans. It's actually the Democrats. So that when you go to vote in November, you go party ticket. And then they're not held responsible for anything that they've done over the last month and a half now of complete and utter negligence. It's not okay. I am so fucking glad to finally see someone, how in the fuck is it TMZ, but someone finally in the media step up and say, no, I'm done trying to sell Trump t-shirts. I'm done trying to make sure that Rachel Maddow likes me. I don't give a fuck. There are 535 people allowing our government to fully collapse upon itself and allowing for a fascist dictatorship to rule the United States of America, not because he wants to, but because you force him to. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And then they try to blame Iran for it. They don't use the word Israel, however the Mossad people do, just like the beach in Australia. Yeah, it should be that if the government funding isn't voted, their paychecks go to the other employees until they fund the budget. That's exactly what Mr. Kennedy tried to put on the floor. But we're not here at this point a week later to sit here and say, well, the Republicans actually tried to hold their paychecks, but the Democrats actually said, and objected and then ran for blood. I don't give a fuck. There are 535 people that absolutely must lose their jobs. Because I've never seen a general manager collect a paycheck on vacation while single-handedly not paying the cashier and hoping out of the blue the owner shows up to pay the cashier the back pay that the general manager wasn't able to figure out how to budget and pay the cashier before they went on vacation. 535 people need to lose their jobs. You are not going to convince me otherwise. From now until November 4th. Period. Not going to hear anything otherwise. Ever. Do not care if there's only 3 people left in this chat. Because it's actually more fun to be like, yay, Donald Trump, or yay, this, or yay, that. Right now, I mean, Donald Trump's the executive branch, and I know how to separate the fucking two. But there are 535 people that absolutely must lose their jobs, and their whole perspective on being on vacation right now is that hopefully they can get you to either say it's Democrats' fault or it's Republicans' fault. They're hoping that you will start talking like, I'm sorry to bring this up, but like Devious Chris here, which says, Mike Johnson shut down the House and put in a 2-week break, but the Senate actually voted for TSA, and then they tried to stop it, and then it's actually no, it doesn't matter. There are 535 people collecting a paycheck while the people under them aren't paid, and they all collectively went on vacation. If I was in the Congress, you know what I would be doing? I'd be sitting in front of the front steps every single day, saying my colleagues should be here with me. I'm not leaving, and no one should have left. I'll sit here on the steps every day from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. like every other worker in America for the next 2 weeks, plus weekends, because I'm not paying the people underneath me. But instead, it's this bullshit excuse while they go on vacation with their families and collect their paychecks. It's insane.
Spring break. And that's what they did. And notice that we're not saying Democrat so-and-so or Republican so-and-so.
You have 18 children?
We don't think it matters. It's all of Congress. And it's not that one side is more to blame than the other. You can say it is, but both of them should have figured out how to compromise here. So we're not showing party affiliation. We're just putting pictures up. So we want these pictures. Also, if you happen to be watching and you're a member
with
of the
the
media,
place, the jet fuel,
you should know that the pictures
Cubs.
we put up, you're free to post. It's not that we want to own this; we just want to spread it. And there has to be some...
We don't even want to make money on this. We just want to spread this cancer. We want to use our TMZ for good, guys. We want to use our evil powers for good. Are you fucking ready? Are you fucking ready for TMZ to destroy the U.S. government? Like, we thought it might happen. If you would have listened to a fortune teller might have been like, Kanye's going to say some racist shit, and then he's going to apologize. It's not going to matter. They're going to bomb the Middle East, then they're going to go on vacation. They're going to have a let them eat cake moment, and then TMZ is going to tear apart the government, and Donald Trump's going to become a dictator. You'd be like, okay, Democrat. But here we are, living in the fantasy. And to be honest, I don't even think Donald Trump wants to be the dictator. But they're going to literally destroy the government themselves. TMZ is going to expose them because American citizens need them to be exposed. Happy 250th anniversary. Trump Daddy is now our new dictator. Welcome to the world, people. Welcome to the plan. I'm fine with it. If they don't show the fuck back up, I'm fine with it. Because I know that somebody that's in charge of the executive branch actually is running the fucking government pretty well. So it seems like a perfect time for fascism. Seems like a perfect time for a dictator in America. It seems like you guys went on vacation and you just want a dictator for the next 2 weeks. So I guess, hopefully, Donald Trump gives them that. Hopefully it gives them a sample. A sample of Daddy Trump the dictator. And you know what? After 2 weeks, maybe we won't need the fucking Congress anymore. Sound scary? Well, Congress ain't fucking helping you.
Kind of a movement, because they are insulting our intelligence.
Yes.
By thinking,
yes,
we can get over on them by blaming it on the other party.
Yes.
It's not the other party.
Fuck. This is so crazy to literally be mind-fucking the TMZ CEO. That's fucking insane. He's eating oil food. I'm cool with the sometimes you have to be a dictator or some shit done, exactly. It's like, but it's gonna happen. And you think we're gonna fucking need them afterwards? Is there a competition for the dumbest fuck going on? Okay, I guess. Yeah, you're right. Just me and the fucking TMZ host over here toppling the U.S. government because they don't want to fucking do their jobs.
It's both parties. And we are kind of sick of the way they are patronizing us.
Foul mouth,
and
foul
that's
heart.
why we're doing this. Something has to change.
Yeah. Saying fuck while being poor and broke and under $60,000 a year, while $150,000 senators and congresspeople, all 535 of them. Yeah. My foul mouth, though. Oh, my foul heart, though. Yeah. I'm sure your soul will be saved. Why don't you go pray to Nancy Pelosi and her fucking stocks? Sounds like herpes. Keep up the good work. With great power comes great responsibility.
And, we have talked about
there we go.
What we call the OUTA movement, OWTA, out with their asses, voting everybody out, even the ones you like.
Out with their asses. Okay. You guys ready for it? This is the movement. This is the you really think that the fucking tabloids can't create a tabloid? Oh boy. Oh sweetie, go watch Citizen Kane. Shit's about to get real fucking crazy up in here with the papers. Oh, Alex, you know they make more than that off the lobbyists. I know. I'm just trying to, They at least make double what I do. AOC said, let them eat cake during COVID. Bro, and here we are, 6 years later. Oh, Trump is doing this job, whatever Putin wants. Do you know what connects Putin and Trump together? TMZ is a big gay. AOC needs to go back to bartending. See these people, this 2026, this Mr. FNH, these are the people that if there's enough stupid around, if there's enough real stupid around, guys, still pointing fingers in November, they're going to get away with it. They're going to get away with it. Don't be like the stupids. Just remember those tunnels can be turned into ovens. Whoa!
Clear to the
what are we applying? We're not applying stuff here. We're not singling out any kind of people, except for the 535 devils in suits that are currently writing the laws and going on vacation. If we're singling them out for the ovens, I don't know. I mean, that sounds pretty good to me. Laugh my ass off. You might take the cake for stupid, Chup. Okay, whatever. Good luck. Good luck being fucking retarded.
Our expectation that you will keep the government open, that federal workers will get paid.
Yes.
And if you don't do that, we're going to throw you out like we threw your predecessors out.
Yes.
So that seems to be the only, maybe last resort of regaining some power. But sitting back and watching this, and also, I got to say, Congress...
This is crazy to be hearing from TMZ that over the next 2 weeks, no one is going to be covering these people on vacation doing nothing. Instead, it's going to be me and TMZ. What the hell is going on, people? You might take the cake. TMZ needs to be quiet. I just saw what they said about the vacation as well. The Republicans did their vote to the Democrats. Blah, 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 blah. I'm a retard. Retard says Dell. Dell's another retard. See, here we go. There's another one, guys. Don't be like TERRIDEDELL7828. That's a pure retard. That's exactly what these 535 people want you to think. Point the fingers by November, and they get to go on vacation free and taxpayer funded. Okay, guys? Keep saying retard shit like that. The Bready's cake is not really bread. They have destroyed the middle class. The Black Sox. Oh, hey now. Keep voting the same people in and expect something different. Exactly. Is it no middle class anymore? There's no anything anymore. We're just getting these motherfuckers out. We're just taking Dell 7828 and 2026 H1X and people like that and telling them, shh. It's time to shut the fuck up. We're voting everyone out. Shut the fuck up. You don't get to talk anymore. The humans are speaking now, and we're all coherent, and we realize there are 535 people that we are paying to not do their job. So we are going to vote every one of them out. Okay? Thank you.
Belly aching, and I think, frankly, properly so, that Trump has been usurping power by using executive orders. And by the way, that's been going on with other presidents too.
Right.
Well, it took an executive order just to get TSA agents paid.
Hello? It's exactly what I'm saying here. I don't like TMZ anyway, so go ahead and put them on blast. Yeah, okay. It's like, this is ridiculous. This is fucking ridiculous, people. For TMZ to be the only people with any common sense, with the only ability, the tabloid of all scummy tabloids is going to now reinvest all of their energy into showing you what your lying eyes have been lying to you about forever. It's actually the Democrats' fault. Actually, Mike Pence said, like Mike Johnson was over. Actually, J.D. Vance actually fucked the couch, and then when he fucked it sideways, he actually became a Democrat, and then the Democrat said the Republican, and it's actually, Trump's fault, and I'm a Cheeto, and I don't care. It's Trump's fault. You gotta pick one, otherwise you're just stupid and angry for no reason. No, guys, 535 people didn't do their job. Very simple. Now it's time for a mass firing. See ya! Season 2, goodbye! Bye, everybody! Don't care how much money you're funneling into your campaigns. Don't care what fucking side of the aisle you fall on. Don't care if Donald Trump loses or wins. Don't care if Gavin Newsom becomes the president of the United States. I don't give a fuck about any of that. I give a fuck about you lying to me and going on vacation. So you, sir, don't get to lie to me anymore. You get eliminated via election. Goodbye. You're gone now. Poof. See you later. Never to exist again. Jasmine Crockett for all of them.
Because Congress wouldn't do it. And still,
released the Guthrie. We got video of him being marched around by the small hats.
Is April 1st.
Senate voted unanimously to vote TSA, but the rapist in the House and blah, blah, blah. Okay, yep, again, see, don't be like this guy. You see, these people are the loudest voices out there, but these are not human beings. These are people that are slower than the normal IQ. They're few and far in between. They don't really exist in real life. They sit on the internet. They eat just shitty food, so they can't even comprehend real human adult thoughts. And then they do things like this where they go, the Senate voted unanimously to fund the TSA, but the rapist in the House and a bitch boy couldn't finish the job. That's the ununanimously idiot learn to read. It doesn't matter. What you're doing is part of the problem. You are picking a side. 535, they're all gone. Goodbye. They had their chance. They did. But they went on vacation instead. And they don't get to make this up. Well, actually, I was at the UFC White House. And actually, if you want Donald Trump here instead of Gavin Newsom, you got to vote for... Nope. You went on vacation to Disney World when you should have been working. Thank you so much. All the channels in every country in the world. I love you with all my heart. I love you all over the world.
Facing
a
real dilemma. How do you pay rent when you haven't been paid in more than a month? How do you make a car payment? How do you buy
things they're not having to deal with?
You know, we've talked with TSA agents.
Chill pill? Nah.
Who are standing in food lines.
This is crazy.
As Lindsey Graham is standing in a buffet line. And by the way, the buffet line is a lot shorter than the TSA line at various airports around the country. So enough. And that's why we're doing it. But again, media, you're free to use these pictures. And if you are
they're not going to.
And you see a senator out and about somewhere, especially somewhere on vacation, send them to us. Send it to the TMZ tip line, and we will put it up.
Hell yeah. Platforms. Good. So watch Citizen Kane tonight, people. It's coming alive. It's down. It's coming alive. Who do we got so far? They said they were going to get everybody. Shown definitely real world producers of the YouTube series tied to America's 200 with real world. Okay, hold on. TMZ.com. Let's see what we got going on here. TMZ and your fucking ads. Transportation Secretary filming a YouTube series with real world producers. Oh, fun. Got to give him a little support, right? House Button didn't want to do the right thing. Yep, I know. Yep, I blame the Democrats, or I blame the Republicans are actually at fault. Okay. 535 people losing their jobs. We're not listening to you anymore. We're not listening. Not listening to your stupid trolling explanations. This isn't what I thought it was. What is going on? Oh, I guess that was just the declaration, and they're going to do this later? What are they doing? Are they collecting them? This is 5 hours ago, so yeah, makes sense. What are the comments? What are the top comments? People going to say stuff? Hello, Lindsey Graham in a Disney outfit. That's cute. Hello, Princess Lindsey Graham. And then immediately people attacking him, right? That makes sense, right? Yeah, I'm on the Epstein list. Fuck you guys. Blah, 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 blah. Here's Lindsey Graham at Disney World. That's insane. That's stupid. We need that not to happen, so he's gone. It's not even about catching them. It's just knowing that they're out in the wild. We're gone. We're getting rid of them. Removing the pets, guys. It's pretty easy. Especially since we already voted for Daddy Trump and we already put him in the White House. We're already halfway there. We already got our dictator. We're already ready. Not listening to all these fucking complainers at the fucking No Kings rallies anymore. We're just going to, remove all 535 people.
Morale among TSA.
Duffy more crashes than a dot in history. Who has the majorities is stupid. Can you count like a big boy? It doesn't matter who has a majority. It matters that there are 535 people that went on vacation. The end. The end. I don't know how it's that hard to comprehend. I'm pretty sure most people understand it.
Staff plummeted as well.
Katie
All
Johnson.
of this creating an
Mega
unacceptable
wants
heightened
Daddy
security.
to girth them hard. Well, he's going to be fucking us all pretty soon here. He's gonna be doing a lot of damage since I guess he becomes the dictator by default. Thanks a lot. Appreciate you. Appreciate you blaming the Republicans for the government shutdown. Now Donald Trump's a dictator. I see. You can't count.
Risk.
Okay.
Because of the Democrats' unwillingness to do their basic job of funding DHS, President Trump determined that these circumstances constituted an emergency, compromising American security. That's why last week he accordingly signed a presidential memorandum directing the Secretary of Homeland Security to work with the Director of the Office of Management and Budget here at the White House to use those funds with a reasonable and logical nexus to TSA operations to provide TSA employees with the compensation and benefits that would have accrued to them but for the Democrat-led DHS shutdown.
Double tap, hit that like button if you're with us right now. Hit that subscribe button. We got a little tense there. We are almost into our first hour. Remember, if we hit over 10,000 in 3 hours, we go into overtime. Looks like we might be getting some overtime tonight, guys. 50 minutes ago, 188 votes in. We got 10 minutes left on our poll. J.D. Vance coming away with it, 53%, to Gavin Newsom's 37%. All right, guys, back at it.
This bold and necessary action by President Trump will ensure our TSA workers receive their hard-earned paychecks. It should not have come to this point, but President Trump will always do what's right by the American people, and he found a way to do that to get TSA paid. Ensuring that these federal workers who perform critical public safety responsibilities can feed their families, pay their rent, and show up to work is something the president was honored to do. But this moment should be an eye-opening one for the American people. Let's be clear about what is happening. Democrat members of Congress are more than happy to put your...
Nope. Go back to your fucking Easter Sunday bonnet, you retard. You have lost. You're a loser retard.
...safety at risk because they oppose the president's...
Do you like that one? Did you like that one, 2026? I bet you 2026 he likes when I yell at fucking retard over here. I call out the retards on both sides, but yeah, definite retard move. Hi, Darlene. The gal is too heavy to appear in public. Hey now. That's not what dreams are made of. Respect Donald Trump or get the fuck out of the country. That's about where we're at. Sarah, welcome. My comrades, my North Koreans are coming into the chat. You too can become a North Korean for $3 a month. Join the chat. Help support the show. Hit the subscribe button. We're live every single night, at least 3 hours of the news. Remember, if we do hit 10,000 views in the first 3 hours, we go into that overtime, that fourth hour. So we are about halfway there, and we're a little less than 1 hour into the potty pod. And got about 8 minutes left of our opening poll before we get into third-party territory. Remember, our third-party candidates so far have been John Fetterman with 9%, Michelle Obama with 17%, Afro Man with 20%, and Kamala Harris with 22%. Who will be the third-party candidate tonight? Hey, Alex, that was our favorite word in common when we were kids. Retard. Yes, retard is definitely my favorite insult, especially when people are being Really retarded.
In his administration's
Go Cubbies!
efforts to enforce our nation's immigration law.
8 minutes on that poll. Double like. Tap that button.
Because they want millions and millions of illegal aliens to pour into the country just like they were under the Biden administration. They want murderers and rapists and thugs to remain in your communities rather than be removed by ICE and Border Patrol agents. The Democrats created this mess. They are the reason for long lines at airports and tens of thousands of employees going without pay. Once again, President Trump is cleaning up their mess because he cares more about the American people than destructive, petty, partisan politics. With that, I will take your questions today. Here in our new media seat, we have Wid Lyman. Thank you for being here. And why don't you kick us off?
Thank you. Happy Easter.
Thank you. You as well.
Two questions for you. Thank you. There are some concerns the administration is starting to change its position on deportations, border enforcement, possibly asylum policies. What would you say to Americans that are somewhat concerned that the shift has happened?
Sure. While there has, of course, been a change in leadership at the Department of Homeland Security with former Senator, now Secretary Mullen, joining the president's cabinet, I can assure the American people there has not been a change in policy. It has always been the policy of this president and this
can't please everyone, so you gotta please yourself. Absolutely.
Administration to deport the worst of the worst illegal alien criminals from our communities. That's something I know Secretary Mullen
Trump bit slapped her in the eyes. She's been slacking off the agenda.
wholeheartedly committed to doing.
She does kind of look like she's got some black eyes going on. Man, it's got to be a tough job, though. She's like only 28. That's an intense job.
It's something that is overwhelmingly popular with the American people, and it's something that is necessary to protect our homeland and to prevent deaths of Americans in our country. Just last week, Sheridan Gorman, a young woman in Chicago, was shot and killed on the street walking with her friends outside of her university by an illegal alien from Venezuela who had no right to be here in the first place. And it's despicable that Democrats are currently defunding the department that's responsible for removing illegal aliens like that.
And still go get them ICE.
It's despicable that the lack of coverage of this young woman's case, of her life, and the way that it was tragically cut short. I saw a survey over the weekend that I'd like to bring to all of your attention. This is the media coverage of the case of Sheridan Gorman. You have ABC News has spent 1 minute and 19 seconds between 2 days when this case was first alerted.
Okay, look, here's the thing. I would be on her side with this. I think that this is appropriate, and this is actually one of the most important things that you can do in the press room right now in this modern day is call out this bullshit. What I think is insane, though, is she didn't get this information herself. She has a printed out screenshot of a Fox News report talking about ABC, CBS, and NBC's coverage. So Fox News did a report, and she's going to now re-report the exact Fox News report to the reporters. Tell me what the point of that is.
Of CBS, 2 minutes and 1 second.
Like what?
You have NBC, 23 seconds.
If you came up with this research on your own with your three fucking buddies, that makes sense. Taking a screenshot of a news program is not facts, lady.
Seconds spent on the life of
Rubio
a young,
2028
beautiful American.
Everybody pissing me off this Monday. I will say that. Like, screw everybody. I don't think Donald Trump's going to talk today. Maybe that's the problem. I can't really gauge a Trump daddy win or loss based on that. But everybody else is losing hardcore. Everybody else being a full-on retard.
Woman whose life was taken short by an illegal alien who should have never been here in the first place when we are in the middle of a battle on Capitol Hill with a major political party, the Democrat Party, who wants to defund the agency that is responsible for protecting Americans. I think her life was worth more than 23 seconds on cable television, and I think the people in this room have a responsibility to report on cases like this because it just exemplifies why the president believes so strongly in deporting illegal aliens from our communities. And thank you for the question. Dasha, go ahead.
Caroline, I have two questions, one on Iran and one on DHS funding. On Iran,
Three
the
brain
president
cells.
has said that the administration is talking to
God bless President Trump, his administration, and armed forces, ICE, and our great nation.
a new or
Hello,
more
special
reasonable
one.
regime. How confident are you that they are legitimate and have enough grip on power? Marco Rubio said earlier
Easy,
that
Bubba will be
he's
here
not
soon.
sure, and it's not clear
I'm sure
whether
he
they will be in power. So are you also talking to other factions? As the president is trying to make a deal, how do you ensure that you're making a deal with the people who can actually implement it?
Well, that's part of the ongoing that's taking place and the ongoing negotiations, of course.
I don't do protests, but I would love to meet ICE agents and say, thank you.
Of course, anything that they say to us privately will be tested, and we will ensure that they are being held accountable to their word. And if
Unfortunately, they don't have to go to the airport anymore. But if you were at the airport this last weekend, you could have said thank you to them.
they are not, the president has laid out the military consequences that the Iranian regime will see if they don't hold true to the words that we are hearing privately behind the scenes. When the
Thank God, Trump. Otherwise, you'd have Mexicans live with you.
president says more reasonable, again, these folks are appearing more reasonable behind the scenes
I don't think
privately
it was
in these
Mexicans.
conversations
I don't think Mexicans were in the problem.
than perhaps some of the previous leaders who are now no longer on planet Earth because they lied to the United States and they strung us along in negotiations, and that was unacceptable to the president, which is why many of the previous leaders were killed. So again, this is another historic opportunity for Iran to do the right thing, to rid themselves of their nuclear ambitions and to come to a deal with this president and the administration, or again, they will see the grave
Got the
consequences of the
uneducated
United
MAGA
States
fools
armed
in here. Defend the unorganized spectacle they call an insurrection excursion. It's been a mess that has no end. Meet ICE agents looking for a fat alimony check.
forces, which they
Alimony
are
check. Meet ICE agents looking for a fat alimony check.
continuing to see every day throughout this operation.
On DHS, how long can the administration keep paying TSA without action from Congress? And not to be hyperbolic, but given the airports were really the pain point that was pushing both sides to talk to each other.
No, they're not the problem. Your last president, I think, might have been.
I mean, do you see a way for DHS to reopen? Is it possible this keeps going through the midterms?
Well, we hope so. I mean, of course, the president just can't keep signing presidential memorandums and proclamations every time Congress fails to do its job, and every time Democrats are holding our entire country hostage, picking and choosing.
Nope, not Democrats. 535 devils in suits.
Which programs and agencies they want to fund just because they don't like this administration's policies. That's not how it's supposed to work. They voted 7 times.
It is how it's working, because that's how it's happening. I mean, that's not how it's supposed to work. Well, that's what happened. How about 535 people went on vacation and didn't finish their job? That's what did happen. That's what we should be worried about.
Against funding DHS.
Who listens to these fools anymore? Me, apparently. Hitting the 100 in the chat. Double tap. Hit that like button. If you hit that like button, you send people into the algorithm for our poll of the day. Our poll of the day, after an hour, has been solidified. Bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Are you guys ready for our third party choice tonight? Okay. Who will be president in 2028? Will it be day 9 of poll? All right, guys, are you ready for it? Will it be Gavin? Wait, did Gavin Newsom win that one? No, JD did. Okay. So will it be JD Vance, who currently has 6 wins? Will it be Gavin Newsom, who has 2 wins? Or our third party candidate tonight is... You ready for this one, guys? Joe Rogan. What if the comedy party becomes a political party? Could the comedy party outweigh the Vance and Newsom party? No, we're already at a 50-50 split. Ain't nobody giving a fuck about, 15% for Joe Rogan, 13 votes in. Throwing those votes in there now. Let's get them in there for our hour 2. We're at 6,000. If we get to 10,000 in the first 3 hours, which it looks like we will probably in this next hour, then we will be going into overtime for a 4th hour. You are watching No News is News. Double tap. Hit that like button. Send more people into the algorithm to get into our chat. Discuss the politics of the day. Hit that subscribe button. And if you care about this show and love what it's doing, oh my God, Darlene, Jerry Chicken Nuggets. Jerry Chicken Nuggets. Mr. Jerry. Somebody has given you the money for those chicken nuggets. Jerry already had his chicken nuggets, actually. Jerry actually did have chicken nuggets today. Jerry had chicken nuggets 2 days in a row. That's how lucky he's been. Hasn't he? How are you? How are you, my Jerry? Oh, my Jerry, my Jerry, my Jerry. Oh, my Jerry, my Jerry, my Jerry. Thank you so much, Darlene, for the super chat. And let's get back to it.
And so,
my fellow North Koreans, $3. Become a member. Get all access to all 17 feature films, etc. Just like Darlene. We got 38 members. We're trying to get up to 40 North Koreans. Can we get to 30 North Koreans this week? Or to 40 North Koreans this week, guys? Can we get to 40 North Koreans? Help us out. Get in the club now. Appreciate you, Darlene. And so does Jerry.
the president has stepped in to do the right thing at this moment in time, but the president is also encouraging Congress to come back to Washington to permanently fix this problem and to fund and reopen the Department of Homeland Security entirely.
Caroline.
Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions, one on TSA, one on Iran. On TSA, for ordinary Americans watching the briefing, how long until everything goes back to normal at airports after the president's action? And then on Iran, on the time frame, President Trump initially said about 4 weeks. Secretary of State Rubio on Friday reportedly said it might be another 2 to 4.
Bob ain't here yet.
It's 2 to 4.
Bob ain't here yet, Ronnie. Come on.
With respect to the line again, the President, Commander-in-Chief, the Pentagon has always stated 4 to 6 weeks estimated timeline for Operation Epic Fury. We're on day 30 today. So again, you do the math on how much longer the Pentagon needs to fully achieve the objectives of
2 weeks? 2 weeks? 2 weeks? Is that what you're saying? Because you said 2 to 4. You said 2 to 6 weeks, and then it's been 30 days. So I'm just saying, it's pretty close.
Operation Epic Fury, which I will reiterate, destroy the Iranian Navy, destroy their ballistic missiles, dismantle their missile and drone production infrastructure.
I said it, and I'll say it again. As long as I'm sipping a margarita on Cinco de Mayo and we're out of Iran, I approve of Trump Daddy.
Significantly weaken their proxies throughout the course of this operation, and then, of course, preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. To your first question, Stephen, about TSA and airports, nothing will be truly normal again until Democrats do the right thing to fund this agency fully. Again, the president has stepped in the meantime to do what's right to end this crisis that we've had at air travel and at airports across the country in the meantime. But again, Congress needs to come back. Democrats need to fund the Department of Homeland Security so we can formally and fully get these great employees paid long
Gary
into the
for
future.
president.
Jonathan.
And I will have to turn the bubble loose.
2 questions regarding the financial costs.
You don't support the Iran war? I do until Cinco de Mayo. I said it. I give him 60 days. Cinco de Mayo, if I'm sipping a margarita and we're out of Iran, I support Trump Daddy.
Back during the Persian Gulf War, 1990, 1991, Arab countries paid for the vast majority of the cost of the war. Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, the UAE. Who's paying for the cost of this war? Will those Arab countries step up to do just that?
Well, I think it's something the president would be quite interested in calling them to do. I won't get ahead of him on that, but certainly it's an idea that I know that he has and something that I think you'll hear more from him on.
And then secondly, the cost of diesel is averaging at $5.
Yeah, I'll trust you, Ronnie. Yeah, I'll trust you. Manufacturing crisis.
Right now,
unless he pulls out. He might pull out, that's what I'm saying. He might pull out.
The message.
He might be like, all right, Cinco de Mayo. Happy Mexican Day. Let's pull out.
From the Trump administration to truck drivers who are dealing with those high fuel costs right now.
Again, we understand, we hear you, we see you. We are fully tracking this short-term fluctuation in oil and in diesel prices. And that's why the president and the administration have continually announced robust actions to provide stability in the global energy market.
No.
As you know, political risk insurance, one
Ain't
of
no
those
reason
actions,
to.
allowing countries to purchase sanctioned oil just to increase the supply.
And here's the reality of the situation. No matter what really is going on, I guarantee you we might be in a situation where either Trump is going to think that, like right now, everybody is on a consensus that we're all like in the war still. At a certain point, the Republicans are going to say they're done with the war, which means we're actually done with the war. And the Democrats are going to continue to act like the war exists until Donald Trump gets out of office or until the next presidential election. So it's kind of a null and void point to bet anybody or say anything, because the way this is going to go is the media and the liberal media is going to literally hold on to this for as long as they possibly can. And I don't know why. This should be something that unites us, but I guess not.
In the meantime, we've worked to release 400 billion barrels of and refined products.
And I'll put it this way, guys. Have you ever looked at the fucking Dubai chocolate bar? The Dubai chocolate bar is like a $20 chocolate bar. I kid you not. They're selling this chocolate bar in America for $20. I think we need to keep bombing the Middle East until they fucking lower the price of the fucking Dubai chocolate bar.
Well, we issued the 60-day Jones Act waiver. All of this has, with the goal of increasing supply to create stabilization in the market in the meantime. But the overall message, as we've repeatedly stated, is again, these are short-term
because they make
actions
money.
And short-term price fluctuations for the long-term benefit of ending the threat that Iran poses to the United States.
They monkey wrench their
America, our troops, and our allies in the region, and ensuring that this regime can no longer control the world's free flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz, which is something the administration continues to tackle day by day as well.
Jennifer. Just two questions. Which Jennifer?
I'll go to both of them.
Go ahead. So two questions. One on China and one on Iran. On China, ahead of the president's trip to Beijing, will there be a working level meeting with Secretary Bessent, Jameson Greer, etc., and when will that be?
I do expect cabinet officials to travel to China. I don't have a readout on their schedules for you, but this is something we typically do with international travel, as you know. So I'll talk to the Treasury Department and the cabinet myself.
Yo, back above 100. Double tap. Hit that like button. Hit the subscribe. Get your news sent to the algorithm every single day. We are live every single day with the news. And if you care about the news, help support the channel. $3. Become a North Korean. We are 2 North Koreans away from 40 North Koreans, guys. Become a fellow comrade. The administration is so embarrassing. I did not call you an idiotic. Okay. I feel you. Let's go mega.
We'll get you there, but we do expect them
and
to
the administration before was traitors.
If Iran is kind of cherry picking what tankers get to go through the Strait now and contemplating big tolls on those tankers, is that consistent, or how is that consistent?
Yeah, you like having the auto pen as your president.
Fully open. Does the administration support a regime or system where
that was boring.
Iran is
I watch Daddy Trump every day.
That's not we support. And
I need a worker bee. I don't need an auto pen.
In fact, as you know, these tankers that are moving through, the 10 that were previously announced, and now the new 20, the announcement of 20 additional tankers, which we expect to see over the coming days, are a result of the direct and indirect talks that are taking place between the United States and Iran. So you wouldn't have seen those tankers if not for the president's diplomacy and his team engaging on this matter, which we expect that compliance moving forward. And it's, again, something that we're working on very closely. Sure. And behind
the chocolate factory.
Right there, you put up your hand very
not you, bud.
Excitingly. Go ahead. Hannah from News Nation.
Oh, I feel you. Okay.
Thanks for taking my question. I have two for you real quick. There are reports that Republicans are weighing cuts to health care in order to make way for that $200 billion for the Pentagon and Operation Epic Fury. Is that a trade-off that President Trump supports?
I've seen these. I haven't spoken to the president about it, nor have I heard this being discussed in any high-level meetings here at the White House. I don't want to weigh in definitively because I just haven't heard that being discussed here in the West Wing.
And then secondly, I know
that's a pretty cool
President
nickname.
Trump says we're ahead of schedule
Nazi
in
Barbie's
achieving
pretty cool
his military
nickname.
objectives in Iran. He laid out that 4 to 6 week timetable for this conflict, and we're now within week 5. So how do you square kind of those two?
Well, 6 weeks estimated timeline. Again, you just said we're on day 30 of the operation. I just provided you with some of the updates from the Pentagon.
Right. Do you know how to add? What is 6 weeks, lady? 6 weeks is 42 days. So you have 12 days left with your timeline. So you're saying in 12 days it's going to be over? I think it's time that you update your fucking timeline. You're day 31 already.
On directly and achieving the objectives and the military.
You're trying to hold to the original promise when you only have 12 days left. I mean, I think it's time to push the finish line a little bit.
Terry has been.
We'll see. I mean, 12 days though. With all that said, there would think they have a few glass factories around.
Enormously successful.
Yeah,
I think
think
we should all be very proud of our armed forces for what they have done over the past 30 days. The mission will continue until the objectives are achieved, and that 4 to 6 week timeline does remain right now. I don't have any updates for you on that.
Yeah, like others, one on TSA, one on Iran. On Iran, I know it's tough to engage in hypotheticals, but I feel like this is one that you could engage in if the president does seek.
Probably not.
If the president does seek, or the United States seeks a ground war, does he intend to get congressional authorization of that march?
Look, the president has been asked about boots on the ground or alleged ground operations various times. He's obviously declined to rule them out. It's the Pentagon's job to provide maximum optionality to the president. It does not mean he's made a decision, nor would he ever notify the media of such decision as not to tip off our enemy. With respect to abiding by Congress and the rule of law, that's something the administration will, of course, always do, and it's something that we have great respect for Congress. The president does with military operations. In fact, prior to the launch of Operation Epic Fury, as you know, the administration gave a courtesy notice to Congress in the Gang of Eight, and top-level administration officials and cabinet secretaries have gone to Congress multiple times over the past 30 days to provide those courtesy briefings to Congress when requested.
TSA, quickly, I've been asked by multiple Trump supporters that have said, given the fact that the president on that Friday gave that memorandum informing DHS to pay TSA workers, I know there's a lot of negotiations involved in a shutdown of this size. Why did the president not sooner issue that payment to TSA workers?
Well, it's because Democrats voting 7 times against reopening the Department of Homeland Security that we came to a place of an existential crisis. I mean, you saw the lines at various major airports across the country, American travelers really paying the price for Democrats' partisan games. And so the president worked with his legal team here at the White House and the Office of Management and Budget to find a solution to take care of the emergency that we were seeing in air travel across the country. And it's because of the president that TSA agents are being paid. But again, he's calling on Congress to do the right thing, to come back to Washington, and to fund and reopen the Department of Homeland Security.
United States of Israel.
Sure.
Hi, Lindsay Ellis from the Wall Street Journal. I'm trying to square the 4 objectives laid out by the administration with the goal of reopening fully the Strait of Hormuz. Would President Trump declare victory and wind down military operations if the 4 objectives are met, but still passage remains quite slow through the strait?
As I've said repeatedly, and as the president has laid out, the objectives of Operation Epic Fury are as follows: destroying the Iranian Navy, destroying their ballistic missiles, dismantling their defense industrial infrastructure that produces those weapons that have long threatened the United States and our allies, and then, of course, preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. The full reopening of the strait is something the administration is working towards, but the core objectives of the operation have been clearly defined for the American people by the Commander-in-Chief.
The president posted this morning about, his threat that on leaving Iran, he said we might blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells, Harg Island, and possibly all desalinization plants. Under international law, striking civilian infrastructure like that is generally prohibited. Why is the president threatening what would amount to potentially a war crime with the U.S. military? And how do you square that with the administration repeatedly saying that the U.S. does not target civilians?
The president has made it quite clear to the Iranian regime at this moment in time, as evidenced by the statement that you just read, that their
Carl,
best move
please start enjoying your mat leave early. Thank you.
Is to make a deal, or else the United States Armed Forces has capabilities beyond their wildest imagination, and the president is not afraid to use them. That's not what I said, Garrett. And you're saying the word potential for a reason, because I'm sure some experts are telling you that in your ear to try to ask me that question. Of course, this administration and the United States
will
Armed
reopen the strait, claim the win, and then leave. Same as the Greenland deal. Miss Piggy. Shit, sorry. Tried to stop that one. Same old song and dance with them shutting down the government.
Will always act within the confines of
Not
the law.
everything gets,
but with respect to achieving the full objectives of Operation Epic Fury, President Trump is going to move forward unabated, and he expects the Iranian regime to make a deal with the administration.
To that end, which of those objectives would destroying a
Haley, go
desalinization
ahead.
plant most help?
Haley, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Follow up on Iran. When you're describing that the Iranians you're in contact with are being more reasonable this time around in discussions, what specifically are you hearing that is leading you to that conclusion, and how are you defining what's reasonable versus unreasonable in that regard?
I'm not going to deal the private and sensitive conversations that are taking place between the United States and Iran right now.
But generally speaking.
Generally speaking, the president gave you the answer. What we're hearing from them is more reasonable. They have agreed to some of the points the United States laid out, as the president said last night aboard Air Force One. But again, as for the specifics, as these negotiations are ongoing, we're not going to broadcast them to the world unless the president chooses to do so, which he has the full right to do as the leader of the free world.
On Cuba, the president threatened to tariff any country that would send oil to Cuba, but now the U.S. is letting this Russian tanker to Cuba. Is this a policy change, or is
as long as I don't
he
let
willing to
Carl
let
hate
more
women being
tankers
objectified even more? Facts.
This is not a policy change. There has not been a
Low
formal
blow
change.
insults. Low blow insults. I mean, that's like when you call like a feminine man gay that isn't gay. You know, like if we were like doing a Sean Duffy thing, and you were like, Sean Duffy's I'm not going to say it, but the F word. Or I guess I can say it, faggot. But yeah, if you called like Sean Duffy a faggot, it would be the same thing as those kind of insults towards her. It's just stupid. Doesn't have substance. Doesn't help.
And sanction policy. As the president said last night, we allowed this ship to reach Cuba in order to provide humanitarian needs to the Cuban people. These decisions are being made on a case-by-case basis.
So smart, man.
And as the administration has said, Cuba's non-functional economy cannot be fixed unless they undergo dramatic political and leadership change. But there has been no formal change with respect to sanction policy.
She's 28 years old, too.
Expect more tankers too.
Like, that's a stressful fucking job for somebody under 30.
These decisions are being made on a case basis right now.
Thanks, Caroline. You addressed this a little bit in the opening, but just to follow up, because Americans are sort of seeing these conflicting messages between the United States and Iran. I know the president insists that negotiations are underway. As you just mentioned, he's also said that Iran has agreed to most of the 15 points. We just heard from Iran again. They're saying no negotiations are taking place. They're calling the proposal excessive, unrealistic. So how do you square that? How do you explain that discrepancy between the two?
I think the American people are smart enough not to take the word of a terrorist regime that has chanted death to America for 47 years at their word. And I hope the journalists in this room are wise enough not to take an Iranian regime that is repeatedly lying about our country, about our values, about everyone in this room, frankly.
AOC's pretty close. It's just like your politics are pretty repulsive, but I mean, I think that she might be the only one though, because the rest of the, like Nancy Mace and what's the other one? Lauren Boebert. Lauren Boebert's the hottie, yo. The GED hottie.
For nearly 5 decades. So I think the American public are smart enough to understand that.
And just to follow up on the objectives, you've laid them out, but I know the president has set a deadline for April 6th in just 1 week.
I voted Joe Rogan.
What does the president need to see?
What are we getting for Joe Rogan? What are we getting for our Joe Roganites? Joe Rogan pulling in 22%. Joe Rogan is performing at the same pace as Kamala Harris, the top of the ticket right now. Joe Rogan, 22%. Looks like he might be taking some of these Gavin Newsom votes, honestly. We are 50 views away, guys. We are going to be going for a 4th hour. We're going into the overtimes tonight.
To not move forward with those strikes by April 6th.
Well, I think he said it in social post
Crazy
this morning. He wants
on.
to see a deal over the next 10 days. That timeline is waning, several days left, and we'll see. I won't get ahead of it. We'll see what happens in the end of the 10-day period.
Caroline, thank you. One on Iran, one on the shutdown. The president continues to say the U.S. is in conversations with a more reasonable regime, but there are now hundreds of U.S. Special Operations Forces, including Navy SEALs and Army Rangers in the Middle East, as well as thousands of other troops already deployed. So is he trying to end or intensify.
See if a dog was available, I'd go for it.
Focused on achieving the objectives of Operation Epic Fury.
Might have to put my
with
dog up there
respect
for
to forces
third
that are
party.
on the ground in the Middle East. It's the job of the Pentagon to create maximum optionality for the commander-in-chief. It does not mean the president has made any additional decisions. Again, he remains focused on ensuring that the Pentagon continues to achieve the objectives of the operation that was launched 30 days ago, and we're well on our way to doing that.
So if an American
The government would be running right now if a dog had been elected.
But I keep
The Californian folks know what he
What are they
is.
to make of what's going on?
There's two tracks. The president has always said that diplomacy is his #1 option and priority. Again, he tried earnestly, in good faith, to engage in diplomacy
Good one, Jerry.
with the Iranian regime prior to this operation being launched in the first place. He wanted to strike a deal, and he sent his top negotiators to do so. They spent extensive amount of time and effort trying to strike a deal, and unfortunately, the previous regime, again, many of those leaders no longer with us here on Earth because they faced the consequences of the United States military. So if there's ever a chance for a deal, again, the president is open to listening, but it does not deter him from focusing on the military objectives that he set out 30 days ago and that our military is continuing to achieve day by day.
On the shutdown, he signed the national emergency order last Thursday, making sure TSA officers will be paid. There's still other civilian DHS employees, however, who are not being paid.
Yes.
He signed something similar to ensure they also get paid.
Wow. Well, that's what I mean. Like, it's like, well, what are you asking? Are you asking him if he'll be a dictator again? Because you guys are going to get upset whenever he pays anybody. Do you think Caroline Lovett is a recruiter for Trump? I would assume so. The Clintons' file has been deleted.
The president always look into ways that we can make sure that the American people are being taken care of and doing what's right by the American people. But again, it's ridiculous that the president even has to go to the length of working with the legal team and the Office of Management and Budget to identify these funds. It is the job of Congress to fund these agencies. And Democrats in Congress have voted
No, but, here's the thing. They are part of the system because they're trying to be team players. They can't go out and say the Republicans are at fault, too. But it's both teams. Vote them all out, guys. 153 people must go in November. I'd accidentally hit the report video button when I was trying to hit the like button. So if you see anything on that, that's what happened. All right.
times against funding the Department of Homeland Security.
You can report whatever you want,
come
bro.
back, and they should get it done. The president, again, made the decision to prevent this existential crisis we were seeing at our nation's airports across the country. That was only going to get worse, and that's why he wants Congress to do his job.
AKA lying.
I'll go to you as well. Okay, you're welcome. Since you mentioned Easter and prayers, I wanted to
I
ask you
believe
about
that.
something
The Clintons
the Pope
have
said
been corrupt
yesterday.
since
So
Whitewater.
Pope said yesterday, and I quote him, God does not listen to the prayer of those who wage war. Can you comment on that?
I think our nation was a nation founded 250 years ago almost on Judeo-Christian values, and we've seen presidents, we've seen the leaders of the Department of War, and we've seen our troops go to prayer during the most turbulent times in our nation's history. And I don't think there's anything wrong with our military leaders or with the president calling on the American people to pray for our service members and those who are serving our country overseas. In fact, I think it's a very noble thing to do. And if you talk to many service members, they will tell you they appreciate the prayers and support from the Commander-in-Chief and from his cabinet.
Caroline, thank you. President Trump told the New York Post that a response is coming shortly to Tehran attacking Israel's largest oil refinery. Is there a timeline on that? Is that tied to the success or not of the negotiations?
I don't have any updates from the president's comments.
So consider the IRGC in control of Iran.
Rules for three, but not for rules for thee, but not for me.
As Rubio said today, the leadership is very fragmented. We have really neutered their intercommunication systems, and that's part of this process of diplomacy to continue figuring out exactly who's in charge. I know they appointed a new Ayatollah, haven't seen or heard much from him, and so that's part of this diplomatic process that's underway right now. I'll take a few more. Solon.
Thank you. You listed the described humanitarian reasons for allowing that oil tanker to reach Cuba. Just to clarify, why was the administration okay with Russia sending that oil to Cuba and not other nations?
Look, this was a decision. It'll continue to be made on a case-by-case basis for humanitarian reasons or otherwise, but there's been no firm change in our sanctions policy.
President Sheinbaum of Mexico also said that Mexico is exploring different ways to restart some of those shipments to Cuba. Is the administration okay with that at this time?
Again, no change in our sanction policy. We still reserve the right to seize vessels if it's legally applicable that are headed towards Cuba and that violate the United States sanction policy. But of course, the president and the administration also reserve the right to waive those seizures on a case-by-case basis.
And to clarify, just any more.
It was getting too bad. It was getting too bad out there. Needed to give him a little oil. Hey, Mr. Putin, you wanna give him a little oil for me, please?
Or Russian oil tankers going to be allowed to reach Cuba at this time? I know you say case by case, but for the case of Russia, is it pretty much green light right now?
No, that's not what I said. It's a case-by-case basis. Sure, Jeff, go ahead.
Switching topics, the president has always attended CPAC. He did not this year. Why did he not attend, and does he believe CPAC is becoming less relevant?
No, I don't think he believes all. In fact, he loves CPAC and has a very good relationship with the great people who run it, Mercedes and Matt Schlapp. It was just simply for scheduling purposes this year, with it being in Texas. It was best for the president's schedule and what he has on his plate right now not to go.
Carolina.
Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. If and when a deal is finalized with Iran, how does the U.S. provide protection to who it's negotiating with to ensure that they can carry out the president's peace plan?
Again, that's, I'm sure our national security team is discussing. I don't have anything for you on that today.
On the Ballroom, can you tell us more about this massive military complex underneath the president's new ballroom?
I cannot tell you more about that, actually, as a matter of fact. However, the military is making some upgrades to their facilities here at the White House, and I'm not privy to provide any more details on that at this time. Caroline, go ahead. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. Question on the Middle East and then a question on Antifa. Netanyahu said Sunday that Cardinal Pizzaballa will be able to hold services for Palm Sunday in the Church of Holy Sepulchre after he was initially blocked by Israeli police. Did anyone from the administration or the president call over to Israeli officials to assist the cardinal in this?
Yes, I did with Secretary Rubio this morning, and we did express our concerns with Israel with respect to these holy sites being shut down. We want worshipers to be able to access these holy sites. Of course, safety is a top priority, but we understand Israel is working on the security measures to reopen the sites throughout Holy Week, and that's something that we're appreciative of.
Antifa. In Texas, 9 people have been convicted by a federal jury on domestic terrorist charges connected to Antifa. The White House has previously indicated that you guys are investigating Antifa, who's funding them, who's leading them. Can you provide
Bro, whose fucking phone is ringing?
an update on how that investigation is going, and do you think we're going to see more charges against people connected to Antifa?
Well, I do that. There was an entire task force that was set up, an interagency task force to focus on the threat of Antifa, which, as you know, Reagan, this president declared a domestic terrorist organization, rightfully, and we will continue to look into it. I don't have any updates on those specific investigations, but I'd be happy to have my team get those over to you today, as this continues to be of the utmost importance to the president and his domestic policy agenda.
JJ. On one question on landmines, there's been some reporting that American-made landmines have been spotted on the ground in Iran. Did President Trump sign off on using U.S.-made landmines in Iran?
I don't have any comment on that report today.
Caroline, whether they're being used at all?
I don't have any comment on that. Karen.
Two on DHS. You said that the president is encouraging Congress to come back to D.C. You also said yourself. How has he done that? Has he told leadership that they should cancel recess and come back?
He said it repeatedly.
Yeah.
If you recall, he said...
Cancel recess and come back. Exactly. Exactly. He said it the whole time.
That he'll host a big Easter dinner here at the White House if Congress will come back and fight the Democrats on this issue, which we should do, because again, the Democrat Party is in the wrong here. They have voted 7 times against funding the Department of Homeland Security.
Right, but everyone in Congress, all 535 devils in suits, all decided to go on vacation. USA is simply a daily SNL skit in the rest of the world.
Which is completely egregious.
It's a great one for me too, bro.
Going on in the world.
She
and
is
these
so
brave,
hot.
men and women who serve DHS deserve to get their paychecks. The president wants to see that happen, and he wants Congress to come back to get it done.
On the paychecks, Caroline.
Thank you.
Facts. Get your shit in order. Look, even the Supreme Court showed up to fucking work today. But nobody else. Nobody else. Nobody else. These are forms. House Pro Tempkin says. All right. Pete Buttigieg? Oh, he's not. It's not live yet. That's at 7:01. So we got 3 minutes till that comes on. Supreme Court bullshit. That's just gonna be audio only. White House briefing. Trump admin officials. New York Mayor Mondani doing a construction site.
Lieutenant Colonel in the United States Marine Corps.
And now I'm at the Walt
Yours
Disney
puppet. Also, a major joke.
Disney honors veterans in everything that we do.
Thank
They
you.
value me.
This show is a joke. We are making fun of the news, after all. That would be the no news
Childcare program
is
for
the
workers in the
news.
city. This is about half an hour.
Double tap. Hit that like button, people. If you are just joining us, we are live every single night covering the news at least 3 hours. Tonight, we're going to go into overtime, hour 4, because we're already at over 12,000 of you. 31 minutes into our poll, 225 votes in. J.D. Vance slowly outpacing Gavin Newsom, but what the surprise is the surprise at 20%, Joe Rogan. I think people are getting a little fed up. They might be getting a little fed up. All right. Here comes Mr. Mondani. Mr. New York Mondani.
Very exciting.
Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here back at David Dinkins Municipal Building to make an announcement that honors Mayor Dinkins' legacy, to make New York City fairer, to make it more affordable, to make it more accessible. And it is a pleasure to be here joined by our DCAS Commissioner, Yumei Kitase, who is here with us, our Department of Finance Commissioner, who will be joining us shortly, Commissioner Richard Lee, who is right over here. And by shortly, I meant when I would look up. We have our Department of Veteran Services Commissioner.
Hey, you remember me, right?
Here with us.
Yes, I do. Of
and we
course,
also
good.
have
Welcome
with
back.
us. We're speaking typically about city administration leaders, about elected official leaders. We also have a labor leader with us who has been fighting that same fight to make this a city where working people can actually afford to keep calling it their home. The executive director of DC 37, Henry Garrido. And alongside me, we have our controller, Mark Levine. We have our Manhattan Borough President, Brad Hoylman Siegel. And we are also here in the building where the headquarters of Public Advocate Chumani Williams is located. Now, we are here, even though it is very quiet. I would just like to remind everyone that it is an active construction site. And it is a site that we are building for those...
He's not running California. Oh, you're talking about Gavin Newsom.
Few New Yorkers who can be louder than an active site, which is New York's cutest.
Speaking of Traders for America, this guy's
fall,
definitely one of them.
It is a center that will be transformed into New York City's first ever on-site childcare program for municipal employees. This is a site that will be 100% free with the childcare that it provides. It'll provide full daycare from children as young as 6 weeks to as old as 3 years old. And on April 30th, these applications will open for every single worker in the David Dinkins building, as well as every single DCAS employee, regardless of their location across the city. This will be...
So I saw people who said in live the head mod and said 65 ban. Can I do that?
Managed in-house.
I wouldn't ban
by DCAS
anybody.
And operated by a contracted
I don't
childcare
even think you
provider
can,
that
bro.
we will be announcing
But
later this spring.
Or we
now,
can
this is a
not
building
have mod
of
anymore.
over 1 million square feet of office space and
Relax,
more than 2,000 city employees from over a dozen agencies. Now, for too many of those employees, finding affordable childcare has long been one of the greatest obstacles they faced. And we never want city workers to have to choose between a job that they love and raising their kids in the family, in the city that they call home. This is what Wall Street would call a good investment. We've seen that every dollar invested in childcare delivers a 13 times return on investment. Providing free universal childcare saves families $20,000 a year at least. And we know that after housing, the cost of childcare is what is pushing working families out of this city. This center is just one example, one step that our administration is taking to make it that little bit easier to keep calling this city New Yorkers home. And we're so proud to be.
How you think? How long do you think it's going to take until this daycare is filled up?
Here,
maybe like 3 seconds. You're probably already a waiting list.
Alongside so many of the very workers who are bringing this to fruition, because what it does is it makes it. Oh, you all right?
Cow shit.
Oh, no worries. It makes it the kind of city that we want to be living in. One where we can not only think about our present and our past, but also how we build and deliver our future. So I'm excited to see this center open its doors in just a couple of short months,
someone will
serving
pay.
the parents who keep this city running. And with that being said, I'm now going to pass it over to our DCAS commissioner. You make it TSA.
Leering Center in New York City, guys. They built a free Leering Center.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you, Mayor Mamdani, for being here today to celebrate our upcoming child care program. I would like to acknowledge a few others here today. Public Advocate.
Watching them wear hard hats is like the most excruciating thing ever. It's like, just stop. Just put the hard hat. Just take the damn hard hat off, please.
Monty Williams, Controller Mark Levine, Borough President Brad Hoylman-Siegel.
The only president I want to see ever wear a hard hat is Donald Trump. It's the only one. Taxpayers wish he could run for president. Cool taxes being used for useful things. Facts on that one, though. Shout out on that one.
Director of DC 37,
which
Henny
would,
Grudo, who's here
would be
today,
long
and who
because
helped create
everyone
a
is
child care
leaving.
center for workers at Bellevue years ago, which is a great model for the center today, and who's been a big supporter of this.
I don't know. It's just like you're a massive city. Like watch this fucking daycare become like overtoppled with people. Have like a 18-year wait list. Like they have rent controlled apartments in New York. They do. But you have to win this lottery, dude, to even get in, to write your name down, to wait 5 years to get in to the rent-stabilized apartment.
Projects. Thanks for being here. We're excited to advance work on this municipal child care space, both
Trump is a
literally,
golden god.
as you can see around
Run
me,
for president.
and
Wow,
figuratively
you're a
as we make
smart
some
one. Laugh
exciting
my ass off.
announcements today. At DCAS, we are focused on transforming our workplace for the future. We have a responsibility as employers to ask,
Iran
how
will
can we
win.
make life more
Nah,
affordable
nothing,
for staff? How can we ease the burden of
I miss
childcare?
why.
And how can we foster a more supportive workplace for our workers? And we see this project as an answer to these questions.
I don't know why.
That by meeting workers where they are and providing on-site free childcare,
They are giving
you'll
them
have
it.
city workers who are less
Iran
stressed,
will lose-
healthier, and
oh.
better able to serve New Yorkers.
Oh, less stressed and better able to serve the community. Okay, so that's why they're providing everybody with free healthcare or childcare, because it'll make them less stressed. It's like a hotel. The city is like a hotel now. They just help people and make them feel less stressed. We haven't even done much yet to Iran.
One of the things that was important to
Just wait, we're gonna fucking bomb the shit out of them. They keep fucking making this Dubai chocolate so goddamn expensive. I saw that at fucking CVS. I'm like, bomb the shit out of Saudi Arabia. Tell them to fucking cheapen the chocolate.
was that this demonstration project include all of the city workers in 1 Center Street, because we as an agency serve all city workers, from our inspectors, custodial staff, engineers, community liaisons, auditors, preservationists, DCAS police officers, and more. And because of this, we decided to expand it to all the city workers who call 1 Center Street home. I'm also pleased to say that applications will be open by April 30th.
I don't see American winning this.
Before I conclude, I would also like to give a few shout-outs.
see Iran
and that
winning
includes
this?
the many DCAS teams that have been working diligently
You already
to get
lost, bro.
this project off the ground, including our Office of...
Just a double check. Okay. Let's check in on Iranian state media. PressTV.ir. Loading. Still loading. It is loading. Like last time it wasn't loading. They are lying their butts off. It won't happen. Ultimatums twice a week. It's loading. We'll check back in on it. We'll see if it stops loading. New Yorkers decided that this is what they wanted their taxes used for. What's the issue?
Departments,
exactly,
ops,
right?
Facilities management, construction, and legal.
If you
and
seriously
also my
think
first
that
deputy
they can really F with us, you are truly a moron. Why is all of the businesses leaving NYC? Sorry to say it, but NYC won't recover.
Shanna Dalton, who has been fearlessly leading the charge on this. We're leaving no stone unturned in our pursuit to transform and modernize our workforce. And it is my promise throughout my tenure that we will continue to prioritize thinking outside of the box. Thank you all. I can't wait to see you this fall as we cut the ribbon on the city's first ever municipal child care program. And it is now my pleasure to welcome up Public Advocate Jumaane Williams.
Thank you so much. Peace and blessing, love and light to everybody. Actually, I apologize for the tardiness, but part of that reason actually because of childcare. So it works out well. Welcome back to the Dinkins building. Many of us were on the roof. It's not that cold, so we'll probably stick around this time. Today we're on the ground floor. I do want to say the 15th is in the middle, so next time you can happy to meet in the middle. Thousands of people in this building make our city run for millions of folks. My personal favorites, of course, about 50, 60 on the 15th floor. But as dedicated as our employees are to the city, they're even more dedicated to their families. Providing this opportunity through a pilot program will help ensure that both are cared for and that we can grow responsibly. The city should be setting an example for new models of workplace, and providing child care to employees is a valuable service as well as an important statement about our commitment to child care. Employee-provided child care is a major boost to employee retention and to recruiting top talent in the first place, so it's actually good for everyone all around. A 2023 survey found that with reliable and affordable child care, 86% of working parents were more likely to stay at their company, and 78% said child care support is having a positive impact on their careers. Employees with child care support.
NY is a joke full of jokes.
Feeling happy at work, more satisfied on their jobs, and more involved in company culture. So I'm excited
Trump American pride.
Our newest neighbors to the building. Every day should be Take Your Child to Work Day. Now it makes it possible. I'm also thankful for the mayor who's been pushing on universal child care. And it's even easier to lead when you're leading by example. And we are creating a space that I absolutely would have used. I just learned my daughter's about a year out of it, from till 3, I think. She just turned 4, so I missed it. But
pretty baby oil.
I am responsible for taking my daughter in the morning.
Did you take a dump?
My wife picks her up, so it can get a little funky. Also, when she was just born, before we could find a babysitter, childcare, we had to figure it all out. And childcare is expensive. It really is. So having a space like this is amazing, even for the public advocate. I can't imagine for the folks who work for me and work for this city. You don't really fully comprehend the importance of it until you have a child, and that is all that matters, because you can't do anything else.
How about we quit paying for these losers and make them get off their asses and work? Stop paying for them to pop out kids that their sorry asses can't even pay for. Well, it is what they voted for, though. I mean, if we're talking about productivity, I mean, this mayor is doing exactly what they voted for. It's kind of like he's Daddy Trump 2.0. Kind of like they're one and the same.
Is in a safe space. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Promises kept, promises answered.
Commissioner, thank you, everybody. I will be pleased to introduce someone, but I don't know who that is, so I'm going to send it back to the mayor. Thank you so much.
Is this dude from Somalia? No, he's from fucking New York, bro.
Thank you, Public Advocate. The next person that we're going to call up is New York City Controller Mark Levine, who plays a very important role as our partner and will be reviewing our contracts on this. So thank you. Oh, looking the wrong way. Sorry.
All good.
I don't care.
Different kind. And if God, you can be advocate and immorality to the city, his money where he sometimes work is. But truth is,
could you say that just one more time?
Take on-topic questions now. Thank you. Sorry.
Don't worry, we'll have on-topic too.
Trump loves NYC.
We'll start with some on-topic questions, though. Hi, what's the capacity for how many kids this facility is able to accommodate?
Sorry, could you say that just one more time?
Sure. Around you and DC, how many kids will this able to accommodate? What's the legal?
This will be able to accommodate 40 children, and the application...
40? Never mind. Never mind. Fucking 40? So what? Your immediate staff? I don't. Fucking 40? Yes, but they are lies. He's Muslim.
This will begin.
They are paying for it. Yeah, they are paying for it. They're paying for 40. For 40?
Shortly, they will be available to every employee who works at this site, as well as every DCAS employee across the city.
Jobs for the employees who will staff.
Yes, this will also have a vendor that is contracted to provide this service, but also as executive director.
A vendor that is contracted to provide this service. So they're not even providing the actual daycare. They're contracting out the daycare, and they're billing the government. And the daycare is only for 40 people. This isn't government subsidized daycare. This is the daycare paying a private daycare for one daycare. It probably will cost $40 billion for 40 kids.
Henry Garrido mentioned, we're also seeing so many DCAS workers making this a possibility today.
That is how they still paid for it. That's how taxes are supposed to work. Yeah, again, though, just think about it, though. They paid, like, they're doing this for government workers. They're doing this for themselves. They're doing this for their employees. This is true communism, guys. He's like, yeah, of course we'll have state-run daycare. For my kids. Hard hat, no hard head. Yes.
Hey, Mr. Mayor,
Hey, how's it going?
So what is
Where
the
were
cost?
you in the inner circle? You were there?
We had our whole table. Can you see me?
I mean on the stage.
Oh, no.
Mrs. Rachel is over here.
I daycare.
Gail Brewer's over there.
How much is this contract specifically going to go out for? What do you expect that to be? And is this any different than what
One
Ariadne's
daycare,
announced last October? Is there anything changed since then?
Yeah, one daycare. He promised the entire state, he had a campaign promise to every New Yorker. That's 11 million people. Government subsidized daycare. And then he had the government pay for one daycare. Who will be allowed to go to the daycare? Those that work in his government. Ain't nothing more communist than that. For real, y'all.
There are a few things. First change.
That's wild communism. That's straight up Mussolini. That's like, man, that's some fucking Putin shit. No, it's just NYC. I mean, it's NYC being a commie. They're getting some commie.
Include everyone who works within this building. Prior, it had only been
Feel the commie.
for DCAS employees to be able to.
Feel the commie. All right, guys. Who check it in our poll? Double tap. Hit that like button. Hit the subscribe. And when you hit the subscribe, you get that push notification that tells us you go live every single day with the news. Every day. We are going to do at least 4 hours. We're at least going to go into overtime because we are already at 14,000. In our poll tonight, 48 minutes in, 273 votes. J.D. Vance looking like he's going to win his 7th win of president. How much does Joe Rogan got, though? 19%. Not bad.
To apply. Secondly, the prior administration had only put capital funding towards this, no actual operating funding towards the running of this site. We are going to be putting that funding into the executive budget. We anticipate that that will be around $2.3 million.
And that's just for this?
That's for this.
$2.3 million for one daycare. All right, guys. Congratulations. You think they're only opening one? They're literally only opening one. They're literally, I know it sounds wild. They are literally only opening one. There is a cap of 40 children. They are opening one. And it is costing $2 million from the executor of the New York City Mayor's office. Ain't nothing more New York than that. How about, since you're so dedicated, you go fix your own shit, whole country? What the fuck? P.S. Fraudster's Daycare crook. Oh, you're talking about him. Fraudster's Daycare crook just got 1 year and 1 day in prison. Minnesota owes millions in restitutions. 1 lousy year.
Site, yes, for the site, yes.
And I guess building on Craig's question,
okay.
I know it was announced
Will be around $2.3 million.
And that's just for this.
That's for this.
And that's just for this site. Yes, that's just
for this site. Yes, for this site.
Clarified. $2 million, 40 children. There you go. Congratulations, everybody. They did daycare for 40 kids for free. It cost them $2 million every year.
Yes.
And I guess building on Craig's question, I know it was announced the pilot program in October. When do you anticipate expanding that to DCAS-run facilities, even city-run facilities, beyond here in other boroughs? Or are you waiting to see the success here before you expand that?
I think we are pursuing every possible avenue to make it easier to have kids and raise those kids here in the city, especially when we're talking about for so many of the workers who keep the city running.
Well, so thank you so much. Thank you so much for raising the children between 6 months and 3 years old for 40 New Yorkers that are on the New York City government dime. I mean, how many workers every day are DOT, are NYC public workers working in the government that would qualify for the new child, daycare program by the mayor. Okay, we're gonna do a little division, a little math here, guys. I wonder how many workers versus the 40 children for the $2 million a year that we're spending to get this going. One building, 40 children, $2 million to help the city workers so that they can raise kids in the city. All right. Dinkins Municipal Workers Building. There are 2,000 city workers that qualify. 2,450 others that qualify in the other center. So a whopping almost 5,000 adults with potential children ages 6 months to 3 years old. And we have how many seats? 40. We have 40 seats. How much is it going to cost us? $2 million a year. Right. All right.
And so this
makes a lot of sense. This is doing real good math here, New York City.
This is something that we're pursuing for children from 6 weeks to 3 years.
If you didn't see it, you wouldn't believe it.
In
the largest city in the nation.
Pursuing universal 2K for every single 2-year-old by the end of 4 years.
That's $50K per student. Thank you for that math. That's crazy.
And I appreciate, also what Henry was saying earlier, which is it's part of a long-standing advocacy we've also seen from the champions of city workers across the city, and we look forward to seeing the results of this and uncovering every potential avenue to build on it.
Other on-topic questions? Yeah, go ahead, Emma. Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, how are you?
Colleagues recently reported that in addition to the $1.7 billion in savings that you've identified, that you're expecting to save another $1.3 billion.
Fuck that. They can pay for their own kids like everyone else that does it in this country. Yeah, but this is the city giving the city a benefit. It makes sense. What I'm saying is it's not real. He's wearing a hard hat and coming out here and making up some fucking thing that doesn't exist. He's saying, oh, you can basically win the lottery and get free daycare for a year. Because only 40 of you are going to get it. I know there's 5,000 of you.
Billion with the delayed
Islam is coming for you.
size mandate and the deal to not fully implement the city cuts suspension.
Islam can come from me, man. I like Islam. Islam ain't that bad.
Identify potential cuts in savings, given that the governor appears to want those savings and doesn't appear inclined to raise
So we directed every city agency and department to find $1.7 billion in savings over
dense cap, more appropriate hard hat.
fiscal years. And we made this directive to them with a focus on efficiency, on rooting out any instance of fraud waste. Now, we will not rest even after we hit that 1.7 billion.
He will not rest ever. He's going to keep fighting for 40 children, $2 million a year, in one fucking building, over 5,000 employees. He will not rest.
Because
Gabriel, the Lord of these days, urges his beloved children to leave the old world and enter the new earth. Where is it? Let me know where it's located. You don't have kids, do you? If I did have kids, I'd be probably pissed, thinking I'm not going to be able to win the lottery as a city employee and be able to be one of the 40 lucky individuals selected to get free daycare. That's what I would probably be thinking if I was a parent right now. I don't know what your comment has anything to do with anything. Like all parents are going to be very excited that only 40 of them get into healthcare for $2 million.
There is an example in inefficiency, it's an opportunity for city government to rise to meet the moment. However, we will not use the fiscal crisis as a justification to cut the very kinds of services that New Yorkers rely on.
Dude just
that
said
is what
universal.
New Yorkers are looking to us for, to have a response.
Yeah, bro is lying. Like, what are you? Like, how democratic are you? Are you? He's lying, guy. He just told us $2 million, 40 kids. It's called a lie. They voted this prick in and now deal with it. Exactly.
Stewardship of this city's fiscal health while continuing to provide those essential services. That's what we anticipate. That is exactly what we will be doing. And as we continue these budget negotiations, it will always be the focus of what we do.
We'll take off-topic questions as well. Juliet, go ahead. Yeah, Mr. Mayor, wanted to ask you about municipal madness.
Good to see you.
Yes, thank you.
He's an actor and a liar. Facts.
How did you decide on what issues and in those particular neighborhoods? Because I saw them on the chart. And when people are voting, Sunset Park, let's say, water fountains. How did you decide that?
These were a number of suggestions that were put forward by our city agencies. The beauty of this bracket is that every suggestion wins, in that even if it doesn't win its bracket, it will still be fixed. The competition is just which one I'm going to be there to fix. And that is something that we've been excited to see so many New Yorkers engage in this process because...
Oh, we do know the lying in Turkey is permitted in Islam. So
our point that we're making to New Yorkers...
So fake. Bet a buck he stole the election.
Is that we have to be...
No, he didn't. They just finally let one in. Like, this guy is a true Bernie Sanders. They're giving him a chance. Because they got nothing else going for him, Darlene. So they finally, the DNC finally let one in, but they still isolated out Jasmine Crockett. So they're still trying to find, this Teravivo or whatever, this trans Bible thumping Texas guy. I still think that guy's going to win. So, I mean, they're still doing the shady shit, the boxing out the Bernie Sanders way. They did it to Jasmine Crockett just in the primary this year. They'll keep on going. Oh, look, Mandani is playing dress up again. Yeah, this time he has a hard hat on
the biggest expenses in their lives, things like childcare, and also the kinds of annoyances that are too often overlooked when it comes to living in the city.
Are you going to do Final Fours or just the winner?
Just the winner.
Hi, Mayor. Can you give us...
Attorney General, how are you?
Yes. On a more serious note. Can you, so funny, switching from something like can you give us a sense of when you were looped in about the NYPD foiling the assassination plot against Raheem Ghaswani? Were you given an up-to-date
Guy's been in office like 2 months? Yeah. 2 months too long. Get him out! No, I'm not upset at him. I'm just saying it's exactly what we were expecting. It's exactly what we were expecting. They were like, oh, they're going to do state-run grocery stores? They're going to have 2 of those. First thing he does, 2 months in, he's like, hey, guys, I came up with a free daycare system. It takes 40 children. It costs $2 million a year to run.
And separately, she made criticisms. She said that...
He must have taken dress-up lessons from that guy Trudeau, LOL.
Of the trade of hotel seating costs since being elected. What do you make of that?
I think any New Yorker is They have the right to critique, and also we need to protect them from any threat of political violence. That is the truth for Nardine and for anyone who calls the city home. I was informed by the NYPD.
DNC actively fought against him. Exactly. So, I mean, they let one in on this one.
Of this attempted plot on Friday. I am thankful.
Oh, you're right. You're right. They had the Andrew Cuomo. They just somehow weren't able to get him. It was just, oh, that's right. Curtis Siwa really messed it up for everybody because Fox News didn't know who to vote for, and again, all got crazy, and then they had to vote for the communist. Nothing is free, I know. I'm Canadian, and we always being bribed with our own money.
And the FBI's efforts to ensure that this plot, which could have endangered Nardine's life as well as those of other New Yorkers, was thwarted. And
come on,
I want to be very clear that we do not tolerate any kind of violent extremism in this city. No one should face violence for their political beliefs or for their advocacy.
Get out of New York if you can.
I'm relieved that Nardine is safe.
I did. Christmas in Florida. Go check it out. Check out how I left during the pandemic. Christmas in Florida. Available for just $3 a month as part of the club. Become a North Korean. We are just 2 North Koreans away from 40 comrades. Become part of the club. Join the club. No news is news. No, I thought he was a fucking goblin.
Governor, he's having a press conference on the steps of City Hall today to announce his affordability agenda and to attack your tax policies. He's specifically upset about the policy that you've announced about cutting the amount of money people can leave in their estates and how much they pay the states in taxes. I wonder if you could talk about why you want that policy and why it's important to the state, and how you feel about him going to City Hall to try to attack you and make you part of his governor's campaign.
Not sure quite what to say about Bruce Blakeman. What I can tell you is the proposal that he might be focusing on is one that's often been mischaracterized. What we've put our support behind as part of a menu of options to raise revenues, to bridge the city's fiscal.
He still would have won.
Fiscal deficit.
I don't know if he would have won it if you had Curtis, or if you just had one of them. If you had Andrew Cuomo or Curtis and that was the option, I don't think he wins. Oh, actually, yeah, you're right. He would still win because he had over 50% of the vote. He's a city destroyer. Well, he's what they asked for.
Is an estate tax that would also have an exemption of an.
And after years and years and years of just bullshit politicians, I mean, he kind of is just like a Trump. He came in to disrupt. He was the outsider.
Additional $1.75 million when it comes to primary residences. So we've seen Blakeman and others try and characterize this as if it would impact middle-class homeowners, when the truth of it is that it wouldn't. And
Trump number one.
Look, we're talking about a man who espouses so much of what has diminished New Yorkers' faith in politics across the city and across the state. Someone who looks at what ICE
kind of like the mayor of Chicago
is doing and thinks it's exactly what the city needs to see. We are all here representing different levels of government, advocacy, organized.
Yeah, but Curtis has been running since the late 70s. Too bad he couldn't have changed something. Exactly. Like if the Republicans, actually you're right. It wasn't a DNC fuck up. It was a RNC fuck up. They didn't care about the New York mayoral race, and they didn't care about advocating for the Republican. So they, including Donald Trump, endorsed Andrew Cuomo, thinking that somehow that guy could beat Mondani, and fucked up the whole thing and gave 51% of the entire vote to Mondani. If they would have just leaned with Curtis, they would have won. Curtis would have been president. If Donald Trump would have said, vote for Curtis Lewa, Fox News would have covered Curtis Lewa, and Curtis Lewa would have won. But Curtis Lewa was an independent candidate that happened to win the Republican primary. And so they got their little politics bullshit, did the same thing the Democrats do. Oh, no. Let's vote for Joe Biden. Let's keep it safe. Except Republicans don't vote for Joe Biden. They don't vote for Andrew Cuomo. So you really messed it up.
Labor commissioners, and yet I would dare to say amidst all of that.
But I think truly, honestly, Trump Trump getting Curtis Lewa as mayor means that he can't blame everything that goes wrong in New York on the people in New York. So he doesn't want that. He doesn't want somebody outperforming himself. He would much rather Mondani actually win. So by saying, hey, Andrew Cuomo, vote for Andrew Cuomo, he literally makes sure that Mondani wins because Mondani is better for him, for his politics.
We agree on the fact that what New Yorkers deserve is dignity, safety, and not having to deal with elected representatives who are looking to determine which one of us belongs and which one of us should be deported. And it's no surprise to me that he's coming all the way to City Hall to talk about affordability because we're one of the only places that is taking affordability seriously. In Nassau County, his focus is on how to round up as many people as possible and send them as far away as he can.
Feel about the fact that he's making you a focal point of his campaign to try to defeat Kathy Hochul?
You know, I think there have been a lot of attempts to...
This jackass is a Muslim. What the hell is his people did on 9/11?
To make us the focal point, and a
His
lot of times
people
it also
dancing Israelis.
stamps some of the message of what we're talking about. And I'll welcome the opportunity.
Also, Osama bin Laden was a Saudi Arabian-born freedom fighter who fought for Afghanistan against the communist Russia, then later went back to Saudi Arabia before plotting 9/11 from Yemen and then moving to Afghanistan after the attack. Muslim? Maybe, but not necessarily part of the equation. So it's up to the Republican Party to tell the Democrats you don't shit where you live. I think your my dummy should be deported, and he's talking about New Yorkers feeling safe now. Safe, how can they feel safe when they got someone like him as mayor? Trump loves Mondani.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Miss, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. What do you say to Republicans or others like David Patterson who seem to think that your inner circle skit with Curtis Lewa proves that you were engaged in some kind of conspiracy?
Great skit. Thank you very much. I think the only conspiracy that's on offer is two people who have a sense of humor and are willing to poke fun at themselves. And you know, we reached out to Curtis and asked him if he'd be willing to be a part of a sketch where he played a cat allergist doctor. And we shot that sketch. And I think that what New Yorkers want to see is a city where we can vehemently disagree with each other and also still know that we live in the same city.
Fucking huge win. Trump loves Mondani, and Mondani loves a Trump. Ooh.
And a sense of humor, I think, is a prerequisite to being...
Look, you might have fucked it up with your 40-person daycare for $2 million, but if you're going to end your presser with, I support Curtis Lewa, I put him in a sketch to show New Yorkers that we should be unified on politics, win mayor. Win mayor. He is just a mayor, remember, guys.
A New Yorker.
Win
and
mayor.
All of these people who can't distinguish between a sketch and reality, I think it shows some of the problems they're having with their politics.
The state budget deadline is tomorrow. Hi, Mr. Mayor. Safe to assume, I think, that they're not going to hit that deadline and have a deal by then. But do you think it's reasonable to assume that you're going to get more in direct aid from the state, given the state's budget surplus, without any sort of like as a one-shot budget?
And know he made a clown out of him?
We're encouraged by the nature of the negotiations and the conversations we're having with the governor and with state legislative leaders. And what has been heartening is a recognition of the fact that we came into office looking at a $12 billion fiscal deficit. And over the time with the accounting for Wall Street bonuses and revenues and savings, as well as with $1.6 billion in commitments from the state, we were able to reduce that to $5.4 billion. That is still a significant fiscal deficit that is one that we want to meet in partnership with our partners at the state. And we've seen an understanding of the scale of what this deficit is, as well as the many different options the state has of providing a structural solution to a structural crisis.
Possible that the total deficit gets
gets closed without any of the recurring revenue-raising proposals that you've backed?
So I'll lay it out a little bit. We inherited this crisis. The importance of stating that out loud is that it's not a result of spending decisions we've made over the last 3 months. This is a result of under-budgeting and financial mismanagement that preceded our administration. If we seek to meet this kind of a deficit with just one-time funding, then it will mean that in a year from now, we will all return with the same issue in front of us. That's why we talk about this both being a structural crisis, needing structural solutions. And I think structural solutions are
this guy's comeback.
The shifting of the cost burdens we've seen over the last decade, going from the state to the city back to a fairer place. What we've talked about is ending the drain, and a taxing of the wealthiest New Yorkers and the most profitable corporations that little bit more, so that we can afford to make a city where each and every New Yorker can actually keep calling it its home.
Thank you guys so much.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you all so much. Thank you guys.
All right, what else we got here? FBI and U.S. Attorney's Office provide update on Michigan synagogue attack. Jerry, come on, bro. Come on. This guy's a fucking liar. Ha ha! New Yorkers, you've been conned. Oh, I know. Make sure you double tap. Hit that like button, guys. We are 45 minutes away from overtime. 325 votes in. J.D. Vance coming away with it. 47% of the vote. Gavin Newsom, 34%. And Joe Rogan, 19%. Double tap. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that join button. Become a fellow North Korean. We are 2 North Koreans away from 40 comrades in the club. Join now. Help support the channel and also get access to 17 feature films right there on the main YouTube page. $5,000 a month rent. He charged people just to drive to work. You walk down the street and you might step on a turd or a needle.
FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office to get an update on the investigation into the Temple Israel synagogue attack earlier this month in West Bloomfield.
Boom! Darlene with the big super chat. Thank you, Darlene. Appreciate you. For you with the sticker. $4. Appreciate you. Let's keep it going. Now looking at the synagogue, let's see what the update is.
Field, Michigan. Live coverage on C-SPAN.
From the Eastern District of Michigan, Chief of Police Dale Young from West Bloomfield Police Department, and other members of the community. Please silence your phone and devices. And also, we will have a brief Q&A afterwards.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Runyon, and I'm the Special Agent in charge of FBI Detroit Field Office. Our hearts continue to be with the community as they heal from this attack, especially the Temple Israel security team, its staff, teachers, and family. The FBI continues to support these victims through our online virtual victim assistance center, which can be found at www.fbi.gov/West
Being fiscally
Bluefield
responsible is
victims,
scumbagging.
plural. This website provides a host.
It's not fiscally responsible to spend $2 million on a daycare that only houses 14 children or 40 children.
Host of resources still available to anyone who has been impacted by this attack. The purpose of today's press conference is to provide the investigative findings as well as a timeline into the motive of this attack against the Jewish community at Temple Israel on March 12th. From the outset, this has been a full-scale investigation with our special agents, intelligence analysts, linguists, digital forensic examiners, evidence response team members, our professional staff, and our special agent bomb techs to work around the clock in close coordination with our law enforcement partners. Despite the fire in the truck and the assailant's attempts to delete his digital footprint, we have processed hundreds of digital and forensic evidence items. We've conducted over 100 interviews of witnesses, family, and associates. We also continue to work with our foreign partners to receive any information that would shed light on the activities of the assailant or any threats currently here in Michigan. Based on the evidence gathered to date, we assess this attack to be a Hezbollah-inspired act of terrorism purposely targeting the Jewish community and the largest Jewish temple in Michigan. The FBI defines terrorism as a violent criminal act by an individual who is inspired by or associated with a designated foreign terrorist organization.
If it's not your money that you are spending, then who gives a shit?
We do not make this characterization lightly without a thorough review and keen evaluation of the facts. In this case, the evidence shows the attacker was motivated and inspired by Hezbollah's militant ideology.
Whoa.
Although the assailants' attack planning and mobilization to violence began in earnest on March 9th, which I will fully detail here shortly,
I agree.
a review of his online activity since January 2020
Trump met with the Grim Reaper soon?
revealed a reoccurring search history of pro-Hezbollah news channels, Iranian news channels, and videos about shootouts and bullets. He regularly consumed breaking news and statements and live coverage of the current Secretary General of Hezbollah, Naim Qassem, and viewed news coverage about an Iranian fatwa for total jihad against the U.S. military. Beginning on March 9th, during the early mornings, the assailant started viewing web pages of local synagogues. And in the afternoon, he attempted to purchase a weapon from 2 different individuals, both of whom we've identified and interviewed. After those people denied his request, he then purchased an AR-style rifle at a local gun store in Dearborn Heights.
Huh. So two different gun shops said no. Whoever the fuck said yes.
Along with 10 rifle magazines and approximately 300 rounds of .223 rifle ammunition. While he was at the gun store, he ordered a rifle magazine pouch as well as 40 5.3-gallon water containers from an online store. After that gun store, he then began researching locations for local fireworks vendors. Throughout the night of March 9th, the assailant began visiting numerous different web pages of Jewish cultural, educational, and religious centers all throughout the Detroit metro area.
Whoa.
And even viewed multiple pages of upcoming events at Temple Israel. During the morning and early morning of March 10th, he continued his online searches with specific search terms and phrases such as the largest gathering of Israelis in Michigan, Orthodox synagogues, Israelis near me, what time is the Trump rally in Michigan, as well as a center affiliated with the Israeli embassy in Michigan. He later attempted to try and delete these queries, but we were able to recover them. At approximately 1 p.m. on March 10th, the assailant visited a local shooting range and practiced shooting his new weapon. He then drove to the local fireworks vendor that he researched at approximately 2 p.m. and purchased over $2,200 of fireworks. After leaving that local fireworks vendor, he continued reviewing web pages related to Temple Israel, its clergy, and its upcoming
That man had a busy day, exactly, Trump.
On March 11th, the day before the attack, in the early morning, he began adding photos to a Facebook photo album that he entitled Vengeance. And he started including images such as the late Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khomeini, as well as the late Hezbollah Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah. With there on the right, in Arabic, it says, "Burn their world, for we have a vendetta against them that we will never forget." Throughout that morning on the 11th, he continued to post photos of his deceased brothers, niece, and nephew, and exchanged some messages with his family. However, at approximately 2:22 p.m., the delivery of his 45.3-gallon collapsible water containers arrived, and from 2:45 onward, we see him begin planning and organizing his truck.
I mean, if you look at what it is, it's like you don't blame the guy. You just start to think, how does a person like this literally get in the United States where it was the FBI? The FBI was at a fucking hockey game. like I don't, you know what I mean? That's exactly what I'm thinking. Where was the FBI? Pin that fucking comment up. Because it's facts on that one. It's like I'm glad for the update. I'm thankful for the clarity because you guys don't want, the Jewish hate or whatever the fuck. Oh, it's all conspiracy theory. I get that, but oh boy. Boy, is this a major fuck up. And also, like, how is this person in the country? I don't even think he was a nutcase. I just think he's a villain of the United States. His whole family was killed by us. He was watching Hezbollah news every day. Why was the guy living in the United States in Michigan? Insane.
And he goes to get gas 4 different times so that he can fill up his containers without alerting too much.
This isn't a trans ideology. This isn't a manipulation of the media. This isn't he was watching the wrong side of things and just got all crazy and caught up in it. No. This is our enemy collectively because we're killing their families. And somehow he's living in the United States. How? This is only the beginning, I'm sad to say. Exactly. Sleeper cell.
By 10:50 p.m., he makes his final run to a gas station and purchases 2 torch lighters, which we believe he used to light his truck on fire. Throughout the same afternoon, while he's organizing his truck and going to gas stations, the assailant continued reviewing web pages for Temple Israel and its upcoming events. And by 6:30, he continued posting pro-Hezbollah propaganda.
Like, I'm sorry, how much? You would have thought, based on Hollywood standard of how the, CIA and shit operates in the movies, my God, how much evidence can you get on an individual? He went to 2 gun stores. They both said no. He went to a third one, bought a shit ton of shit, bought a shit ton of fireworks, ordered a shit ton of gallons of water from an outside online store, continue to watch Hezbollah press propaganda every day of the war, posting deliberately, we will seek revenge on them. And no one thought, knock, knock, hey, just checking in. You okay, buddy?
Propaganda, as well as videos of his brother and watching.
I can't even buy a freaking water gun. Exactly.
A video about how Israel is the most violent country in the world. Next slide. This is just an example of some of the
They want to roll out digital ID
posts that he was posting.
Yeah, and they can't even fucking figure out somebody on Facebook posting about, like, come on.
During the afternoon of the 11th. On the left is a statement issued by the Islamic resistance of Hezbollah about the beginning of a military operation on March 11th called El-As El-Makul, which is a term used in the Quran where it refers to the destruction of the enemy and turning the enemy into withered, dead leaves.
Okay. Again, nobody wanted to knock on his door at that point. You guys found this all out afterwards? That's pretty crazy.
In the bottom left of that photo on the left, you can see 2 logos. One is for the military media of the Islamic resistance, and the second logo is for Lebanese Hezbollah.
Wow.
On the right is a meme with the actual verse from the Quran in the Al-Fil chapter where it describes destroying the enemy and turning them into dead and withered leaves. At approximately 9:40 p.m., before he went to his last round of gas, he did one final search for what time is lunch at Temple Israel and later deleted that query as well.
Jesus.
On the morning of the attack, early in the morning,
Digital ID rolls out, your First Amendment will cost you your Second Amendment. I mean, you can sit here and say this, but look at where we're at right now. This motherfucker was like literally using Facebook daily to post about what he was going to do. And they had no fucking idea. Those welfare checks don't work out much either.
hours, he posted numerous photos to Facebook of his deceased family members, as well as the following comments. Can you go back one? Right there. In the early morning hours, he continued posting on random and various Facebook profiles that said, "We will seek retribution for their sacred blood." Simu, which was a phrase for his brother. "Heaven is fortunate to have you." "Israel is a cancerous, malignant growth." "Israel is pure evil." And "the oppressors will soon know what kind of end they will meet." By 6:56, he searched again online for additional
ain't no reason to check in on an individual like that, right, Facebook?
Rifle accessories. And by 7:20, he made a Facebook status post that said, "You killed the Ali and Hussein of our time. We will avenge their blood." He also posted additional comments to various Facebook threads and added additional photos to his Vengeance profile photo album in Facebook. From 8:45 to 9:52 that morning, before he left, the assailant visited the web pages again of a local firearms vendor, sporting goods store, and searched for a double magazine holster. But at approximately 9:18 a.m., the assailant departed for Temple, Israel, and arrived, as we all know, at approximately 9:58 a.m. At 10:01, he sends his sister a picture of her receipt that says $2,000 to Dad. And by 10:12, as he's sitting in the parking lot, he posts 4 videos, which were taken as he was driving to Temple, Israel that morning. In the background of these videos, which I'm just...
And again, like, he's posting these videos publicly, and you're the people that want to track my ID? You can't even track a fucking Hezbollah official trying to drop a bomb in Dearborn, Michigan, while he's posting it on Facebook.
Providing screenshots of are Arabic anthems playing in the background that have the themes of resistance and military defiance and impending dawn. By 10:13, right after those 4 videos were posted, he posts this photo to his Vengeance photo album, that there's no need to learn Hebrew anymore. Next slide. And by 10:34 onward, this is where we see a significant amount of his ideology come forward. While he's sitting in the parking lot, he sends his sister overseas 19 videos, photos, and messages that reiterated his intent to commit a mass terrorist attack, as well as affirming his Hezbollah-inspired ideology. These communications included statements expressing a commitment to commit violent action, references to martyrdom, as well as threats to attack what he described as the largest gathering of Israelis in Michigan. I'm going to provide a few of the screenshots. I'm not providing comprehensively everything that we have during this time. First, here is a meme that he sent, the first one he sent to his sister. The translation is, "Jihad is the gateway to heaven, one that God opens to his chosen ones." Next slide. Next photo he sends her in order is a photo with the verse from the Quran overlaid there in yellow. "For such he has written faith in their hearts." And
Double tap, hit that like button if you're joining the chat right now. Make sure you hit that subscribe. You get that notification bell. We are live with the news every single day. If you want to help support the channel, $3 a month. Hit that join button. Become a North Korean. We are 38. We have 38 members right now that are gaining access to my 17 feature films right on my channel page for just those $3 a month, and you become a North Korean. We're 2 away from 40 people. Help us out. JD Vance winning our poll right now. 358 votes in. JD Vance 47%. Gavin Newsom 35. Joe Rogie's 18. Back to the news.
Strengthen them with a spirit from himself, and he will admit them to the gardens beneath which rivers flow to dwell therein. God will be well pleased with them, and they with him. They are the party of God. Truly, it is the party of God that will achieve felicity. His sister asks him to stop sending these photos, but he continues with a numerous set of videos, and I have a few screenshots. This first video and the screenshot is him sitting in the car with the same upbeat anthem from earlier, and it's called "This People Sends You a Call." And the chant in the background, while he's holding the gun, praises the south of Lebanon, the Hezb, the fighters, and those who die for the cause. He displays his weapon at the end of the video and says, "We rely on God." In a second video with the same screenshot, he continues with a chant in the background that encourages one to bomb the enemies and bring death upon them. It also encourages listeners to invade and attack enemy fortresses. The next video screenshot, the next video he sends, is him listening to Hezbollah Secretary General Naim Qassem talking. And the Secretary General is saying that the listeners have one of 2 choices: victory or martyrdom. Qassem praises the Mujahideen in the field for giving the rest of them courage and determination. And the Arabic writing at the top in yellow says, "I remain committed." The bottom video screenshot is a video of him with the upbeat battle song in the background. The song mentions it's time for slaughter and bloodshed, and there's no time to draw back. While he's listening and recording himself driving, he yells, Allahu Akbar, and then interrupts to declare his total devotion to God, saying that he is answering the call to heaven. Next slide. This photo, which I believe is out in the public, is a text up on the upper part. It's a verse from the Quran that it says, the believers who are true to what they promised God, some have died for the cause and some are still waiting, but will never change. The bottom caption has
We're having a good time,
where it says, burn or ignite their world, for we have a vengeance or a vendetta that we will never forget. The last meme that I'll show you is a screenshot that he was taking and sent to his sister in the parking lot as well, where he covers up the Israeli flag with the yellow cover paint there and puts the phrase Party of God or Hezbollah over the Israeli flag. And yellow is a color often and always used and represent Hezbollah's sense of loyalty and sacrifice. Finally, and most concerning, is approximately 10 minutes before the attack, he sends his sister 2 final videos. In Arabic, he records himself saying with this screenshot, this is the largest gathering of Israelis in the state of Michigan.
Hello.
In the United States. I have booby-trapped the car. I will forcibly enter and start shooting them. God willing, I will kill as many of them as I possibly can. He sends a quick 3-second video with the same screenshot shortly after and types the message, a special operation. In between these videos and photos, the assailant exchanged 5 short phone calls with his ex-wife, who called Dearborn Heights, the police department, requesting that they do a welfare check on her ex-husband.
Oh.
And at 12:19, as we all know, the assailant drove his vehicle ramming into the doors of door 5, and he hit it twice. Tried once to hit it, had to reposition his truck, and then came in at a high rate of speed, going about 200 feet down the hallway. Between 12:20 and 12:22, the assailant and Temple Israel security guards exchanged gunfire before we see that the assailant appears to set off the fireworks from the interior of his vehicle at approximately 12:22. By 12:30, the vehicle is on fire and the hallway is full of smoke. We are very grateful that aside from the assailant, there were no additional fatalities. However, this evidence makes very clear the attacker intended to cause significant amounts of harm to the members and the children present at Temple Israel that day. At this stage of the investigation, we've continued to find no evidence of co-conspirators, nor do we have information that indicates a current and active threat to the community at this time. I also want to address a few points that have drawn some public attention. Despite what has been in the reporting in the media, at the time of this incident, the assailant was not the subject of or referenced in any prior FBI investigation, nor was he on the terrorist watch list. There was no evidence that he previously visited or conducted pre-physical surveillance or pre-attack surveillance at Temple Israel prior to the attack. There were no additional improvised explosive devices besides the fireworks that we have described in the vehicle other than what we've already put out. And based upon the size of the water containers, we now assess that the subject used approximately 35 gallons of gasoline, not just the 20 to 30 that I had previously stated, in attempts to enhance his fireworks to set off the vehicle. Finally, I want to extend a deep thanks to my federal, state, and local partners, as well as the Jewish community organizations that have worked with us throughout this response. Their partnership has been and continues to be essential to our investigative efforts, as well as our shared mission to keep the Jewish community safe from any future threats. Thank you. And I'll now turn it over to the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Michigan, Jerome Gorgon.
Okay. Wow. 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 Woo. Okay. Whoa. Hello. That's wild. Right? Right? It's a little wild. Oh, wait. I thought we already did this. They did a new press conference?
For future voyages to the moon. You're watching live coverage here on C-SPAN.
For our L-2 briefing, I'm Courtney Beasley, NASA Communications Specialist, and I am joined today by our Associate Administrator, Amit Shathria, Charlie Blackwell-Thompson, Launch Director, John Honeycutt, Chair of the Artemis 2.
Let's double check in. Let's make sure that there's no other news that we're missing for the day. Let's get through the news, right? All right, let's get through it. Let's see what we got here.
All family pharmacy. If you want to have medical freedom, one of the foundations
involved in recovering the money. The fraud team, the FBI Cash Patel, is out there every day arresting bad guys, and pretty soon I wouldn't be surprised if Cash Patel is putting handcuffs or certainly booking John Brennan based on what we're hearing down in Florida. There are some people that went and got phone records of Susie Wiles. They could be arrested soon. So you're beginning to see machinery, which was very slow at the beginning because you had to get this evidence put together, now starting to get into targeted prosecutions, targeted arrests, and I think a lot of
because that's what we should be worried about, not that investigation we were just listening to. We should be worried about arresting people for political violence with elections or something.
Time frame. I think we'll see a bunch of significant arrests and indictments in the next 2 months.
Oh golly!
You mentioned Brennan. Are there others? You know, obviously he was a big one. I think he was one of the guys that lied before Congress and perjured himself, and not only does he not get punished for that, he gets, a job being a commentator talking about ethics on CNN. I mean, it's sort of, ironic, but it is typical in terms of, Democrat projection. Accuse others of doing what you're doing yourself. They seem to do that a lot. Are there other big names that the people watching this show would know that perhaps weren't covered under the sort of, Joe Biden last-minute blanket pardon for anyone who was doing his bidding?
Well, Comey got a subpoena just a couple of weeks ago. So the former FBI director, James Comey, got a subpoena. That is a sign that some of his work is an object or a concern of the grand jury down in Florida. So we're keeping an eye on that. I actually think if the grand jury decides that they're going to indict Brennan, and there was a very big action last week, the Senate and House transmitted official copies of the testimonies. You wouldn't need that unless you were about to indict someone. You could use the unofficial copies to introduce the grand jury. But if you ask for the official, it means your grand jury's thinking about doing something. I think after that, they're going to go down to people who may not be that famous, but who were the operators inside the FBI, creating and opening files. I mean, the other day I reported your dad was subjected to 4 consecutive code-named FBI investigations. From the summer of 16 to January 25, he was under continuous investigation by the FBI, treating a man who was twice elected by the American people president as though he were a security threat, a counterintelligence threat. Who opened those cases? What agents created the predicate? I think there's a lot of activity right now looking at whether agents open cases against your dad and against his followers and his friends and his assistants on false pretenses. And so they may not be sexy names, but they were people who were at the heart of weaponization. I think that'll be the next round of indictments after a decision's made on John Brennan.
Okay. Oh, this one. We didn't even get to this. This is crazy. This is crazy, y'all.
Technology.
God did not make. So literally a Chicago Bulls player, a NBA player, was removed from the Chicago Bulls team for speaking privately on social media. Obviously, I mean, he's speaking publicly about how he feels, but he's allowed to have his private thoughts, I thought. But apparently, you're not allowed to say, I'm tired of LGBTQ week at the NBA, because it gets you fired, guys. You can't be anti-LGBTQ and be in the NBA. The NBA is still one of the wokest retard festivals ever. That's why when we play video games here on the weekend, we play baseball, because apparently the NBA still hasn't learned their lesson. They're still firing Chicago Bulls players for speaking out, having their own opinions.
God did not make a man to be with a man. How God did not make a girl to be with a girl. God made a man for the purpose of procreation, to have another child. How can a woman bear a child with a woman? How?
Now, mind you, that was the full statement. He is a professional basketball player, and he was fired for saying that. Wow. Wow. If you ever needed one last reason to never watch an NBA game again, there it is, fellas. I don't watch the NBA anymore, nor do I.
Those are things that they're looking at right now. There are 2 American companies that were mentioned as the ultimate destination where the money would go before it was disseminated. Those were redacted from the report because obviously you want to preserve the lead gen for the Justice Department and the FBI. But the Intercept clearly named the American companies that they thought ultimately would be disseminating the money to the DNC and to Joe Biden. So there's a lot of information in the raw NSA reports, and it seems to me that the Trump administration has hit the ground running now. And so I think J.D. Vance will be involved in recovering the money. The fraud
Same
team,
with
the
WNBA.
FBI Cash
Facts.
Patrol is out there every day arresting bad guys. And
just watch the Final Four. On Saturday, guys, we are going to do a live reaction to the Illini Final Four game. Just watch the March Madness. It's only basketball that matters. All the rest of this woke nonsense. Wokey nonsense.
This is a great place to work with great American brands.
I put 4 kids.
NFL lost me too.
Sort of just
for the most part, but Americans, football's a pastime. It's a little tough.
mentioned.
It's a little tough in Texas to not watch football. Only when the Celtics play.
But we've been covering the fraud everywhere.
As a Bulls fan, I say
Where Minnesota, California, rampant, and I'm sure they'll get into a lot of that. But, now Ukraine. I mean, J.D. Vance has a fraud task force. Kash Patel is turbocharging the fraud probes. We have a new joint task force with the FBI and HSI in the One Big Beautiful Bill. How can we, bring all of this together to deliver, actual
fuck Trump and fuck all the mega morons who voted for him?
We see this stuff all the time.
I stick to college football.
It's
College
football, a never-ending
too.
amount of fraud and almost a never-ending amount of culprits. Yet I know I do, and I'm sure all the people watching, they want to see indictments. Now they got to understand there is a
I love Larry Bird, biggest smash talker.
process. Maybe explain that a little bit, because if you break the process, you break that sort of chain a little bit. It's a lot worse, because not only will nothing happen, they'll weasel out of it and probably continue this stuff. But can you talk a little bit about that? Because again, I think people do want action. It seems the Democrats get action without following the rules. We won't get that. If we get venue shop to a judge who would throw it out in 2 seconds. So we have to play by a different fact set, unfortunately. But how does all that work right now?
Well, I think one of the things that you're seeing is a little bit of innovation by the Trump Justice Department in where they pick venues. So, if you go to D.C. and New York, you're not going to get a conviction. Traditionally, that's where most big government fraud cases have gone. However, if a single subcontractor is in another state, or if a single contractor, NGO is in another state,
we only have daddies. We only have daddies here.
Move cases to those states. That's how the grand conspiracy case is now down in Miami. Last week, you saw Bill Pulte, the federal
FU 1031, Trump 2028, Laura Trump 2032, Barron Trump 2036, Kai Trump 2040. How come you don't go fight your daddy's wars? I will. Where did my PlayStation controller go? Lindsey Graham hasn't hired me for $100,000 a year to use a PlayStation controller to go blow up Iranians, but by all means, if he wants to hire me, I'm available.
Housing Finance Administration Director and the head of Fannie Mac and Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae, he referred Letitia James a second time. She gets cleared in Northern Virginia the first time. He sends a second referral this time. He sends it to Florida and to Chicago, because that's where the mortgage insurance companies or the house insurance companies were based. That's an innovative way of potentially tackling this and getting around some of the jury nullification issues that we've seen in D.C. and New York. There is a brand new Assistant Attorney General just for fraud. So there's a whole new division of the Justice Department dedicated to fraud. New resources, new mindset, new top-down management. This case, if it were to be proven, if you could find the grant and the money moving, would be tailor-made for that division. And then you'd bring it in the venue where the best, or the jurisdiction where the best opportunity is for conviction based on the evidence. And so...
Netanyahu.
The real reason you're stiff.
Will the West wake up?
You can live
Will you wake up?
very long time with
Have gun will travel.
My wife.
And the question is, will the West wake up? And because it's not obvious. Churchill called it the slumber of democracies. He said democracies go to sleep and they can only wake up with a jarring gong of danger. It sort of wakes them up. Well, it may not wake them up because Iran has been pursuing nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them to
AOC under investigation now.
To Washington, to New York, to Los Angeles, and everything in between.
You're a missing link retarded Medicare white cosplayer. Oh, cool. Cool story, bro.
And to London, Paris, and Berlin. And nobody woke up. And I've tried to...
He's trying to wake them up. He keeps bombing everybody, but nobody wants to wake up.
Say that to him. Well, I hope they're waking up now. But I'll tell you one man who woke up. He didn't need waking up. It's Donald Trump. Yep. He said 40 years ago, he said Iran is the great danger when they took over hostages.
Crockett and AOC are working in the corner for free.
The American embassy, he said, this regime has to be confronted. He's talked to me about the need to prevent Iran from having nuclear weapons. He was very clear on that. He walked out of the disastrous Iran deal that paved Iran's way with gold towards a nuclear arsenal. If that deal had been consummated and it hadn't walked out, they'd already have nuclear weapons with international approval.
How much time we got left now, guys, before overtime? Overtime is about 10 minutes away, guys. Remember the rules of overtime. If we go below 50 viewers, the night is over. If we are above 100 at the 4-hour mark, we go for a fifth. We go for the double OT. We don't got much news left tonight, guys. So as excited as you might be, even if we do get pulled right away for being under 50, it might be good for us because don't got much news on this tonight. I don't know why they keep showing me that. I'm skipping
our
this.
newsroom this afternoon, these three men will spend the next quarter of a century behind bars for killing an Amityville man.
Up, Bernie is
the DA says the three men beat Juan Carlos Diaz Geronimo back in 2024, forced him into the trunk of a car, and dumped his body in Farmingdale. Gustavo Hernandez and his nephews, Walter Ramirez Geronimo and Wilson Ramirez Geronimo, pled guilty to manslaughter. They were each sentenced to 25 years in prison.
Damn. Okay, we covered that already.
Have you looked at your credit card statement lately?
No.
You're working 40, 50 hours a week just to buy groceries.
I spoke with Mayor Smiley's office over the phone this morning. They tell me the mayor wants this mural taken down. We stopped by the site earlier today. The mural still stands incomplete on the backside of the Dark Lady, a gay club downtown.
Okay.
It's part of a nationwide project to honor Irina Zarutska, who was stabbed to death in...
Okay. They're trying to pull down a fucking painting of Irina?
North Carolina last summer. Her death made national headlines with some conservatives, including President Trump, pointing to lenient court systems in Democrat-run states. Elon Musk also made a sizable donation to the mural project. I spoke with the painter behind the Providence mural on Friday. He says he never viewed the tribute as political, and some people I spoke with this afternoon agree.
Here in Rhode Island, in Providence, this is what we're about. We should be accepting of everything and take politics aside. Honor the people who need to be honored and just stop, And I know the divisiveness of today's politics, and it can be very, very divisive, but stop.
Yo, win this lady.
She needs to be on it.
Win this lady. Win this lady.
Shortly after that interview, we were approached by one of the owners of the Dark Lady. He requested that we leave, saying this whole experience has been very distressing. He did not want to comment further. In the meantime, we're working to set up an interview with Mayor Smiley to ask why he wants the mural removed. In the studio, I'm Ryan Medeiros, NBC 10 News.
Wait, so the owner told them to leave because he can't handle that there was news coverage that the mayor wants to shut the mural down? This is crazy. That's disgusting. I'm sorry. Fucking put the mural up. Stop it. This is retarded.
This is a great place to work with great American brands.
Oh man, I grew up in Providence, corrupt, sick city.
Convenience stores, restaurants.
Well, there's messages and some direct talks going on between some inside of Iran and the United States, primarily through intermediaries, but there's been some conversation. And I think the president always prefers diplomacy, always prefers an outcome. And we could have done this before. I mean, imagine an Iranian regime who, instead of spending billions of dollars supporting terrorist groups and building up all these weapons, had invested that money into Iran for the people of Iran, so they wouldn't have water shortages, so their economies would provide opportunities for an incredible people. The people of Iran are incredible people, very resourceful, very entrepreneurial, but it's their regime that's been a problem. And instead, they've chosen to spend the wealth of their country to support Hezbollah and Hamas and Shia militias inside of Iraq, and to try to destabilize Syria when Assad was there, and all over the world to sponsor terrorist plots and build these drones and build these weapons to threaten their neighbors unnecessarily. So we would always welcome a scenario in which Iran was led by people that had a different view of the future and had a different view. And if that opportunity presents itself, we're going to take it.
Hell yeah, Mr. Rubio's.
Tired of your devices spying on you? Discover privacy-focused technology.
Do you have any issues with Mujtaba Khamenei staying in power once this is over, and the IRGC continuing to play the crucial role it plays now?
Well, let me say, first of all, we don't even know if he's in power. I know they say he's in power. No one has seen.
Imagine the U.S. that didn't spend so much on military and might get health care. That's not kind of how that works.
Seen him. No one has heard from him.
Building ships doesn't all of a sudden make healthcare happen. The reason you don't have healthcare is because there's 535 ship bags that went on vacation for 2 weeks, and they don't care about you. Cheap drones take all of it out anyway.
It's very opaque right now. It's not quite clear how decisions are being made inside of Iran. But our objectives here from the very beginning had nothing to do with the leadership. But would we love to see a difference? Do we think the people of Iran deserve better leadership than what they've gotten from the clerical regime? 100%. Would we be heartbroken if there was a change in leadership? Absolutely not. If there's something we could do to facilitate that, would we be interested in participating? Of course. But that was not the objective of this operation. The objective of this operation was, which I outlined now and the president outlined clearly on the first night, is the destruction of their Air Force, which we've achieved, the destruction of their Navy, which we've largely achieved, the destruction of their factories, which we are well on our way to achieving, meaning factories that make these weapons, and significantly reducing the number of missile launchers that they have so they can't continue to threaten their neighbors and America. Those were our objectives. That's what we're focused on, and that's what we are well on our way towards achieving.
Facts. I believe him. Sipping that margarita, I'm Cinco de Mayo. I'm telling you. Where are we at? Where are we at? Are we there yet? We are 5 minutes away, guys. 5 minutes away. Sean Lawrence coming back in. Come on, Alex. You know you don't care about this shit anyway. You just go with the wind, man. I don't just go with the wind. I'm here for all opinions. Which part am I not here for? I've said since the start, since the first day of the Iran war, I will support the Iran war until Cinco de Mayo. 60 days. I'm giving him 60 days. If I'm sipping a margarita, if I believe it's over, it's done. If not, I don't know. Then I'm going to have to reconsider a lot. And I'm telling you, it is potential, especially with this boots on the ground shit and all that. But we're only going to get into the boots on the ground shit if it's real. We're not going to clickbait you into it. Our poll of the day, 412 of you in, who will be president in 2028? 47%. J.D. Vance, 36% Gavin Newsom, 17% Joe Rogan. Are you sending your offspring? I don't have offspring. And if I did, I'd send them. I'd send them off to die. I'd send them off to die. Die on the boots of the ground of Iran. We have 3 minutes left. What do we got here? What is this?
Shout out to American
White House spiritual advisor Paula White speaking tongues.
Rachel, as long as you keep doing what you've always done, keep praying, keep prophesying. It's worth the fight. Don't ever stop that. I don't care how much they make fun of you. Keep doing it.
This is exactly the same as the No Kings weird ladies as they were singing in Native American. Speaking tongues is just as weird. We're not going to act like it's not. It's just as weird.
Because I'm telling you, there's an anointing of release right now.
Trump needs to be removed immediately.
I want $100,000 to come in.
I said a hip hop, the hippity hippity hip 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 the hippity hop, and you don't stop rocking to the bang bang the boogie. Say you jump the boogie to the rhyme of the boogie to the beat. Yeah. Say what?
$100,000. There are people, there are 10 people that could give $10,000. There's 100 people that could give $1,000. Get a check, make it payable to Paula White Ministry. There are people that are watching right now.
This is a White House spokesperson. This is a White House spokesperson, everybody.
A sacrificial seed. This isn't for me.
Wild.
This is about kids that will die without you being obedient. This is about kids who are going to be minstrels and instruments and warriors and mighty for God. This is about kids who are going to make a difference. I'm not going to take everybody's blessing. Come on. I'm going to tell you, get a seed of sacrifice. There's only 3 envelopes. I'm not moving. I'm not going to lay hands on people till you're obedient. Get out of your seat. Come on. And come bring up a seed.
Come bring up a seed. Give me your money. Give me your money. I need your money.
There's one simple sugar hack anyone can use to reset their blood sugar almost
Greetings,
overnight.
Goyam.
It works
We are
so
the
well
good
that
guys. I
thousands of men
promise.
and women
Rubs
are already-
hands.
News tonight: a U.S. Marine is facing federal
She's no M&M.
charges accused of stealing military weapons from
Uh-oh.
a Southern California base and then
Uh-oh.
selling them in Arizona.
Uh-oh.
Prosecutors say 23-year-old and
23-year-old. Yo, Gen Z for the win again, y'all. Taking military weapons, selling them to a different state. No, is she related to Olstein?
Paul Amarias, an ammunition technician stationed down at Camp Pendleton, allegedly took a Javelin missile system and large quantities of ammunition, trafficked
Hustler!
co-conspirators, and made
Hustler!
a profit. Undercover
Hustler!
agents, though, were able to
Bro fucking sold it on Facebook Marketplace. Want to tell me anything? I bet you anything.
buy some of the stolen ammo, and one of the missile systems was recovered. However, they think about 2 million rounds of ammunition could still be missing.
What?
Amarias pleaded not guilty to those charges.
Not guilty. How you be not guilty on that one? You know you're not wrong about the origins of speaking tongues. It is kind of just riffing off of the Muskok hymns. Yeah, I mean, it's the same shit. It's delusional, crazy ladies fucking going batshit. In America! 44. We are live. Okay, guys. 422. Shut up and let us listen. Shut up and let us listen. Let us listen. Let us listen to what? Not much to listen to.
If you live in the United States,
we are in
there is
overtime right now,
something
guys.
That is about to happen. And
favor this. Chuck Schumer's on record of saying that Iran was a threat to this country.
Overtime, but we are already below 50. So double tap, hit that like button. We are going to finish the rest of the news from the cables. So another 15 minutes or so. And then it's a wrap time. Because we are below 50 already, so we are going to wrap it up in about 15 minutes. But we will cover the rest of the news from today. Let's check it out.
But because Donald Trump...
Double tap, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Remember, you too can join like Sean Lawrence or Darlene and become a North Korean. We have 38 North Koreans. You guys have all access to 17 feature films right there on my YouTube page. All for just $3 a month. Help the channel. We are here covering the news at least 3 hours a day, live. We're even going into overtime tonight.
Doing it. They're rooting for us to fail because that means that there's a success for Donald Trump. They should, of course, be rooting for Donald Trump because it's rooting for America. Every American should be safe. The Israelis should be safe. And what he has done, and I think this is a big difference between the Bush doctrine, he said, I'm not getting us into an endless war. I am not going to put a ton of troops on the ground and do some invasion and take over. I am going to bomb them into submission. I'm going to force them to the table. I'm not going to appease them, which is what Obama and Biden did, sending them literally billions of dollars in cash, freeing up countless billions outside that people forgot about. And where did that money go? It went to the terrorists. It went to Hamas. It went to Hezbollah. It went to all these groups that were killing innocent people. And so he said, I'm going to fix this problem. It will be my legacy, but I'm not going to invade. I'm not.
Imagine going over to Iran and losing your life to total BS. Let's hope he doesn't put boots on the ground. Too many people think it's a game, but they wouldn't go near a war zone.
Going to try to turn this into we're exporting democracy. That's why
I think you're right, Ronnie.
That's why every American, I believe, should be in favor of this, because they were killing more American troops than any other group in my lifetime. That is a fact. And when you say the left's like, well, they're not really a threat, say that to the parents who go and look at graves on Memorial Day of their children that were killed by roadside bombs and by terrorists that they trained and they gave safe haven to in Iran. That happened, and that's how they got killed.
Oh, so we're supposed to lump in every Middle Eastern death now to justify boots on the ground, guys. That's what we're doing now. That sounds like a crock of shit if I've ever heard it.
Right now at Chicago Steak Company, get 8 free 8-ounce gourmet steaks.
Oh yeah, a free one? No way.
Deputies say John Panici stole an encrypted access key from a voter
registration
terminal.
Freedom isn't free. Sometimes you have to fight for it.
Officials say even though it was for training, someone could still use that key at a voter registration kiosk for malicious reasons. Detectives were able to identify Panici. Deputies say they found the stolen key at his home and a large amount of electronic and digital storage devices there too. Overnight, the Republican Party of Florida weighed in on Twitter, calling this potential corruption in a razor-thin election. Closely monitoring the investigation for accountability and protect election integrity.
Fucking go Florida!
Now, right now, authorities have not mentioned if any voter data was compromised during this situation. Of course,
what freedom? It's being secured in the current conflict.
We learn more. We'll keep you posted.
I don't know. Sipping the margarita on Cinco de Mayo. If the war's over, I will support it. The day after, you watch me. I'm going to turn into fucking straight up Jon Stewart. You watch me. I said 60 days. That's all I'll give him.
Be prepared if you live near any of.
All right, check this out. A Florida fisherman's catch of the day turned into the catch of a lifetime after battling for 5 hours to reel in a monster 400 pounds.
500-pound swordfish.
Swordfish.
Joining us now is that captain of Above and Below Fishing Adventures, Jose Rodriguez Jr. Jose, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations. So walk us through this experience start to finish. What was it like reeling this 500-pound fish in?
Darlene, thank you for the super chat. In the overtime. Appreciate you, Darlene. Appreciate you so much.
Yeah, it was definitely a fish of a lifetime. You weren't expecting it. But it's definitely a step-by-step process that takes quite a while.
Be here in 60 days, I'm telling you. Cinco de Mayo, it will be our celebration. Will we be out of the war or won't we? If we're not, I'm going full Jon Stewart.
Hello.
I'll do it, guys.
I am
I'll do
Douglas
it.
Solution, author of the new 2026 book.
Hey, calm down.
Negotiations today with Iran, getting a lot of the things that they should have given us a long time ago. See how it works out, but they're very good. Moving along very nicely. And they've destroyed a lot of additional targets today. The Navy's gone, the Air Force has gone, we know that. But we destroyed many targets today. It was a big day. And we are negotiating with them directly and indirectly. We have emissaries, but we also are dealing directly. And as you know, they've agreed to send 8 boats 2 days ago, and then they added another 2, so it was 10 boats.
Don't say that, Alex. I'm telling you, he's got to fix this war quick, Darlene. He's got to figure it out. I'm holding to it.
And now today they gave us as a tribute, I don't know, I can't define it exactly, but they gave us, I think out of a sign of respect, 20 boats of oil.
And you pedos know it. Okay.
Going through the Hormuz
I don't
Strait.
believe him.
And then they keep playing.
Don't go to the other side. I won't as long as we can finish this war by Cinco de Mayo, man. We got to do it. Got to do it.
Tomorrow morning, over the next couple of days, a lot of boats. And I would only say that we're doing extremely well in that negotiation. But you never know with Iran because we negotiate with them and then we always have to blow them up. Whether it's a B-2 bomber.
We can never negotiate with Iran. We always negotiate with them and then we have to blow them up.
or just terminating, as an example, the Iran nuclear deal done by Barack Hussein Obama, probably the worst deal we've ever done as a country, one of the dumbest deals we've ever done. But I terminated, unfortunately, otherwise right now they'd have a nuclear weapon. Then we did the attack with the B-2 bombers and we stopped them from having nuclear. And now we had to blow them up again. And we will probably, I think we'll make a deal with them, pretty sure.
Go to hell, always Trump's lies. Trump's lies. Trump's a liar. Liar, liar. Pants
The
on
U.S.
fire.
Treasury's new digital payout mandate is a direct threat to the autonomy of Social Security recipients.
Very good negotiations today with Iran, getting a lot of the things that they should have given us a long time
The
ago.
Butterscotch King, LOL.
See how it works out, but they're very good. Moving along very nicely. And they've destroyed a lot of additional targets today. The Navy's gone, the Air Force has gone, we know that. But we destroyed many targets today. It was a big day. And,
Big day.
Negotiating with them directly and indirectly. We have emissaries, but we also are dealing directly. And as you know, they've agreed to send 8 boats 2 days ago, and then they added another 2, so it was 10 boats. And now today they
Finally back home and here. A long drive today. Oh, Bubba J007, appreciate you. We are in overtime. We're about to finish, though, because we did go below the 50 on the overtime. But we are going to cover the rest of the news for the day. So you get to catch us at the end here. We got about 20 minutes probably left. Welcome back, Bubba J007. Appreciate you joining the chat.
gave us as a tribute.
Hello, Alex and everybody.
I can't define it exactly, but they gave us, I think out of a sign of respect, 20 boats of oil, big boats of oil, going through the Hormuz Strait. And that's taking place starting tomorrow morning. Over the next couple of days, a lot of boats. And I would only say that we're doing extremely well in that negotiation. But you never know with Iran, because we negotiate with them and then we always have to blow them up. Whether it's the B-2 bombers or just terminating, as an example, the Iran nuclear deal done by Barack Hussein Obama, probably the worst deal we've ever done as a country, one of the dumbest deals we've ever done. But I terminated it, unfortunately, otherwise right now...
Ronnie, don't do it. Don't do it, Ronnie.
We did the attack with the B-2 bombers and we stopped them from having nuclear. And now we had to blow them up again. And we will probably, I think we'll make a deal with them, pretty sure. Whether it's possible, we won't.
I think we'll make a deal with them for sure, but it's possible we won't. Only Donald Trump.
For those over age 60, a major banking regulation that took
Only
effect this
Daddy
month
Trump
has changed the rules of retirement.
And to just further prove how unnecessary ICE has become in our communities, if they're able to go to every airport, and I saw them at the airport this morning as I flew to California, if they're able to stand there, do much of nothing, and pass out water bottles, why did we need them? Why were they so essential in our communities in the first place?
Huh? Huh?
There are large multinational criminal organizations that are doing healthcare fraud. So we are all hands on deck, because this is money that is not going to where it's supposed to go, but more importantly, it's being stolen from the American taxpayer. We need to be a high trust society. We need to understand that this is where the money is going. And this administration, this could be hundreds of billions of dollars in recouped money. And again, the programs are supposed to go to those in need.
It needs to go to the ones in need. And Daddy Trump says the ones in need.
There's one simple sugar hack anyone can use to reset their blood sugar almost overnight. It works so well.
So the market is well supplied, and we are seeing more and more ships go through on a daily basis as individual countries cut deals with the Iranian regime.
No sense.
For the time being.
Check out the Russians in New York.
Over time, the U.S. is going to retake control of the straits, and there will be freedom of navigation, whether it is through U.S. escorts or a multinational escort.
War in the Middle East with Iran will end. But to me, in order for the war to actually be completed, they have to do a few things. To finally put a stop to the regime, number one, that's been terrorizing nations for the better part of 47 years, they have to do the following. Once and for all, the U.S. needs to walk away with a few serious victories. First and foremost, this conflict cannot end until the U.S. makes it absolutely impossible for the Iranians to shut down the Strait of Hormuz again. I think you know why. Permanently internationalizing the waterway. Everyone will help us with that. Another major sticking point for me, America cannot just pull out of Iran until we obtain full retrieval of their 460 kilograms of uranium. They admitted they have it. We have to come get it. They even said they can make 11 bombs. That can happen. This means heavy cranes on the ground digging, 2 nuclear sites, get started. Hopefully the new troops coming there from the 82nd and possibly the Marines can make that happen. Subsequently, we need to end their ability to mass manufacture missiles and drones, not just destroy the ones they currently have. We know all their locations. Next, we need to put a full stop to Iran's funding of the proxies. No more money, no more weapons to Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, or any other terror group in the absence of resistance. State-funded terror has to end by Iran. And lastly, the United States military has to completely degrade the leadership of Iran.
We want it all.
At least 60 leaders are dead, eliminated. Let's add to that list. This will set up, hopefully, an overthrow of the government by its own people. That's not possible. It's actually probable. Without these 5 things, I'm afraid we can't declare ultimate victory and complete victory.
DJT is our daddy. He is our daddy. He had some funny statements on that plane. I'll give it to him for the day. Win Donnie Trump for the day.
This is a high-tech fuel saver compatible with all gasoline and diesel engines. Its use can reduce fuel.
Building a fence around the problem and wishing it goes away is not the answer. It would simply defer the next crisis. And that explains why they're so determined to end this conflict the right way. They're not looking to knuckle under. They're looking to fix this problem.
Weird.
Yeah, which underscores how bad this country is, how bad this regime
we really
has
have no
been,
idea how
how
many
dangerous
nukes
they
Iran
are.
has.
And if they get a nuke,
right.
I mean, we're all in trouble. This is in the world's best interest. So the countries around there, around Iran, in the Middle East, they get it. And certainly our dearest and closest friend there, the state of Israel, understand this in a real way. So, yeah, this is good for everybody. Good for America, good for Israel, good for the world, good for the Iranian people as well.
Didn't we talk about,
did
we take it out in June? I thought so. Apparently not.
We'll just have to see on that. But the
Sarah Lee, welcome to the chat.
Is what President Trump said during the campaign. No nuclear weapon for Iran.
Yeah.
Y'all. You too can be a North Korean. Join the chat. We got 38 strong. We're reaching almost 40 North Koreans. Become a North Korean. $3 a month. Help support the channel. And also get access to 17 feature films right there on the channel page. You know what, sir? The pot Joe Rogan should be the next president. There needs to be a true outsider that stirs the pot. Well, what do we gotten for him? He's only getting 16% right now. 46% JD on this one, guys. A little bit of news left for the day. Secretary of State on ABC earlier this morning.
Right now at Chicago Steak Company. Get 8 free 8-ounce gourmet steak burgers and our premium steak.
Every single one of these groups and all the destabilization in this region.
Buried it, but they got some out before.
Tracks directly back to the Iranian regime. Those things have to be addressed. And if Iran had been willing to address those in the past, we wouldn't be having this interview on this topic right now. Their refusal to do so and their continuing move towards one day acquiring a nuclear capability, these people are lunatics. They are insane. They are religious zealots who can never be allowed to possess a nuclear weapon because they have an apocalyptic vision of the future. And all of their neighbors know that, by the way, which is why all of their neighbors have been supportive of the efforts we're conducting.
Speaking of facts, Mr. Rubio's.
This is a difficult moment for America's children. There are so many threats that they face.
First of all, it's important to remember the objectives of this operation from the very beginning. We are destroying Iran's navy. We are destroying their ability to their missile launchers by a significant percentage. We're going to wipe out their defense industrial base, meaning their ability to make new missiles and new drones in the future, because it poses a great threat to the region. This Iran that you're seeing now, this is Iran at its weakest point.
True,
imagine them 2 years from now if they had thousands of more missiles, thousands of more missile launchers and factories to make even more. That was an unacceptable risk. It needed to be addressed, and President Trump is addressing it. Now, they are making threats about controlling the Hormuz Straits in perpetuity, creating a tolling system and the like. That's not going to be...
That's facts. Like, just say uncle, bro. Just say uncle.
allowed to happen. And the president has a number of options available to him if he so chooses to prevent that from happening. Obviously, I'm not going to discuss what those options are, and we're not going to discuss military tactics. The Department of War would be in charge of those things. I'd refer you to them, but obviously they're not going to discuss it with you either. But there is a way forward here to achieve our objectives. We are going to achieve our objectives in a matter of weeks, not months.
Okay. Yeah, you hear that? He's still going with it. I told you guys. Cinco de Mayo. That's what it is. Cinco de Mayo.
I am
USA
Douglas
stronger than
Solution,
ever before.
Of the new
What if
called
This is a view of the columns as they are going to be made. They're going to be hand carved and they're beautiful. Top of the line. They'll be Corinthian, which is considered the best, most beautiful by far.
Some people would say this is crazy that Donald Trump is talking about the White House ballroom on Air Force One on a Monday. But he's at work while 535 of his colleagues all decided to go on vacation at Disney World. So if he wants to talk about his ballroom, let Daddy Trump talk about his ballroom. Okay? USA stronger than it ever was before.
So we're ahead of schedule and under budget. And all of this money, all of the money paid are paid by myself and donors. And it's all donors. There's not one dime of government.
You will achieve your objectives with lots of body.
Now the military is building a
ballroom, waste of money.
Under the ballroom, which has come out recently because of a stupid lawsuit that was filed. But the military is building a massive complex under the ballroom. And that's under construction, and we're doing very well. So we're ahead of schedule. That's part of it. The ballroom essentially becomes a shed for what's being built under the military, including from drones and including from any other thing.
The president never stops. I love this POTUS. That's right, Daddy Trump needs to dance. Trump on the charge. I can't believe that the lawsuit is what got... Like, he's admitting now that the military base is going to be built underneath it.
The last...
Mega donors paid in full for the ballroom.
On the windows, you see the big windows.
But did we pay for the secret military base underneath? Did the taxpayers pay for the secret military base underneath the building? And talking about how much that costs. And it is top secret. I wonder how the World War II vets would have gone about this.
The glass is
That's true. Probably cut the Iranians' heads off.
That's
what they would
do.
do.
The windows are bulletproof. I think the Times wrote, gee, some of the windows are fake. We have no fake windows. They talked about a stairway in the South. We don't have a stairway in the South.
Yes, we did.
A long time ago. But this is a view of it from the north, and that's, if you see it, it fits in with the White House. It's almost a twin to the White House. It's something we just wanted to pay tribute to the White House. And so that fits in beautifully. Let me just see another one. Here's another one. Wait, excuse me, wait. I thought I'd do this now because it's easier. I'm so busy that I don't have time to do this.
Right, exactly. When you think about it, it actually helps him and it makes sense. You're like, this is crazy. Donald Trump's talking about a ballroom on a fucking plane and there's so much thing going. This is why he's talking about it on a plane. Because he can't sit down and do a presentation about a ballroom right now.
But,
Mister, hey mate.
And other things. But this is very important because this is going to be with us for a long time, and it's going to be, I think it'll be the greatest ballroom anywhere in the
Who's
world.
going to pay for maintaining and upkeep of the fake gold? You are. Okay, whatever.
That's the White House, exactly the same height. And if you look, you have the White House over here, you have this.
Mr.
And that's a duplicate of
Maggot.
the wall, so it pays total homage to the White House. Which
Hello, hello. Wait, where was that at? Oh, that was a ballroom. Okay. U.S. in currently engaged in a serious discussion.
Good things for you. I had Moments ago, President Trump took to Truth Social to give an update about the situation. He said, quote, the United States of America is in serious discussions with a new and more reasonable regime to end our military operations in Iran. Great progress has been made, but if for any reason a deal is not shortly reached, which it probably will be, and if the Hormuz Strait is not immediately open for business, we will conclude our lovely stay in Iran by blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells, and Karg Island, and possibly all desalination plants, which we have purposely not yet touched. Now, the president's comments come after a series of U.S. and Israeli strikes over the weekend that targeted Iran's steel sites and nuclear development facilities. Reports indicate the president is considering a limited ground operation inside of Iran, following the arrival of the USS Tripoli, manned with 3,500 troops, including 2,500 Marines, to the CENTCOM area of operation.
Vladimir who? There's a lot of Vladimirs. A lot of American citizen Vladimirs out there. You know, because of the Cold War,
Hashtag Rumble Takeover in the chat.
I've been watching Mike Lee, and I understand it's the other side of the chamber. I understand that. But I'm just curious because I think a lot of people are frustrated, quite frankly. They're saying to me, and I'm sure to you too, what has to happen in order to ensure election integrity?
There's nothing more important than election integrity. If we don't have that, we don't have a republic. You have to. Sometimes you win close elections, and sometimes you lose them. But as long as you believe in the result, that it was fair, honest, and open, you can live with it. And that's why this was so important. And if you're ever going to have a walking filibuster, it would have been on this specific issue. And you're right. We share the same building, the House and the Senate, but it's like a different universe. The way in which they operate is so fundamentally different than ours. We have majority rules. If we have one more vote than the minority, we can pass legislation. They, with their 60-vote threshold to end debate, it's completely different. And it's just, I think, I joke, but sometimes it's like they put their powdered wigs on. Is Jesse Ventura? And if a House member goes over there, they say, "Oh, have you been checked for lice?" I mean, it's really like that different. I'm befuddled.
I'm a befuddled. Okay, bro. You're a part of the 535 I want fired.
I was diagnosed with ulcerative colitis when I was 22.
Nobody a bot?
For 18 years now, and the first 14 years.
No, I think he's a Nick Fuente. He's a Nick Fuente. Fair result 2020. I think Nick Nobody is a Nick Fuente because he started with the Joe Kent to start with. He was like Joe Kent 2028. Like, okay, bro.
Will you be forced to pass ICE funding through a budget reconciliation process, or how is this all going to end?
It's not. It's never going to end. We're going to collapse the government.
You'd hope that the Democrats would stop the
It's
fear-mongering.
It's going to be about the Democrats?
Loving your country more than you hate Donald Trump. That's a start. We're at war, and they're talking about playing with a political football, and they're being performative over homeland security of all things at this time.
Trump is in charge of this world. Don't think he isn't.
It really smacks of, just really kind of runaway adolescent behavior.
He's about to show you. He's about to show you what's up. Show you what's up. Show you what's up.
I've been an autoimmune sufferer for most of my life. The most recent autoimmune that I had.
Of the government. Does the president have the constitutional authority to pay those TSA workers like he says he wants to do?
I'm of the opinion that he does, and I applaud him for doing that. This has gone on way too long. The Democrats should be ashamed of what they're doing here. They are playing politics with people's safety, with American safety. They're putting illegal immigrants and terrorists above the safety of the American people, and it's despicable. I spent a lot of time in airports, as you would imagine, and I can tell you the lines have been long, and people are frustrated. They're mad. They're upset, and with good reason. You know, they're missing funerals, they're missing family events, missing important meetings, all of this, because the Democrats, again, are putting illegal immigrants and terrorists.
It's the Democrats' fault. I don't know how my job works. Yep, okay. Get back to Congress, you dumbass. Okay. Go on. They really will never let it end, do they? What is this? Minnesota Somali fraudster stole millions in U.S. taxpayer sentence only 1 year.
This is a high-tech fuel.
1 year? That's it? 1 year? No, I want some cheesecake.
Its use can reduce fuel.
Meal site in Eden Prairie and collected $1.1 million that way.
The key takeaway from today's guilty pleas is that these 3 defendants, including one who knows how Feeding Our Future operated on the inside, are expected to be cooperating with the feds in the prosecution of the rest of the 49 defendants.
Where the heck are the allies? Just Israel is with us? Exactly. All right. No, we still got a few more here.
Leader Thune told me that they do not have the votes to terminate the filibuster.
I know, but that's part of being a leader. You have to get the votes.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I like him so much.
Thank you. Win Trump. Trump is on the right side. Trump's on our side, guys. Fucking, I understand what Thune is saying, but you have to get the votes. That's your job. Exactly.
He's a high quality person. And he told me the same thing. We don't have the votes. Well, he's only a couple of votes short, but that's what being a leader is. You have to get the votes. You have to get the votes.
Thank you. Thank you.
And those people will not be able to withstand the onslaught because Republicans and the country wants it. You know, it's polling at 87% voter ID. Think of it. We're talking about Save America. And it's not Save Act. It's Save America Act because it's saving America. The Save Act, nobody knows what it's saving. It's the Save America Act.
Except he loses, then we storm the Capitol. Why not Joe Kent? He did 20 years in the military and stood up to the Donald. Okay, yeah, bro, because he is Michael fucking Cohen all over again, and I'm not dealing with like fake ass people that just like try to write a book, like quit their job to try to write a book. Oh please, give me a fucking interview. My name is Joe Kent. I am the new Michael fucking Cohen. Pathetic. But why don't we vote for Michael Flynn? Why don't we do that? Vote for Joe Kent. Let's start a presidential campaign to vote for fucking Michael Flynn. There are better candidates. I would say I could go for a Tucker. Not a fucking Kent.
And you have to have it. The Save America Act, voter ID, all of these things, proof of citizenship. It's an 87% issue with all voters, including Democrats. The only ones that don't want it
Trump,
are
JFK.
Schumer and these corrupt Democrat leaders. Right? Because it will not give them the ability to cheat in an election.
Peter, when Europe saw the missiles can hit Paris and London, they thought better or not helping. Mike Flynn. Yeah, might as well. Mike Flynn for president, y'all. Mike Flynn and Michael Cohen together for president, y'all. There you go. Into the chat. Half an hour left of our overtime. We've got 536 votes in. J.D. Vance coming away with it so far. Joe Rogge's only getting 15% of the vote right now. He did start the night with 22%. We pumping it up. Double tap, hit that like button. We are in overtime. Let's get it back up above 100. See if we can get into that hour 5, guys. I did give you a little bit of slack on the 50. And then Darlene kept us going with the $3 super chat. So let's keep it moving. Daddy Trump, we don't got much news left, though. That is the case. It is a slow news week.
Would you sign a DHS deal without ICE funding in it?
No, ICE is vital to the
President Trump
of
again.
Our country. ICE, first of all, they're great patriots, but they are physically and mentally very strong people. And they are able to protect us from the animals that have been sent in, allowed to be sent in by the Biden administration, where you have people, jails were prisons from Venezuela, from the Congo, from all over the world, from every continent. They were allowed to come into our country, totally unchecked, totally unvetted. You can't have
an overtime team.
Soft,
Ice
weak,
baby.
Sad person deal with these. You need strong people. Now, they love our country. They're very brave.
In Canada,
they're very
please don't
strong,
come here.
like some of these guys. But you have to have these people removed, or you don't have a country. So we had the best crime numbers that we've had.
Nuggets.
Murder numbers, the best in 125 years. Think of it. Since the year 1900, before my father was born by a lot, we have the best crime numbers. And we're going to keep it that way. And that's despite the fact that so many criminals were allowed into our country.
Give us extra ice, please.
So we need ice. We need Border Patrol. The last thing you people want to see is our country overrun again by criminals. And that's not going to happen. We're not going to let that happen. And by the way, our country doesn't want that.
Facts from Daddy Trump. Facts.
This is a difficult moment for America's
Let them eat
children.
cake. We are in that moment.
Threats.
535 senators, 535 devils in suits decided not to show up for work today. Just went on vacation instead. Let's blame them all equally. Remove them all equally. I'm with Nick Nobody there on that one. But again, he is not a American. He's a Canadian. But I will say this is the let them eat cake moment. Send them to the Providence Daddy Trump. Maggot, clean up the crap. Stay free, my American friends. Appreciate you, Nick Nobody. Canada, the 51st state. Love the mods, the Hunger Games, and educate them at Brown University.
Really just go to a filibuster. They should terminate the filibuster. And they should vote. That's what I think. Look.
That's what I think too. Stop fucking going on vacation doing nothing. End the filibuster. Vote it. Do it. Done.
I think the Senate is playing
a fucking
game. It too soft. The Republicans are wonderful people, but we're dealing with very sick individuals. The Democrats are sick. There's something wrong. They're like terrorists, and we have to protect our country. We have to protect our border. We have to protect
think your
our
side
wall.
would lose the night.
It was up to them. They'd open up the wall. They'd let millions of people pour into our country again, and we've all been through that. And I don't care if you're liberal or you're conservative. What we have now is we have a beautiful, closed border. We're getting murderers out of our country that Biden let in, the administration, the Democrats. We're getting the drug lords out of our country. We're bringing them back to other countries.
Meanwhile, Trump wasted $100 million golfing this term.
Where they came from all over the world.
I'll give it to you. At least you're not blaming Republicans or Democrats. Let's not blame anybody. Let's blame them all equally. If you want to be mad at Daddy Trump, you can be mad at Daddy Trump, but that is a separate issue. Soon, everyone will be in Ukraine.
We have great crime numbers despite the fact that they let in 25 million people.
How's that work? Oh, you're saying we're going to end up like Ukraine. We're going to all look like Ukraine. Okay. Okay.
For those who can't stop discovering.
And we will probably, I think we'll make a deal with them, pretty sure. But it's possible we won't. But we've had regime change.
But he pardoned the drug lord, LOL, who voted for this
The one
idiot.
regime was decimated.
Not left or right, it's right versus wrong.
The next regime is mostly
Obama's
dead.
Wasteful spending.
And the third regime, we're dealing with different people than anybody's dealt with before. It's a whole different group of people. So I would consider that regime change. And frankly, they've been very reasonable. So I think we've had regime change. I mean, you can't do much better than that. The regime that was really bad, really evil was the first one. That was done. The second was appointed.
Friendly reminder to work out. Feel you, peace. Donald Trump is the best president we've ever had. 3 times, but maybe 4.
And they're gone. They're all dead. Other than one who may have a little
From
life.
Mary Lego to Epstein Island.
And then
Do you support LGBTQ rights?
And the third group of people that seem to...
I support the L, the G, and the B in that equation. I don't know what the queers are, but I'm cool with them. The T? Me and the T can have a fist fight. I got some fucking shit to deal with the T. The T wanna fight, they can fight, but they separate. They separate from the L, the G, and the B, okay? The L, the G, and the B are sexual orientations. The T is... Or no, the L, the G, and the B are sexual preferences. The T is... I don't even know what the fuck that is. Write the pallets of money to Iran. I voted for this and this, and glad I did. We would be in bad shape and if Kamala was in this spot. LGB and short kings. Nope. Okay, wait.
Be much more reasonable. It truly is regime change.
I won the USA ABF for Canada. No, really.
I think we have it automatically.
I think we have it automatically. Okay, guys. Remember, he said it. He said, I think we have it automatically.
I was diagnosed with ulcerative colitis when I was 22. That was in 2002, so I've had this disease.
But they gave us, I think, out of a sign of respect.
LG is okay, but all others are confused to me. I mean, I guess the bias, but I feel like the bias is she just haven't decided. I mean, like that's just, that's just dating. If you're not married, you haven't really decided what you're doing. I get it. But all of it is like sexual preference. It's not the same thing as T. As the bisexuals know, we stick together. The first person to throw a stone during Stonewall was a trans woman. Okay, good luck, bro. Good luck. Good luck. Not the same thing. I mean, unless you're a bisexual trans person, trans are not the same thing. And you will find out the hard way. Legs, guns, beers, titties, and quickies. Hell yes. Another 2 weeks of a health plan. Dang, Kamala would be on Air Force One with a bottle of wine. That would be legit on that one, but we would never see it because they would not allow us to film there. Dementia Donnie.
20 boats of oil. Big boats of oil.
Boats of oil!
Going through the...
Big boats of oil! Coming through the strait.
Place, starting tomorrow morning. Over the next couple of days, a lot of boats.
A lot of boats.
And
big boats.
I would only say that
the biggest boats.
Really well in that negotiation, but you never know with Iran because
if you like the buy, then you are the titter totter. Pick a side on the other. Exactly. I mean, I feel it. I'm just saying, if you're dating, if you're not married, if you're not in a committed relationship, I guess you could say you're bi. Usually, bi is just female in college. But that's my understanding of bi is female in college, and then a lot of the times they get really, really angry, and then they just stay bi. Budget reform is needed, spending up departments' budgets, or they lose the money. Not spending, just dumb.
We negotiate with
Bubba thinks everyone should be like him.
And then we always have to blow them up, whether it's the B-2 bombers or just terminating, as an example, the Iran nuclear deal done by Barack Hussein Obama, probably the worst deal.
It's funny you say what Biden has and said Donnie has it.
We've ever done as a country.
I am a bisexual guy. What? All right. Well, pick a fucking side. Do you like sucking dick, or do you like the pussy more? Which one? Which one do you like more? You can touch both, but which one do you like more? Yeah. Brown University, bye-bye.
The dumbest deals we've ever done. But I terminated, unfortunately. Otherwise, right now, they'd have a nuclear weapon.
Unfortunately, they'd have a nuclear weapon, so I had to bomb the shit out of them. I had to make sure they didn't exist anymore.
Rumble Wallet just changed the creator economy.
Ron Johnson slamming Democrats while he's on vacation. I'm on vacation, and I'm Ron Johnson. Patriotic.
Well,
Justin
I think
Flamin
laid it out that we had assurance from OMB that both CBP
what
and
Bubba
ICE
and hosts would do doesn't constitute
this fiscal year. So that was
what Americans allowed to do with their lives. JFC. Yeah, I know. I never did. I didn't say I control the world. We just sitting here having opinions. Brah. Nothing wrong with lesbians. Hot lesbians. Hot lesbians. Pink eyes or brown eyes. Girls have both. Come on, man.
It's the reality we were going into.
That is true. Maybe if you like the butthole, but it's if you like the dick. If you like the dick, but you also like the butthole, maybe you think you're bi because you associate the butthole as a female thing. Too many ball slappers. As I said, I'm bi, so both also, it's less about sex and more about romantic love. I don't care about that, for me at least. Okay, that's good for you. And you can keep it to yourself. You know who won't keep it to themselves? A trans lady!
With these negotiations,
she'll let us know about it.
Negotiating for the first 30-plus days of this most recent shutdown. So this
Opinions
is
are
the
like
only
bungholes.
thing
Everyone
we get
has
Democrats
one.
to agree to fund the rest of ICE, TSA.
Facts.
Fund the rest of DHS, TSA, Coast Guard, CISA, all these other things. Get that funded. Use the funding from the reconciliation.
I'm not going to do my job. I'm going to go on vacation on Fox News.
Then move to a reconciliation.
If you like the
process
poll,
we can
you're
fund DHS
simply
through 2029.
gay.
That'd be my preference.
But
again,
you just asked.
All we have to understand is Democrats.
He's getting
It's not Republicans that are refusing
warmed
to
up
fund
for
DHS.
prison.
It's Democrats. And you take a look at their record of opening up our border, flooding this country.
Oh, you're saying you're like insulted, like you're like you asked, like, well, you're the one that brought all this shit up, bro. Nobody was talking about anything to do with LGBTQ rights until you said, "Do you support the LGBTQ? Do you support or not support the cult of the LG and the B and the Q?" And I said, well, some of it, and then we had a conversation, and now we've had it. He's getting warmed up for prison. Hey now. Hey now! Not what the dreams are made of.
There's potential
Or
terrorists.
are they?
Iranian sleeper cells. We need to fund
Yeah,
these
good job. Good job not doing your fucking job.
agencies, but the Democrats can do this. They can be
It's
so
their
obnoxious,
fault.
so
Got it.
obstructionist because they are aided and abetted by the mainstream media who will never hold them accountable. So that's a reality we all face. Every Republican, both the
Out of
Senate
the
and the House, want to fully fund DHS, keep this America safe. It is Democrats
Stop,
who
you're
do not
hurting
want to
him.
do that.
All right. Another Republican not doing his job.
Takeover in the chat.
Well, it's really Democrats who are
It's really Democrats
fighting for basic restraints on ICE
That's
so
right,
that they're
that's
not massacring Americans.
I just want to let you know, when you see me at Disney World, I don't even want to be at Disney World. It was the Democrats. They made me go to Disney World.
In our streets. I mean, what Republican wants
Have a nice
ICE to
day.
be...
Well, farewell. This was an interesting conversation. Have a nice day. Absolutely. Appreciate you dropping in. Cool Sting Gray. Farewell.
killing American citizens? That's what I want to know. I mean, the fact that we're saying they should have body cameras, they should not wear masks like cowards, they should have identification like every other police officer in America, and we should make sure that they're not killing American citizens. I mean, these are just simple requests that Democrats are making that the vast majority of Republicans agree with out in America. Because it doesn't matter what your political stripe is. You don't want to get killed by federal agents in your streets. And yet Republicans in Congress are so subservient
It's a Republican
to Trump. So subservient.
Is this a robot or Osteen, a family member?
To the
Osteen
far
family
right,
member. Osteen family member.
that they would rather make a political point.
My Stingray is a C8. C8?
Than keep American citizens safe and get DHS paid.
Oh, okay. All right. And you're going to do that how? Oh, yeah, that's right. You're not going to do that. You're going to go on vacation instead. Got it.
This is a difficult moment for
Oh, is
America's
it?
children. There are so many threats that they...
Nope.
It's obvious that you can't get on the same page, and it seems like Democrats are still winning.
Yeah, well, it seems like nobody's winning because you guys aren't on the same page. 2 hours in, 591 votes. J.D. Vance, 47%. Gavin Newsom, 39%. Joe Rogan, 14%. 15 minutes left of the show unless we hit that magic number of 100. So make sure you double tap. Hit that like button right now. Here's the time to do it. Tap, share, like, hit subscribe, and hit that join button. Become a North Korean comrade like Darlene and Bubba and others. Sarah's another comrade in the chat. And you too can become a comrade. $3 a month. Join the club. Help support the channel. Appreciate you all. Here we go.
Yep. It's extremely frustrating, and that's why we passed a bill for the fourth time to make sure that we pay our Department of Homeland Security.
Then quit threatening
agents,
them with their family.
and the
Show
whole
me the
department.
money.
But this is a border fight. The radical Democrats want.
It's actually the Democrats' fault. See, every time.
And
It's
as
the
you
same
know, it
thing.
takes 60 votes in the Senate to get anything done. We need some common sense Democrats to.
It doesn't. It doesn't. You say, no more filibuster. That was invented in 1976, and we're not going to do that anymore because we're at war right now, and we need to move the fuck on. Joe Kent for president. Nah, ew, gross. Ew, gross.
Along with us, we are
Ew,
not
gross.
going to go back to the Biden administration policy where we have open.
Maybe I'll put Joe Kent as the third party tomorrow for you. If you come back, Nick Nobody, I'll put Joe Kent as the third party choice for you tomorrow if you're in the chat when we do the second hour. So if you're here around 5:30 tomorrow, 6:30 or around that Central Time-ish, we might put Joe Kent in the third party choice here. I guarantee you he's going to do less than Joe Rogan. J.D. Vance coming away with a 47%. Gavin Newsom, 39%. Joe Rogan, 14%. 12 minutes left of the podcast. Get your votes in. Double tap. Hit that like button. Send us back to over 100. Maybe we start back up again. I don't know.
Borders. It's just not going.
It's not going according to plan. It's not going according to my plan.
Advertisers.
Senator Cobb.
Expand your reach and elevate your campaign performance with
Let me
untapped
guess.
audiences.
It's the Democrats' fault.
Other parts of Homeland Security. Now, if Chuck Schumer and the Democrats would agree to pass,
wow! I can't believe this.
Short-term funding bill that the House sent us yesterday,
which we know they won't.
That would
Fuck
be
Joe
fine.
Kent.
We would come back. We would come back promptly to pass that bill.
Hey,
in
Sarah
past
Lee.
times, when you have dispute about a
J.D.
certain
Vance.
agency or certain policy, it's been custom for both
J.D.
parties when they're in charge
2023.
to pass a short-term funding bill. But the Democrats have become so radicalized on immigration that they're
Not
willing
23.
to inflict mass pain on TSA agents and the American flying public, and for that matter, to insist that ICE officers are subject to doxing so their families will be terrorized at their homes.
So-
Republicans will never agree to that.
We will never agree to that. We won't do it. We're better. Okay.
Rumble
well, then
Wallet just
stay and
changed the
work.
creator economy.
Kind of a game changer.
It's big news. Tip your favorite creators in crypto.
Sounds like you're
Fetterman, Kent, and JD tomorrow. No, you got to have Newsom in there because he's going to win. Because the four off is always the top four Kelchies, and then the top two advance, and then we get a third partier. We already did Fetterman. He lost like a shitbag out of rocks. I mean, what did he get at the end? Fetterman got 9%, y'all. Joe Rogie's going to do better than Fetterman at 14%. But Michelle Obama got 17%. Still, her highest performing third partier was Kamala Harris. I want to see Senator Josh Hawley. He tore up Minnesota DA.
Saying she would be open to your running for president, so you're not ruling it out, Senator?
I am definitely not ruling it out. I'm running for re-election. I hope New Jersey will support me for another 6 years. But what I love about her is she knows as a partnership we are better than we were before we met, and I'm excited about whatever challenges we may take on as a couple.
Is that him just like slightly adding in there that Cory Booker has thrown his name in the hat in the ring for something he's never going to win? A presidency?
She was our joy.
At the visual. AOC did better.
She made people feel like they mattered, like they were included, like they were enough. And she did that for me more than anyone. She carried my confidence for me when I didn't have any.
Fetterman is a patriot. That is why he lost. The Dems don't like him now. Oh no, Senator from Camden.
She made me feel pretty when I didn't feel pretty. She made me feel okay when I wasn't okay. She was my person. As a mom, I'm angry. I'm like completely heartbroken. And we are going to fight for justice for our sweet children. And we're going to fight for change.
Fuck. Whew. Guys, that's I don't even know what to say with that one. I feel like all the fuckery is what gets us there. 604 votes in, 9 minutes left of the podcast, guys. Let's take a look at
new mission
the presser.
management team
For Artemis. 2 days away from test launch on Artemis, guys. The fact was the face of the Scream term limits. Holly.
and Emily Nelson, chief.
Holly, I mean, maybe we put a Holly in there for that third party. But again, it's, I don't know.
Flight director.
Yeah, okay, maybe.
We'll be
yeah.
taking questions
We
shortly
do Holly.
from media here
That's
in the
2
room
Hollies.
and through our phone bridge.
Hollies
Before we get
tomorrow.
started, we will kick it off with some opening remarks from our panel. Amit.
Afternoon. Let's see. We just wrapped up our L-2 mission management team review.
I love the coast
and
of
the
Jersey.
team pulled
the
go to proceed towards
shores,
the planned
but it
April
gets
1st
worse.
launch attempt. The MMT walked through the usual readiness items, vehicle status, ground systems, flight hardware, and the integrated launch operations timeline. We also reviewed the most recent engineering assessments, program level preparedness, and any open items from earlier reviews, in particular the agency FRR. After thoroughly walking through each of these areas, the team concluded that everything continues to look good, and there are no issues preventing us from pressing ahead at this point. As we enter the pre-launch phase, the teams are in a strong posture, and the mission remains on track. Over the last 10 weeks, the agency has prepared a crewed lunar test vehicle for flight and also restructured the program that it belongs to. This was done deliberately. A crew that understands the campaign flies with greater purpose. A workforce that sees the road ahead holds a higher standard. This flight and the future reinforce each other. This is how Apollo worked, and this is how we will work. Through all of it, the signal of truth and rigor came through clean from the teams working on the machine to the decision makers. Nobody lost focus. Nobody cut a corner. The people in this room and in the control rooms and on the pad and at every center across the agency, you are all instrumental. The skills that you carry, the judgment you have built, the knowledge you hold, these are the things that are in the lifeblood of the agency. This mission is going to fly on Wednesday because you are here. As I said, the vehicle's ready, the system is ready, the crew is ready, and behind this flight stands a campaign. Landings, a lunar base, a nuclear propulsion into deep space. That begins, not ends, with what happens on Wednesday evening. I have complete confidence in this team and the NASA workforce. For everybody else, 53 years ago, humanity left the moon and did not return. Now we go back. The great challenges of the last century will run not in the command centers alone, but in our factories, where the industrial might of free nations.
We back, y'all.
Progress. This challenge of expanding the frontier will be won the same way.
Joe, like, imagine that. Like, yo, we've been fucking saying this moon landing was fake for forever, and this summer, America 250, we're actually going to see the summer of '69 all over again. We're going to see a legitimate digital age walking on the moon.
By the craftsmen, the engineers, and the industries of free nations building together what no nation can build alone.
Eli went back
and for all the
first.
children watching that are going to watch Artemis 2, you need to hear us. An optimistic vision of the future is not naive. It is buildable. So when you watch Artemis 2, think about it. When it lands, come and build it with us. With that, I'll hand it over to the launch director.
I don't want to go to Mars.
I appreciate that. It is really good to be here in the room with you today. And I think I said this when we came over for
Send
Wet
down
Dress.
on
I said
Elon
I
Mars?
really enjoy being here because generally it's something big is getting ready to happen. So thanks for all of you for being here today.
But
and
the
thanks
tech is
for
so much better.
coming along
Exactly.
with us.
It's like you can be skeptical for forever. What I'm saying is what's going to be cool is if this thing goes up, like in May, I think it's going to be like late May that they'll end up hitting the moon. We're going to like legitimately get to watch that on this show live. Like on a live YouTube show, we'll be able to watch a fucking moon landing. It's pretty baller. I don't want to work on a mine in Mars. I'm sorry. You have no other choice. That's the only job available. The robots have the rest.
On this journey and helping to tell our story. I am thrilled to say that our countdown.
That's right, Bubba. The great white sharks hang out with the Boardwalk Pier. True facts.
Clock picked up just a little bit ago and began counting
Respect
at 4:44 p.m. So while many of us have felt for the last several days and weeks and even months that we have a countdown clock and we were moving toward a targeted launch date, now the countdown clock shows that. And we are just about 2 days away from our targeted launch date. Our team has worked extremely hard to get us to this moment, and I am so very proud of the work that they have done. When we went through wet dress, the rollback, turning the vehicle
Most
around,
won't
getting
live
back
long
out to the
enough
pad,
to
and then
see.
performance plan, and really being ahead of plan.
Why? Are you saying there's going to be like a nuclear holocaust or something? Because we're going to see it this summer. Don't say that. Don't say most won't live enough to see. Oh, you're saying live enough to see us on Mars. I feel you on that one. No, I can't work in a coal mine in Maggot's country. That's all that's left. I'm sorry, man. We're summoning you there. That's where you go. Oh, thank you.
And as we rolled into this
Space
weekend.
station on the
I think
moon.
Sean mentioned yesterday that we roll back out on the 20th.
Or a mine on Mars
and
in the
since we've
future.
been back out at the pad over these last 10 or so days, we've got the All of our planned work is complete. Launch countdown preps are complete. We had all of them essentially done on Saturday. Emergency egress system is configured, ready to go. Crew access arm configured. We are now into,
Send
like
Nick
I
to
said, our
Mars?
launch countdown
I think he wants to go.
operations. So we'll power up Orion a little bit later this evening, and then core stage a little bit later after that, and then ICPS will follow. We'll begin the configurations of the vehicle, the checkouts that we do prior to getting deeper into our countdown, and all of
The
this
American
will take us
dream,
over
to go to
the
Mars
next day
and
or
become
so.
miners.
We do
Facts.
have our Heritage EN2 changeover.
Got to keep the blue collar alive somehow.
Will happen early in the morning on the 1st, and as you know, that kind of sets the pace for when we can tank the vehicle.
Thank you so much for the channels in every country in the world. I love you all the heart. I love you all over the world. Appreciate you. Tell you what, I'm afraid of the dark.
Our LD go for cryo load is...
Then you would not go on this rocket. Darlene, you're not going to learn. I won the USA ABF for Canada, LOL.
At 0734.
Oh, forget the men are from Mars, women are from Venus.
We did put a new hold, or we extended the hold a little bit in the countdown just before tanking. So if the work is done,
Somehow don't think man was meant for space. I liked.
And the team is ready, we may tank a little bit before that. We'll make that decision on console.
Appreciate you.
The tanking is planned for 0734, and that puts us, if everything goes to plan, with all stages replenished and the closeout crew ready to head to the White Room somewhere after 1 o'clock. Our flight crew will depart the...
Sarah Lee with the big super chat at the very last second of the night. We're just into our last presser. Just looking at night 2 of Artemis. We're 2 nights out from becoming the same thing that our grandparents were. A 1969 revival, y'all. Plus, I'm out. Appreciate you, though. Sarah Lee with the super chat. Can't we all just take our red hats off and get along? We don't all have red hats on. So that's you're drawing the conclusions. I have a blue hat on.
For 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and we'll count down. We'll get them in the ship. We'll do comm checks, make sure all of that's good, get the crew module configured, and we will count down to our T-minus 10-minute hold. Once we finish up that 30-minute hold and all systems are go, we'll pick up the count and we'll count down to our T0. So that's a little bit about our milestones and kind of where we are. It is an exciting time. It's an exciting time for this team and our crew and really our nation and the world. So we'll, as many have said, even yesterday and as we talk about in all of our management meetings, we'll fly when this hardware is ready. We'll see if it's ready to go in just a couple of days.
Draft beer, not
all
kids.
Indications are right now we are in excellent shape as we get into count.
Appreciate
and with that, I'll hand it over to John.
Thank you, Charlie. Let's see. It's L-2. Glad to be back with you folks.
-2, y'all.
Amit gave you a good overview of the L-2 mission management team meeting today, so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about.
Don't get me too excited with -2. I mean, we fucking 2 minus out. Oh, if this really happens, stay free in my blue hats.
Why we do it and what the process is. So it's an important checkpoint following the agency flight readiness review. It's not intended to be a rerun of the flight readiness review. Rather, it's a chance for us to get together and do 3 things. It's walk through the work that we've
My
closed
Gulf of America
since
stays
FRR,
on LOL.
walk through the work that we're still doing, and then
Blue
discuss
hats
any new issues
caused
that are
slavery,
out there.
Nick. The Gulf of Nick.
So today we took a focused, disciplined look at
$2 super chat from Darlene. Appreciate you. The game is over. It is true. We are like literally 5 minutes away from the end of the night. These super chats at the end of the night are so appreciative. They're so lovely. Appreciate Sarah Lee. Appreciate you, Darlene. You guys are amazing. What a great night it's been. Just we got -2 till we're going to see a potential relaunch to the moon. Misinformation, Nick, must be.
Work we've done and make sure that the path to the next.
I'm excited, y'all. This is a great way to end our news night, and hopefully we come back tomorrow and we get T-1, and hopefully on Wednesday we get some real positivity up in the show, and we don't even have to deal with talking about the government or the war. And we just get some grade A American astronaut launching. Oh, wouldn't that be great?
Deliberate and fully aligned.
I subscribed. I liked. Appreciate you, Nick. How much super to keep it going 1 hour? No. Come on. We don't got anything left, Bubba. That's the thing. We could go to like some Johnny Harris or something, but we don't got that much left. It's a slower news day. I think the only thing else that we could have done is there's like a press conference with Pete Buttigieg. You really want to be watching that?
Management team for Go.
Nick, nobody got his time out. He finally got it. You're riding the edge, Nick. You're riding the edge, and then you got your time out. Only 10 seconds though. Only 10 seconds. Sorry, Alex, you're good too. Trump used more money in ink to put his name on Bill's dollar bills than it would have cost to make the Lincoln penny. Send Donald and Elon to Mars.
Verbal roundtable.
Got to get to the moon first, guys. Got to get back to the moon
and
first.
Advisors, an opportunity to ask any remaining questions. There were none. Before I polled the team, we took a...
This motherfucker's name is John Honeycutt. Could you have a more accurate name? John Honeycutt.
About a 10-minute break. I like to do that to let folks that are might be a little bit intimidated.
May the Lord bless you and give you peace. Great night. Peace out. Appreciate you. Peace out, Michael. Have a great Holy Week this week too, y'all. Fucking Jesus is the Savior, y'all.
Get questions to folks.
And all that shit. I don't want to start another war in the chat. I'm just saying, all right? Come on. Just give us Easter, all right? Stay free, my American friends. Appreciate you, Nick.
Speak up on their behalf. Folks, we got folks to get back together. Again, there were no questions. And then finally we conducted the readiness poll. And
it's going to be a true America 250 event if they really pull this off on Wednesday, y'all.
For launch operations, and we had full concurrence and we were a go. So with that, I'll turn it over to Emily.
Thank you, John. And again, I'll thank everybody for coming. We really appreciate your support. Our teams in Mission Control and our crew members have spent the last over a year, 2 years, dedicated to training for this particular mission, developing all of the products associated with this flight, and they are ready to go. Our crew members, Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, they've spent the last couple of days here at the Cape since they got here on Friday, getting an opportunity for some rest before we work them very hard. They are getting an opportunity to spend some time with their families. Tomorrow they'll get...
No, I know that was tough as a kid with a name like that.
A few last-minute briefings.
John Honeycutt.
Meetings with some of the...
Bro ate himself through childhood. You know it.
Team before they head into launch day, as Charlie spelled out for you. As we come to this really exciting moment, the opportunity is immense for us to find...
This is the person, by the way, guys. This is the one that is actually truly, like, the one individual truly launching us into space. She will determine if it's happening. She will be the one to push the button when it does. This is your chief commander. Put her in the history books now, guys. 2 days away.
Finally get the opportunity to send our crew farther than anyone's gone before. And it's an incredible moment for the Artemis generation, and we're excited and we are ready to press. I got the opportunity to talk with Reed earlier today, and when the teams are ready and when the spacecraft is ready, the crew is ready and excited to go.
It's going to be hot in the rocket.
I'll hand it back over to Courtney.
All right, we will go ahead and kick off our Q&A portion
All
of...
right, we're done on that now. Let's deep. Okay. Do we want to... What is this motherfucker? The economy? I'm only doing this because Bubba's still here. Because Bubba came in late. Let's see what did he say something about the economy? No, we don't. That was a error. Did we get this Pete Buttigieg thing? We did get it. You want to do it? Let's do it. We'll go for it. We'll go for a little bit. Just a little bit of it. A little bit of it. It's the last thing we have on the news, though. This is all we can possibly do today, guys. And we're not listening to this for a fucking hour. There's no way.
Harvard undergraduate Penelope Pressman.
Professor Glaude has examined America. Of Massachusetts was calculating televisions are the first time Americans, at least political legacy.
Inversion. Experience has also been that doesn't have to be destiny, especially at a moment like this, which is so unstable, for one way.
No. I want everybody to feel good. I want everybody to remember that NASA's going to launch a rocket to the fucking moon in less than 2 days. We are not playing that game where we're going to listen to the weirdest person ever for an hour. It's just not going to happen. And in the poll, we went through a full overtime. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Bubba. Dang, it's great to be hot in the rocket. You know what we will do, guys? We are going to stay live. Oh, I hope you didn't change the channel. Because we can do... We'll just do one segment. One segment of our boy Johnny Harris. The last time we did this was on a Saturday. Last Saturday, we went through the first half of the Middle East. We will go through one piece, this next piece, which is how Benjamin Netanyahu came to power. Okay? So let's take a little look at how Benjamin Netanyahu came to power. Remember, we had already recapped basically the U.S. paid for a Saudi prince in the early 1900s. We overthrew the Iranian elected democratic leader. We put a king in charge. Then Saddam Hussein came to power, started fighting with Iran. Netanyahu was funding Iran. Bush got involved, starts fighting Iraq. And then Iraq and Iran started fighting each other. And now we're at how Benjamin Netanyahu becomes the guy. Oh no, don't tell me that's what I think it is. Thank you, Bubba J007 with the super chat from the PayPal. Appreciate you. Let's take a look at this last little segment tonight. We'll do one of these each night as long as we are a little short. And tonight we're going to be covering Benjamin Netanyahu relies on Hamas. This is the segment in which he explains how Benjamin Netanyahu relied on Hamas.
Do the Palestinians
Get
have
Discord?
a right to a separate state?
No. I'm doing it tomorrow because I will add you and Big Bag of Pop 420. I already got both of your handles, but I'll do it tomorrow at work.
I don't think they do.
I promise when I get back live tomorrow, y'all will be added on a Discord.
In 2007, the head of military intelligence for the Israeli army had a meeting with the U.S. ambassador in Tel Aviv. We're looking at the classified cable that summarizes what was talked about in this meeting. The topic of discussion was Iran, Syria, the Gaza Strip, and Hamas. Hamas had just won the Palestinian elections, which kicked off a fight with the other Palestinian group, which ended in Hamas taking over Gaza completely. They controlled it. And if you're an Israeli citizen or the US government, this is a terrible set of events. Hamas is a violent extremist group known to commit heinous violence against civilians in Israel, and they were now in power. They controlled the Gaza Strip an hour away from Tel Aviv. But look at this leaked document. In this leaked cable, you see that the Israeli official says that Israel would be happy if Hamas took over Gaza, because it would mean that Israel could now treat Gaza like a hostile country.
3 days post the ceasefire, there's unrelenting bombing in Gaza.
This document is a view into a strategy that right-wing factions within the Israeli government have used for decades in an effort to win one of the most divisive conflicts in the world today, in which two groups are fighting over one piece of holy land, and one side is winning by using
I pledge my full and grand alliance to the President Trump.
Very specific tactic, one that the world says is illegal and immoral, and one that worked for a short time, but that recently has been shown to be a recipe for even worse violence and conflict.
Right. It's like, it's just like these forever wars and stuff. Like, it's kind of like what might happen with Daddy Trump here in this whole situation. It worked for a while. It was actually working really well for a while because they're able to put their borders up, keep their peace, all that shit. And then, bam, smack back. Johnny Harris is a go for videos. Absolutely, he definitely is. Especially for international stuff is definitely. A lot of these journalists, they're bad at domestic events because they get tied into the political train of Trumpisms and all that bullshit. But when it comes to international stuff, they really are more just about curiosity and understanding. And you get really great journalistic pieces like this one. I highly recommend, guys, that you go and check this out on your own, too. The Modern Middle East Explained. It's 3 hours and 6 minutes long total. We have covered the first hour and 16 minutes. We're about to cover the next 20 minutes or so of this.
Conflict and suffering.
I had a great talk with Big Bag the other night. He is a great person. Appreciate it. Yeah, you both, man. You both are fucking amazing. I gotta get the Discord. I keep fucking delaying that. I need to get that.
Video, I want to lay out what this strategy looks like.
Because it's hard to talk on YouTube, too. If I get Discord, I at least chat with y'all.
And show you how it failed. I know this is a topic that is full of deep emotions, that has real stakes in people's lives. Please know that I am earnest in my efforts to tell this story with clarity and with accuracy. And also, please note that this is not a full account of the conflict between Israel and its neighbors. But I do hope that it sheds light on a view of the conflict that sometimes gets lost in all of the yelling.
Against the odds, we got a great win for the Kalut.
For 2,000 years, Jewish people around the world have been persecuted and segregated and ostracized from society.
Facts, and we can see
that is a
one
fact.
another. So
By the time the 1800s came around, it became clear that wherever the Jews went, persecution would follow. This is when a movement emerged, calling for Jews to come together and to create a country for themselves, where they could govern themselves and be free from all of this racist hatred. The creation of a Jewish country would have at the top of its priority list the security of the Jewish people. But the big question was where? Several places floated around in proposals: Argentina, even modern-day Kenya, which back then was Uganda. But most people in this movement wanted the Jews to return to their historic homeland, a place called Palestine.
Facts, very sad.
Where Jews built their temple and their culture 3,000 years ago, but then were exiled. And now there was this call to return, so that Jews could feel safe after 18 centuries of Jewish suffering. So as the 1900s came around, tens of thousands of Jews, mostly from Europe, flocked to Palestine, which eventually came under control of the British. The British were getting ready to leave this region and were struggling to contain the growing conflict between native Arabs and all these Jewish immigrants. Then in the 1940s came a horrific genocide against the Jewish people in Europe, led out by Hitler and his Nazi regime. This created a wave of international support for this idea of giving the Jewish people a homeland where they could be safe. Before they left, the British asked the UN to determine what would replace them in Palestine. And the UN decided that Palestine would become two new countries, one for the Jews and one for the Palestinian Arabs that had already been living in this region.
Right, and it makes you wonder, like, knowing what we know about modern media and the way they contort and spin, and even the way the countries and politicians contort and spin, there's no way to really know or have any real understanding, and it's not to be anti-Semitic at all, but could there potentially be leveraged motivation with this land grab and the story of the Holocaust itself? And what I mean by that is not that the bodies are fake, not that the bodies aren't real, not that the gas chambers didn't exist, not that any of that wasn't happening, but could it potentially be that they were actually a minority of these people that were dying at these camps? But when America won this war, it behooved the narrative to point out the 6 million Jews that had died instead of pointing out all of the different victims across all of the different areas within the German party. That's what I'm saying. And could it be directly motivated to this Middle Eastern land grab that happens directly following World War II?
The Jewish state colored light, the Arab state dark. Jaffa to go to the Arabs, Jerusalem.
Could the focus on those particular assaults on people be directly related to trying to get this land?
Internationalized.
But as happens when outsiders draw lines on old land, there was a problem here. Within these borders that were meant for the new Jewish country, hundreds of thousands of Palestinian Arabs were living, who would soon have to leave their homes to move to their side of the line. Okay, wait, I'm going to pause there because, as I said, this is not a full history of the Arab-Israeli conflict. We actually just made a video on our new channel, Search Party, which focuses on what happens next, the conflict between Israel and its Arab neighbors. You can go watch that, links in the description. It'll give you some useful context. For now, just note that this...
That's what we want. Where is this? Give me it. 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 It's a compilation, so they'll have it on here.
Led to a horrific conflict. Jewish militias forced over 700,000...
Wait, what did he say?
But as...
How Benjamin Netanyahu realized... Hold on. Let me get this. Hold on 1 second, guys. Ooh, I think I got it. Link down below. How I make my videos, my courses. Search Party, here we go. Oh no, wait, that's not it. That didn't work. Wait, what did he say on here? He said it was on some kind of channel.
This happens when outsiders draw lines on old land. There was a problem here. Within these borders that were meant...
But who knows nowadays? I thought I know history, but it gets spun in so many different ways. Exactly.
The new Jewish country?
Interesting. KYF right, it kind of like science does.
Thousands of Palestinian Arabs were living, who would soon have to leave their homes to move to their side of the line. Okay, wait.
It's also like when you see it. Like when you see COVID, you then second guess the science of history. When you see that they're calling deaths in Ukraine a Holocaust and that Russia is burying a bunch of bodies in a hole, you start to question the Holocaust. Like when you start to see the fake versions that the AP are putting out in real time, you start to then go, okay, well, what about the historical markers on all this shit?
I'm going to pause there because, as I said, this is not a full history of the Arab-Israeli conflict. We actually just made a video on our new channel, Search Party, which...
Search Party. Yeah, it's right there. Check out the channel Search Party. Okay, where's this Israeli conflict? Oh man.
Government? This is a terrible set of events. Hamas is a violent extreme Arabs that had already been living in this region. I'll give you some useful context. For now, just note that this led to their side of the line. Okay, wait, I'm going to pause there because, as I said, this is not a full history of the Arab-Israeli conflict. We actually just made a video on our new channel, Search Party, which focuses on what happens next.
Israeli-Arab contract. Okay. This was from 2 years ago. So if I go to Search Party, right here, and they go to 2 years ago. Why Saudi Arabia, Taiwan, somebody big, great. Welcome to Search Party, Taiwan. The Arab leaders, right here. There we go.
The armed Palestinian group Hamas launched their attack inside Israel on October 7th, 2023, because it was a significant anniversary for them. Exactly 50 years and 1 day before, Egyptian and Syrian troops launched a surprise invasion into Israel, sparking one of the most significant wars in the 8 decades of conflict here between Arabs and Israelis.
The fighting broke out during the most important religious
Never forget God put weed on the earth for a reason.
holidays of the year for both Jews and Arab. For the Jews, it was Yom Kippur.
A coalition of Arab countries united behind Egypt and Syria. They sent them weapons, soldiers, and even weaponized their oil supply.
They will reduce oil production by 5% a month until the Israelis withdraw from occupied territories.
But after Hamas's surprise attack in October 2023, none of the Arab states sent their armies in to help. Some countries voiced support. Syria called Hamas's attack an honorable achievement. But others initially condemned them. The UAE called the attack a serious and grave escalation. And some walked a fine line between the two. Egypt asked for exercising maximum restraint, and Saudi Arabia called for an immediate cessation of the escalation. Weeks later, as Israel kills thousands of Palestinians in Gaza, the Arab governments are still divided and on the sidelines. But their people are demanding that they do more to make Israel stop. And it's making these Arab governments nervous.
There must be absolutely great concerns that this popular resentment could easily go sideways.
So, what changed? How did these countries go from being united against Israel for decades
in our final
to
overtime.
divided today?
The price of peace.
Bitter conflict.
Let's get 100 likes, 9 away. Double tap that like button, 9 away, 9 likes away from 100. Let's get to 100 likes tonight, guys. Bubba is right. We need that 100. I am definitely going to bed right after I'm done with you guys. I usually like to watch at least a TV show. I was gonna watch an episode of The Chosen. That's my Holy Week binge right now. I started the 2nd season of it. I've watched the 1st season a long time ago. Damn, that show is so good.
Tense atmosphere of civil war.
In
I
1947,
heard this dude says today's weed isn't like your grandpa's. That's facts.
the UN worked with Britain, partitioned this region into 2 new countries, one for Jews and one for Palestinian Arabs. The Jewish inhabitants accepted the deal and declared their new state of Israel. But when Palestinians rejected the deal and declared war, a coalition of Arab states joined them.
Haganah troops search for Arabs after capturing the city. Arab strong points are taken after being blasted to rubble.
They were very concerned by the arrival of mainly European Jews.
Wael al-Zayat worked on Middle East policy for 10 years at the U.S. State Department.
The Arab world was in the midst of fighting against British and French, largely, colonialism of the Arab world. The Arab world was like, wait a minute. We're getting rid of that European colonialism, but there seems to be another form of it establishing itself here.
So they fought the Israelis for several months until both sides signed an armistice, freezing the battle lines. Israel had taken over all this land, leaving just these 2 territories under Arab control, the West Bank and the Gaza Strip.
Oh, and think about that. Just look at it. You're like, can we just get this little piece here, please?
20 years later, Israel sparked another war and gained even more territory. In response, the Arab leaders, through an organization called the Arab League, made a pact. No peace with Israel, no recognition of Israel, and no negotiations with Israel.
Whoa! Hold up. In 1967, guys, 15 years after Israel was announced by the UK and the United States, Morocco, Algeria, Tanzania, Libya, Egypt, Sudan, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, South Yemen, and North Yemen all joined together in 1967 to say that they will no longer acknowledge Israel. Sounds very familiar compared to like what we are in today, where you see a lot of American politicians, a lot of Israeli supporters that will say, Palestine, what is Palestine? They were essentially doing the same thing in 1967. Israel, what is Israel? Seems like they're both playing the same tactic. Great info, bro. I know.
Until Israel returned.
Dude, it's just Johnny Harris, man. You can take him seriously, and when you just get info, you can see that they're like, you can see when the bullshit is the bullshit, and this is pretty much facts and pretty fascinating too.
Back to the Palestinians. In 1973, Egypt and Syria launched that surprise attack against Israel, starting the Yom Kippur War.
Wow.
But Israel...
Egypt and Syria surprise attacked on Yom Kippur, Israel in 1973.
Again took over more territory,
Didn't know that one.
prompting one Arab leader to break ranks.
Right? Crazy.
Egypt's president, Anwar Sadat, met with the leaders of Israel and the U.S. to hash out a peace deal.
For Egypt, it was suffering.
Joints only and you still roll one. LOL. Cohen's in the scrap for the bottom of the bags today.
A lot of casualties, was suffering economically. Sadat made a calculation that it was in the long-term interests of Egypt to make a peace treaty that ended formal warfare with Israel.
Sadat offered to recognize Israel as a legitimate state in exchange for Israel giving back the Sinai Peninsula.
Oh my God, what?
He then turned to the Palestinian issue. He got Israel to agree on which countries would be present at future negotiations and outlined plans for a future Palestinian government. But he didn't get them to give any land back to the Palestinians. After the U.S. incentivized Egypt with military aid and Israel with oil, they signed the deal, making Egypt the first Arab state to recognize Israel. But since it didn't solve this problem, it was viewed by many Arabs as a betrayal.
And the rest of them were still against it, even after Carter. That's crazy. Ice cream cones, cones pre-rolls.
Arab
the
people
stable of the trees.
in Egypt, Palestine, and all over the Middle East protested against this deal.
This was Sadat's decision, whether it was the right decision or not. And his people had no say in that.
And Palestinian and Arab governments rejected it.
He went forward without his people really being behind him, and he paid the ultimate price.
Anwar Sadat, peacemaker of Egypt, killed in a military assassination.
While Egypt and Israel's...
Are you kidding me? And then in 1981, they assassinated the leader of Israel. Or the leader of Egypt. So the only ally the Americans got after 1967 super PAC to basically say Israel doesn't exist was Egypt. And then in 1981, they killed the Egyptian leader.
Peace survived.
Sounds to me like Israel having a hard time here.
The rest of the Arab countries continued to refuse to recognize Israel, and the fighting continued. But
imagine that Egypt enslaved them, and then because the first to acknowledge them, exactly.
Did the fighting would change.
Wild, right?
The war in Gaza is by far the biggest story in the world right now, and it's been dominating the news cycle. Ground news is in weight. Let me show you a year before it happened, so that's pretty moderating the story. Lie. It shows you which stories are the episode.
For the end of the Seven-Nation Economic Summit today was completely overshadowed by an Israeli invasion of Lebanon.
1982
In the
Lebanon.
1970s and 80s, wars continued to erupt, but the Arab armies largely stayed on the sidelines.
The Arab armies came to the realization that they're not in a position to contest with Israel, given its superior military and overwhelming backing by the United States and other European countries.
Alex, yeah.
Instead, newly formed militia groups in Palestine and Lebanon did most of the fighting, including one group in the Gaza Strip called Hamas, who believed in purely armed resistance to Israel, not diplomacy. Syria and Jordan supported them early on, but a non-Arab country would evolve into their biggest backer. In 1979, Iran's government was toppled by an Islamic...
Wait, non-Arab country. So all of those people that said that Israel doesn't exist, that wasn't Iran. Iran, at that time, was the Sultan. So we had an ally in Iran supporting Israel, while every other country in the entire Middle East said Israel doesn't exist. Then Jimmy Carter goes over there, gets Egypt to agree that Israel exists. They assassinate the Egyptian president. Lebanon goes to war with Israel. Every single country in the entire Middle East and Northern Africa still says Israel doesn't exist. And now Iran is finally going to now back Hamas to take care of Israel.
Regime that loathed Israel and its allies, the United States.
We are against Israel, and we will never help Israel. We will cut off our diplomatic relation.
Literally overnight, Iran became Israel's newest enemy, and it began funneling.
Overnight, they weren't an enemy. Soon as they toppled the leader of Iran, and the next day became an enemy.
Money, weapons, and even soldiers.
Became the way they are till 79. I know exactly, but think about that. But every other country was against Israel when Iran was for Israel. And then the people revolted against the leader of Iran. I wonder why. And guess what? Egypt over here, they were supporting Israel too. And guess what? Their leader died too.
To the militias fighting Israel.
Sounds like anybody that acknowledges Israel immediately gets killed.
Just because Iran was a new enemy of Israel, it didn't mean it was a new friend to the Arab
Jimmy
state.
got in that sack of peanuts with his peanut farmer. Iran changed in 79.
Iran's new government was Shia Muslim and saw itself as a rival to several Arab states that were ruled by Sunnis, especially Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, Israelis and Palestinians achieved a diplomatic breakthrough. In 1993, Israel agreed to recognize a Palestinian government and grant them some authority in Gaza and the West Bank in an agreement called the Oslo Accord. That led Jordan to sign its own treaty with Israel and become the second Arab state to recognize it. But like Egypt's...
Okay, so now they got Egypt and Jordan, and both Egypt and Jordan came with stipulation.
Jordan's treaty didn't get any Palestinian land back.
Like, what are we doing? Like, it's like we're really trying this whole Israel thing, but it's not really, hasn't really worked out.
Jordan's citizens erupted in protest, but its government had the support of most other Arab governments.
The world we were in the early 90s was Oslo, it was peace, it was land for peace, it was negotiations versus armed conflict. So the
Americans trying to figure out what happened now. Yeah, welcome to the chat. Is this news for real dumb people? I guess so. Since you're so smart, you already know everything, right?
Jordania's timing was right for that moment.
In the 2000s, Saudi Arabia pushed further by proposing a deal where all members of the Arab League would recognize Israel if Israel withdrew completely from the West Bank, a version of what's known as the two-state solution. But Israel rejected it, and fighting between it and Palestinians continued.
Oh, fuck. That's crazy. Lear something? Yeah, lear something.
Or then diplomacy, the Arab states' resolve began to waver right as new conflicts enveloped the region. In 2003, the U.S. toppled the government of Iraq and sparked a civil war. Then in 2011, a wave of popular protests called the Arab Spring threatened many Arab governments and even toppled a few. In 2012, Syria collapsed into the civil war. Then, a few years later, so did Yemen.
Okay.
Militia groups emerged all over the region, and Iran took advantage of it by funneling more weapons, money, and soldiers to them, creating a network of proxy militias that it used to threaten Israel and increasingly its Arab enemies in the Gulf. As it progressed towards obtaining a nuclear weapon, many Arab states began considering Iran a far greater concern than Israel, despite Israel's increasingly brutal treatment of Palestinians. Israel's government, primarily under Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, was allowing Israeli settlements to expand across the West Bank, and with Egypt enforcing a brutal blockade of the Gaza Strip, which Hamas began to govern in 2006. While this outraged Arab people, many of their governments began considering a solution that had been unthinkable decades earlier: team up with Israel against Iran, even if it meant leaving the Palestinian issue unresolved.
For certain Arab countries, when they were confronting both the domestic threat from Arab Spring-esque type of revolutions as well as external pressures from countries such as Iran. So where did Palestine fall for them? It became the third, fourth, fifth.
In 2020, Bahrain, the UAE, Morocco, and Sudan agreed to recognize Israel in exchange for the promise of Israeli cooperation on trade and military deals.
Double tap that like button, guys. 8 likes away. Come on, get us in there. Double tap it if you haven't yet.
But left the conflict unresolved. That's largely why in this 2022 poll of Arab citizens, most held a negative view of these deals, called the Abrahamic Accords. Again, they protested, but their governments ignored them.
The Arab states' positions first began with an outright rejection of any Israeli entity. Then it became the ceding of land captured in 1967. Then it was acceptance of perhaps some land swaps. Then it became the promise of not building more settlements. Certainly the Palestinian cause became deminimized.
Most of the Arab states that once went to war on the Palestinians' behalf were moving on without them. And in 2022...
This is hilarious watching this peanut brain learn about Israel. Little late tard. Okay, bro.
The most powerful...
Well, what's your perspective on this? Like, are you like, you know, oh, I'm a fucking goy and blah 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 blah, and I hate Jews or whatever. Like, what is your actual thoughts? Or you just insult people? Making America safer one day at a time, making the world safer one day at a time, and the audacity that really shocks me is the support America with their American life to support a terrorist called themselves Israel, even when they went there as a refugee and helped by Palestinians. God bless America and God bless a DJT.
One left. Saudi Arabia was next. It began negotiating a deal where it would recognize Israel if the U.S. promised it more military protection and gave it nuclear energy technology. They were also demanding the Israelis give something to the Palestinians, but likely not their own state. In September 2023, the deal had become imminent.
So you think, if you were to characterize it, are you close? Every day we get closer.
To Hamas, this deal would make a Palestinian state almost impossible to achieve. So it devised a plan to hurt Israel, rally the Arab people to the Palestinian cause, and put pressure back on these Arab governments.
Hold it all hostage, essentially. You have to, they kind of had to. They kind of had to start a war because no one was putting them in the negotiation. Islam throughout the world. I don't know about that, Bubba. Islam is very much responsible for a lot of people in the desert knowing about Jesus Christ. It's people like you who have no idea what you're talking about. Go play Fortnite or play with blocks or something a little bit more your speed. Okay, again, what are your thoughts on the subject, sir? Since you're such a smart individual. Goo Burliger 3161. Hold up, cowboy.
Militants from Hamas launched a surprise attack from the Gaza Strip.
More than 1,400 people have been killed since Saturday in retaliatory attacks in the territory.
Islamists are no good. Is Islam itself literally like? I just got done watching The Message, so that's why I'm on this perspective here. But like, Paul left and went to Egypt or went to Europe to preach Protestantism, Catholicism, the Church of Jesus Christ, the rest. You had a lot of Jews that stayed in Israel, stayed in whatever you would call Israel, I guess, at the time, the Middle East. But everyone else in the fucking desert was a pagan. And then Muhammad literally brought them all to God. Brought them all to monotheism. So, and literally brought them to God under the Quran, which specifically states that the Virgin Mary was met by Gabriel, the same angel that apparently met Muhammad, which ties it to literally the story of Christ. So I understand that maybe they don't support Christ or whatever, but they're at least giving the education of the same exact Bible, the same exact story, and they're just adding their own ending to it. I would much rather that be the case than a bunch of fucking crazy devil pagans in the desert just blowing shit up. I'd much rather everyone understand the Abrahamic faiths, and I feel like they kind of put the final chapter on it. I could tolerate the Mormons. Why can't I tolerate the Islamists? It's the same kind of shit. They're making up shit. They both went into a cave. Joseph Smith, Muhammad. They fucking both couldn't read or write. They made up a bunch of shit. Said they were like reincarnated Jesus or whatever. But at the end of the day, everything that they're preaching or practicing is a fundamental Abrahamic religion. They may be Islam, but not Islamist radicalized. Yeah, I mean, radicalized shit, yeah. And I think that there is a lot more of it too. I will agree with that. I do not like the comparison that Christians, or even Jews for that matter, have these radical sections of their religion that do this. No, that is inherently the Muslim faith. That is inherently Islam. Islam produces jihadists. No one else, just them. They may be Islam, but Muhammad married a 9-year-old. Prove me wrong. Nah, I can't prove you wrong on that one either. I'm cracking up.
This march firmly expresses our support for the people of Palestine and their courageous resistance. It also represents the Moroccan voice.
I mean, tell me Joseph Smith and Muhammad aren't the same fucking person. They're just one's white, one's maybe Mexican, or Arab, I guess.
Refusing normalization of time.
This is the same damn story. Neither one of them could fucking read or write. They walked into a cave, came out, said that they were fucking Moses, basically. Had a bunch of writings from an angel, Gabriel. Leaned on the teachings of Jesus Christ and the actual Bible as like pretty much the pillar of their entire religion. While at the same time making up a lot of bullshit at the end.
With Israel.
This wave of anger from their people has put these Arab governments...
You're right, not all Muslims and Islam, some actually are peaceful. Islam demands killing Quran 929. Yeah, like when I watched the message, that like really changed a lot of perspective for me. I'm like, I appreciate it. But also the thing is like if we're talking about people not hurting people, the Asian religions don't do this shit, y'all. Like Hinduism, go being a Hindu or going being a Buddhist, they ain't starting no fucking wars. So like if we want to talk about the right side, it's probably not the Abrahamic faiths where we always keep fighting each other constantly. I have Muslim friends that are godly people.
It's in a bind because they all really...
And it's the fact that they still have the same fundamental principles. It's the same thing as like Mormons and stuff. It's like I don't like, why do Mormons get away with being Christian, but then Islam is its own little, like its own, no, they're both radical perspectives on the tellings of Jesus Christ.
We want to keep their relationship with Israel. Egypt and Jordan.
It's really crazy to me that like one is considered like, oh, this is very close to Christianity. It's just, it's a secular denomination of Christianity. It's the Church of Latter-day Saints. And then the other one is like, no, that's a completely separate religion. It's like, hey now, have the same exact origin story.
Governments are acting cautiously because they don't want to be dragged into a conflict against it. Saudi Arabia put its deal with Israel on hold, but didn't call it off. And Bahrain and the UAE have been the most vocal against Hamas's attack because they really like the benefits they get from Israel and the US, and are still worried about the threat from Iran.
Facts.
So these Arab governments
probably
are
happier
pleading for a permanent ceasefire, and again calling for a two-state solution,
Scientologists are fucked
but
up
they're
too.
resisting calls to cut ties with Israel.
But that's the thing I'm against. Bubba, that's the thing I'm against. I know Hollywood. I know people. That's what I'm saying. The people in the desert before Muhammad existed were essentially a bunch of Scientologists. They're a bunch of cult crazies, fucking out there doing weird-ass devil worshiping, murdering babies, Epstein's Island, drinking the fucking beef jerky and all this weird-ass shit. Monotheism, the belief in one God, sets a moral premise in your head that if you do something wrong, something bad might happen to you. A sense of karma, which is what, Hinduism and Buddhism preach, but it's the same kind of thing. But monotheism does that. If you have polytheism, if you're fucking pagan, if you're fucking Scientologist, pagan motherfuckers, that's crazy because it's just, you're worshiping thousands of different things.
For now.
There's no centralized, there's nothing to blame when you do something wrong.
What are their plans?
There's nowhere to look to and go, oh God, God's watching. The whole perspective, God's watching. That same thing. God, the perspective of God's watching is in Judaism, is in Christianity, is in Islam. It isn't in Scientology. It isn't an occult.
Are whether it is regarding regime protection or genuine advancement of their societies, they need this thing resolved. And so you may see a strong push by them in the aftermath of this war.
Amish are not food either. Talk to Big Ben about that. Amish are not good either. Oh, I feel you. But I like the Amish are not food either. Oh, man, really? They're not food? God is real. Look at the evidence. David Korsha and Jones guy.
Tax has demonstrated to the Arab countries is that as long as this issue remains unresolved, it can serve as a way to undermine them. So to avoid being in this position again, they need to...
They say Muslims worship God, but which God? Muslims actually believe Christians will pay for their sins in hell. Shulha Muslim 2767a. Also, Mahdia was a Jewish city until Muhammad killed them. Mahdia? Mahdia was literally run by pagans. I literally just finished watching the message. It was literally run by heresies and pagans. Well, are heresies Jews? It doesn't matter. They ran them out. Why'd they run them out? Maybe because they killed Jesus, and for 600 years they got to just run around fucking owning shit. Maybe, huh? Maybe. But right, don't drink the Kool-Aid.
Work towards a real solution, once and for all.
You got to get yourself an African cult, guys. There you go. That's how you do it. Jonestown.
And that's the last video of the year. I just want to thank all...
All right, let's get back to the end of this Johnny Harris thingy now. Johnny Harris-y thingy. Where were we, Johnny?
The conflict between Israel and its Arab neighbors. You can go watch that. Links in the description. It'll give you some useful context. For now, just know that this led to a horrific conflict. Jewish militias forced over 700,000 Arabs out of their homes, turning them into refugees. The proposed borders shifted around, turned into ceasefire lines, and after all was said and done, the Jewish people did indeed get their own country, the State of Israel. And the two important points here are that, number one, the very foundation of the Israeli country is for security of the Jewish people after nearly 2,000 years of persecution. And number two, the location they chose to set it up was becoming, as a result of this conflict, not much safer than Europe.
Right. That's the question. That's the question. If this whole thing is about giving them safe haven, but then you're starting a conflict with 17 countries... Kind of seems like no different than World War II.
That's a tension that follows this.
Darlene knows the story about Jonestown. Yo, go listen to the audio tapes from Jonestown. That shit's wild.
Whole story. Okay, so now let's fast forward to 1967. Israel has its country, and they fight a short war with their Arab neighbors, and they win that war, and they take over all of this land. It's a huge victory for them. I'm going to take away the Sinai Peninsula from here because they did give that back to Egypt as part of a peace deal a few years later. Israel now controls important pieces of land that enlarge their Jewish country. Many saw this victory as a sign from God that they were actually entitled to be here.
Why is the 72 versions thing they look upon? That's fucked up. What is this whole thing? I need to know this because this was something that came up like after I watched that movie. I was like, what is going on with the 72? What is the whole deal with the 72 virgins in the Quran? Let's see. I wonder what that is. And watch it be completely fake. Watch it be like the Associated Press did it again, guys. Just like the JD couch is the same thing. It's like, the Associated Press actually made that all up. Post 9/11. The concept of 72 virgins is one of the most widely recognized tropes about Islam in the Western media, but it is actual origins and presence in Islamic theology and frequently misunderstood. Here's a straightforward breakdown of where the idea comes from and what Islamic text actually says. It is not in the Quran. first and foremost, the promise of 72 virgins is nowhere in the Quran. And I learned from the message from Islam that the truest, most authentic version of the Islam faith is to literally pray to no one but Allah and the Quran, which is the 45 laws of Muhammad, meaning you can't put anything above that. So any other writings, any other bullshit, it's the same thing as the Jews or the Christians. You're adding shit. You're not part of the core, fundamental, original religion. The Quran does describe paradise, Ghana, as a place of immense physical and spiritual pleasure, featuring gardens, rivers, thrones, and fine food. It also mentions heavenly companions called Hur. The Quran describes these companions as chaste, modest, pure, and promising beautiful eyes. However, the Quran never assigns a specific number of them, nor does it explicitly frame them in the hypersexualized way often portrayed in popular culture. Actually, the way that that's written, that sounds like a better version of like a description of heaven than what we have in the Bible. Some modern scholars also point out that the Arabic term used in the Quran for these pure companions are gender neutral, implying rewards for both male and female believers. True, because actually Islam is the first religion to liberate women. That was part of the whole reason that he actually won. Like, that he won the wars against the other fucking tribes and clans and stuff. Is because his women were free in Islam and the rest of them weren't free. What free meant back then? I don't know, because he was apparently sleeping with 9-year-olds. Let's see here. The number 72 comes from the Hadith, the collections of sayings, actions, and approvals attributed to the Prophet Muhammad. Okay, so again, secondary, not core religious belief, which were compiled generations after his death. So some fucking Mormon shit, some motherfucking Mormon shit, they threw in some Mormon shit and ruined it. The Associated Press came in later, fucked up the whole thing, made it all up. The Hadith, a secondary of the Quran in Islam's theology. The specific mention of 72 wives, companions, is found in a collection like Jamit and Sanan. The context in these specific narrations, the 72 companions are listed as part of a reward for a martyr, someone who dies for the faith, or in some variations, as a reward of the person with the lowest rank in paradise. So I would say this to you guys. A Muslim that practices Islam, but practices true and authentic Islam, which only is the Quran and Allah, which is the one and true God, and ignores all that fake gay bullshit that we just saw there, would you respect that person? Because I'd respect that person. Those are the crazies. The 72 virgins, those are the crazies. Years later, making up some bullshit. But the reality, sup, Mr. Wagner, hello. You are coming in at the end of the night, Howler, but I appreciate you.
But once again,
got 4 likes.
Palestinians,
4 likes, guys. Howler, if you haven't hit that like button, double tap, hit that like button, guys. We got 4 likes left. 4 likes left. Let's get these 4 likes before the end of the night.
Had been kicked out of their homes were living here in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, which Israel now controlled, but they weren't really sure what to do with it. And it's this territory that would become the stage for the strategy that is the topic of this video, where over time this land would be sliced up with roads and checkpoints, walls and other military infrastructure that would control the movement and lives of the Palestinians. Soon, even Israeli citizens would start to move out here in large numbers, building full-on towns.
That would be a Quranist, and the last Quranist in power of a Muslim nation was Gaddafi. That's why they didn't like him. I like that one. Fucking Mr. What did they do to him? They sodomized him. Yeah, you know that? That's how they killed Gaddafi. They stuck a spear up his ass. Isn't that a fucking crazy way to kill somebody? Also, I always liked Gaddafi. I didn't see Gaddafi as a warmonger or anything bad. I think Hillary Clinton was much worse, and she's the one that did that operation. So, just saying.
And for
Benghazi, person that should have died. Maybe Hillary Clinton. Just saying. Person that, should have put the operation in effect. Not. And also, we killed Gaddafi, and that was no news. How did Obama just get away with that? How did they just get away with murdering Gaddafi and just being like, oh, no big deal. No, just killed the guy with a knife up his ass today. Oh, well. Darlene, pumping it up. Smash that like button. Subscribe. One like away, guys.
This
Double tap it. Hit it.
Citizens
Come on, baby.
Occupied territory like this is something that the world has deemed illegal and
We
immoral.
got about 10 minutes left, guys. Come on. Hit that like button.
Occupation starts in 1967, and it goes on for decades, till eventually the Palestinians living here can't handle it anymore, and they start fighting back.
87.
This is known as the first uprising, or intifada. It started with boycotts, but escalated into mass protests, where Palestinians...
Wait, is Antifada the Quran? We gotta know. Antifada. Is this in the Quran? Because if Antifada ain't in the Quran, I might be converting to fucking Islam, y'all. If they tricked me into thinking that every Muslim was actually a fucking Mormon, and all the crazy fucking Westboro Baptist Church Muslims are not a part of this equation, that'll be interesting. Also, a fun fact, Saddam Hussein's last request was to watch the Passion of the Christ, the liberal wars were to put Islamists in power. 100 likes, thank you all. Thank you all. Got the 100. Got the hundo. No, the word Antifada does not appear in the Quran. Dude, guys, I don't think I hate Muslims anymore. I don't think I ever did. But I'm starting to... These crazy Westboro Baptist Church Muslims are ruining it for the rest of them.
All ages would throw stones and sometimes Molotov cocktails at much better equipped Israeli soldiers.
I'm saying, y'all, you want to have a different perspective on this, go watch The Message. You watch The Message and it feels like, oh shit, this Muhammad guy was pretty much helped Jesus and helped religion and helped us establish it as a core in the Middle East. And all this fucking shenanigans, and every time, that's what I'm going to do from now on. Every time I'm just going to go back to the Quran, because at the end of that movie they said, if you are anyone in the world can be an Islamist and you will and follow Islam and be a Muslim, and you do not need to be part of a nation state, and no nation state shall attack you for your religious belief, and your belief in the one true God, Allah, founded by the angel Gabriel, who came to the Virgin Mary, and the speaker of Christ, which is what they call him, the speaker of Christ. But they say right at the end of that movie, you can't follow anything but God and Quran. And everything we've heard about these fucking muzzies, it's all these fucking books they wrote afterwards. It's all these Westboro Baptist Church motherfuckers. Remember, anything can be framed in a certain point of view to be accepted? Exactly.
It was Palestinian rage exploding against Israeli occupation, and it went on for years.
And that's exactly what it is. We know this in America. We see it all the time. Jonestown, the guy said he was the incarnation of Jesus Christ. I don't want to get into it because I think he's tied to the government, but Charles Manson also said he was the reincarnation of Jesus Christ. You can build off a religion poorly. And that's what I'm starting to see more and more here. The fundamentals of Islam are part of the fucking story. Part of the Jesus narrative, really. It's the fucking shit after Muhammad that becomes, what the fuck y'all doing?
the Israeli government would respond by cracking down, killing
which is
many
the same with
Palestinians.
Jesus. It's the shit after
Another
Jesus.
important thing that happens around the same time
it's the
down in the
fucking
occupied
crazies.
Gaza Strip is that a new movement forms, promising to fight back against this occupation, calling for the destruction of Israel. The group
Heaven's
is called
Gate
Hamas.
cult. Yeah, they know them.
The first Intifada showed that this wasn't going to work. Chopping up Palestinian land, oppressing them, keeping them in this occupation was only going to produce more violence. It wasn't going to fulfill Israel's promise to provide security and safety for the Jewish people. They had to switch course.
The security of the Israeli people will be reconciled with the hopes of the Palestinian people, and there will be more security and more hope for all.
So in the 1990s, they start getting serious about peace talks with the Palestinians, and they come to this agreement called the Oslo Accords, which for the first time establishes a Palestinian government authority and giving it power to govern pockets of land in the West Bank. It also gave the Palestinians some authority over almost all of the Gaza Strip, though there were still settlements in all of these places.
Well, right. So, like, what is this? You authorize them to get it to have a government that they never had before. So they don't have any money for a government, nor are they a government. And now you're saying that they're now in charge of taking care of their own land without any funding? You wonder why this fucking shit is happening? Muhammad was a false prophet. He is warned about in 2 Corinthians 11:14, Galatians 1:8 and 9, and John 2:2. His book, the Quran, it was a massive dilemma. It confirms the Bible and Quran at 3:3 and 5:4-7. And you're saying that it's specifically in prophecy of the New Testament that he is the false prophet that is spoken of. I mean, I can see that maybe, but again, falls to the narrative of the entire book of the Abrahamic faith. I'm just saying Muhammad is the final chapter. The one text Muhammad believes in a single authoritative Quran with halves resuscitation of and being the most widely used version worldwide. Absolutely. But there's no again, the halves we already went through that. The halves are not in the Quran. The halves are in the stupid fucking documents they add to the Quran afterwards. Same thing with Antifada. Same thing with the 72 virgins. All that shit is not in the rule book, which is what they're supposed to be practicing if they're truly believing Muhammad in the faith. And in a group of people that don't even want you to see their fucking leader's face without throwing a fucking fit, you'd think they would learn not to change the rule book. Still can't believe I voted for Clinton in the 90s. Alex, you were a baby. I know, I'm sorry. It was that saxophone, wasn't it?
A big deal for this conflict. Like, both sides were talking to each other and coming to agreements that was giving, like, authority to the Palestinians. But another theme of...
I didn't know that was a perspective. So there's, like, an actual perspective that, like, that in the New Testament of the Bible, we specifically prophesized that Muhammad would become a foresight and a fake prophet. And if that's the case, like, I can see then why Christians would dismiss Islam, because they're saying that the prophecies foretold directly exactly what that was, so you must dismiss. But I also see why Islam doesn't dismiss Christianity, because through that film and through the understanding that I have of Muhammad, his entire faith, everything he was doing was based on saying the angel Gabriel that met the Virgin Mary, the speaker of God to Jesus, was him. So basically he was saying, I am a prophet, no different than Jesus. Generation X is the based ones and know what's up. Yes, a false prophet preaching a different gospel, and Apostle said, if we or an angel from heaven, which is who gave Muhammad the Quran, preach to you a different gospel, tell him to be assured by God. Well, if that's your proof, then that's wrong, because they literally do not preach a different gospel. Preaches a secondary gospel. And also, why is it that We let Joseph Smith just get away with being a denomination while preaching his own fucking fairy tale land story. And then meanwhile, we're like, oh yeah, but Muhammad, that was a dangerous fucking fake prophet. Why is Joseph Smith okay, but Muhammad's some big, huge danger? I see them as the same person. Also, the Bible says Satan himself disguises himself as an angel of light and will minister falsehoods, but will be held up to the righteous. I don't know that, Howler. Howler, that's what it comes down to. Who is the best choice out of two of the Americans?
The story is that hardliners can use violence to derail peace. And that's exactly what happened here. Right-wing Israelis start holding rallies, calling their prime minister a traitor and a Nazi for giving land to the Palestinians. Some of these rallies are led by a now familiar character, Benjamin Netanyahu.
Oh!
The people of Israel want a real peace.
Whoa.
And real peace means peace with security, peace they can trust, with a partner they can trust, and they don't feel they have it here. We want a real peace, not a fake one.
But the peace talks continue.
With all our neighbors. A comprehensive peace.
And shortly after signing the second part of this deal to give Palestinians some land, the Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin is assassinated by a far-right Israeli. Hamas conducts bus bombings, and the next year, Benjamin Netanyahu is elected as the Prime Minister of Israel. Netanyahu is a key figure in this story because his worldview embodies a way of thinking that has taken root in Israel in recent years. The idea that the only way to give true security to the Jewish people is by doing whatever is necessary to stop the Palestinians from having a state anywhere in these borders.
Look, I'm 28 years old. I've had to defend my country in 2 wars and in many battles. Nobody wants peace more than Israel. But the stumbling block to the road for peace is this demand for a PLO state, which will mean more war, which will mean more violence in the Middle East. And I sincerely believe, if this demand is abandoned, we can have real and genuine peace.
So that was Netanyahu when he was a 28-year-old. But when he becomes the prime minister a couple decades later, he spends his term sabotaging the peace accords that his predecessor had worked so hard to create, claiming that the occupation of all this
moral philosophy
land and its people wasn't actually
I take that back. When people get pushed into a corner, they will vote for the bigger evil.
Conquest, but
true,
rather
right?
The key for security of the Jewish people.
He lies
had
like
to
Trump.
Security was.
He's got crazy eyes.
The one and only justification for all of this. So under his watch, settlers continue to move into the West Bank.
It's hilarious how the press fear Caroline, in my opinion. However, you and I understand this, but today it's all about our own feelings.
We found this leaked video of Benjamin Netanyahu talking to some settlers in the West Bank. The cameraman does turn off the camera for a moment, but then turns it back on moments later.
Netanyahu, why does this matter? Because at the moment, I actually stopped the Oslo Accords. This is exactly what we watched last night, guys. And they tried to pull our stream when we were watching this. No, this was 2 nights ago. 2 nights ago, we watched Benjamin Netanyahu, this exact exposed interview. And they literally tried to pull our live stream. And then I didn't find out until later what was tagged. But it was that. And they had blocked the entire video in like Israel and 4 other countries.
He is admitting to sabotage.
Kathy, something to Google. A Chinese emperor in the early 30s add Arasa to Christ as the man of heaven who has taken the world's sins. A Chinese emperor in the early 30s add attests to Christ. Oh, really? Attested to Christ? Really? I gotta see that one. Did a Chinese emperor in the 1930s attest to Jesus Christ? Yo, we're gonna, I feel like we're gonna have to do a deep dive this weekend, Easter weekend. Because I'm not gonna be home with my family. So if y'all are live at all, we might be doing some deep dive on Sunday. Let's see, what is this? What is going on here? Kathy or Karen? I think it's the latter. Let's see. What are we gonna get? What are we gonna get here? We're almost done here. We got like about 5 minutes left. 6 minutes left. No Chinese emperor in the 1930s attested to Jesus Christ. It is highly likely you are thinking of a popular internet and apologist claim regarding a Chinese emperor in the 30s AD, specifically around 31 to 33 AD rather than the 1930s. Here's the factual breakdown of the history behind the claims. In the 1930s, okay, we don't care about that. The 30s AD. Right? Because that's what the 30s AD. Okay, yeah, exactly. The claim you are likely recalling centers around Emperor Gagui of the Han Dynasty, who ruled in the 25 to 57 AD. The claim. The recent viral videos of Christian anthologist articles claim that ancient Chinese astronomers recorded a sudden unexplained darkness or solar eclipse in 31 or 33 AD. Apologists connected this I guess that's anthropologists, right? Apologists, yeah. Apologists connected this to the 3 hours of darkness described in the gospel during the crucifixion of Jesus. They often point to an imperial edict from Emperor Guana responding to the eclipse, quoting it as, "Yin and Yang have mistakenly switched, and the sun and moon were eclipsed. The sins of all the people are now on one man. Pardon is proclaimed to all under heaven." Wow. Proponents argue this was an unintentional prophecy or an accession to Christ's sacrifice. The reality. Historians point out that the emperor had absolutely no knowledge of Jesus or the events happening 4,000 miles away in Judea. In ancient Chinese cosmology, an eclipse was viewed as a terrible omen, indicating that the cosmos were one of a balance due to the ruler's personal failings, or a concept tied to the mandate of heaven. When eclipses occurred, it was standard political protocol for emperors to issue an etiquette of self-criticism. When Gawanu said, "The sins of all people are now on one man," the one man he was referring to was himself. He was ceremoniously taken to blame for this astronomical anomaly to appease heaven and maintain his political legitimacy. Okay. I don't know. I mean, I think that's a pretty wild thing that happened. And they're not saying it didn't happen. They're trying to kind of, you know what I mean? They're trying to be like, well, actually, it's just a coincidence. And here's how it's just a coincidence. Pretty wild coincidence, guys. Pretty wild coincidence. It is about profit and people on earth when we really put in a perspectives. Love thy neighbor, because most all wars are over religion. Die. We all are humans with different thoughts. I'm not religious, just believe. That's the miracle. How did he know? Unless it was by divine knowledge. This AI is trying to securely explain it. Exactly. Well, that's the thing, is that's actually why I like AI, is that it's going to give you the rebuttal. But the rebuttal makes less sense than the coincidence, in my opinion. Like, to be like, oh, well, this is something they all did whenever something like that happened. So that's what he would have said. Right? But that doesn't explain away the fact that he said it right when Christ died, or that the eclipse happened when Christ died.
The peace accords that the Israeli government had signed.
Are there Chinamen in the room? I don't know.
With the
Are there Chinese in the room?
That because he disagreed with them, he wanted to
we got a lot of North
Koreans
Korean
so
in the
against
room.
a Palestinian state or any form of Palestinian autonomy. in this land. And then he goes on to explain what his real thinking is on the situation.
The main thing is, first and foremost, to hit them hard. Not just one hit, but many painful hits, so that the price will be unbearable. The price is not unbearable now. A total assault on the Palestinian Authority.
Netanyahu is a fantastic politician and statesman, and he's able to sort of cover up a lot of these policies in the name of security. But here we see what he really thinks as he's talking to these settlers, thinking he's not being recorded. So, unsurprisingly, the appetite for peace breaks.
Also, another hole in Islam, they say Christ wasn't crucified, which history or of biblical scriptures and third-party documents proves he was. Do they deny that? Let's check it. Again, we want to make sure we're going off the Quran and Muhammad, not off of all the weird-ass shit added afterwards. So, does the Quran or Muhammad denounce that Christ was crucified or say it didn't happen? I bet you it's going to do the same thing that it did before, where it's going to say, actually, no, but this other book does say that he wasn't crucified. And then you're going to go, okay, no China here. They can't use the internet unless they are CCP. Yeah. Yes, the Quran explicitly states that Jesus was not crucified and did not die on the cross. All right, guys. Well, not doing this religion. You got me, Forrest. Thank you. You saved a Christian fella. I was almost there. Oh, my. But, man, do we have another Joseph Smith. Okay, so what the fuck does it say here? Not crucified and did not die on the cross. The primary text of this belief in Islam is found in Surah An-Nas, chapter 4, verse 157, which directly addresses the claim surrounding his death. The translation of the verse states, "And for their sayings, indeed, we have killed the Messiah, Jesus, the son of Mary and the messenger of Allah, and they did not kill him, nor did they crucify him, but another was made to resemble him to them. And indeed, those who differ over it are in doubt about it. They have no knowledge of it except for the following of assumption, and they did not kill him for certain." Oh. Wait. Well, let's see what the context says on that. Mainstream Islamic beliefs regarding the crucifixion. Based on this verse and the tradition of the Prophet Muhammad, mainstream Islamic theology holds the following views. The situational theory. The most widely held interpretation among Islamic scholars is that God miraculously saved Jesus by rising him alive to heaven. Someone else was made to look exactly like Jesus and was crucified in his place. That's some Joseph fucking Smith shit. That's some fucking retard shit. I'm sorry. That's some retard shit. That's their main thing? Is they put a different body there? Well, why are we trying to change? Come on, that's ridiculous. The illusion, the phase made to resemble him is sometimes interpreted to mean that while a crucifixion event occurred, it was an illusion to the onlookers, and Jesus himself was entirely unharmed and removed from the situation. Oh, because I get it. Because from Muhammad's perspective, if Jesus died for the sins, then there would be no reason for the laws of the Quran. Because the laws of the Quran are like to be obeyed by man or you become sinful. To follow the laws of the Quran is to reach the afterlife. So it's basically like an ultimatum. So he's like, no, none of that forgiveness shit. Ultimatum. And I think I do. I think I need to read an English translation of the Quran now. I was taking the Hollywood perspective on Muhammad from 1973, guys, and totally misfired on the fact that they completely Joseph Smithed the fucking ending. What? It's a different guy on the cross? Okay, come on. Come on. How silly is that? Also that you don't have forgiveness in your religion. That's wild. I mean, I get like maybe you want to... No. Actually, I don't get any of it because my whole perspective on religion is forgiveness. I think forgiveness is the fundamental best part of religion. So without it, another dilemma arises from this. If they claim this, that means God deceived. God cannot lie or deceive because this is evil, and God is all good. Yeah. But, I mean, are they doing Old Testament God? Because, I mean, Christians believe Old Testament God wasn't all good, right? Jesus is well respected in Islam. I mean, yeah, well respected enough to say that he ascended to heaven and that he didn't die on a cross in order to completely dismiss the entire Christian religion and the perspective of the cross and the idea of worldly forgiveness. Like, fuck Islam. Fuck Islam.
Palestinians
trying to fucking razzle and dazzle me. And like, you might be a nice person, but fuck your fucking Islam.
The Israelis aren't really
Jesus
serious
will
about
resurrect
giving them any kind of autonomy in the West Bank or Gaza. That their situation will never...
Well, okay, well, if Jesus will resurrect, then why don't they leave the fucking goddamn cross in? The entire... My entire ideology and religion in the Abrahamic faith, the only thing that matters to me is the cross. The cross is the fundamental good thing about the Abrahamic religions. And so if you're going to fundamentally take that away and replace it with some nonsense theory that, oh, that was actually just a Jew on the fucking cross. We had Jesus ascend to heaven before any of this even happened. No need for forgiveness. Didn't die for your sins. That cross, that's silly. That never even happened. That was just an illusion for all of the peasants out there, not able to understand that Jesus ascended. Like, come on, stop. Did you say he's in hell? Well, I mean, whatever, bro. Like, I'm not a Jew either. That's the thing. Like, we're like over here in this
change.
Defend my side, defend your side. How about y'all come to the cross or we fucking start a goddamn another one? You know? You do you know what I mean by another one, right?
And once again,
I'm just saying we could pull another one. We could do another. Christianity could do another. And when we fight a religious war, everyone dies. You all die. Just saying. Don't fuck around with the middle story.
They rise up in a second intifada. This one much more violent, much more coordinated.
How many Islamists are in live? I think Zeba Borda might be
player in the violence.
No one will be chastised for your. Nobody will be chastised for your sins. Remember, foul, the greedy, narcissistic people wrote those books to control the people around them. I mean, you could say that about all of them. I mean, it really does start with the Torah. If you're gonna say greedy, Mrs. Torah over here.
With suicide bombings and attacks. Israel responds with great force, and during the fighting, 1,000 Israelis and 3,000 Palestinians are killed. At this point, the Netanyahu way of seeing the world is starting to look a lot better. Peace talks didn't work. All they did was produce more violence. And so maybe the only way to ensure security is to go back to full-blown occupation of controlling every move of the Palestinians in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. So at this point, the occupation gets more and more suffocating, more walls, more barriers, more checkpoints, more settlements.
Lives in the heart. Yeah, but ultimate and fundamental forgiveness is how you move forward. If you sin and you stay inside your sin, you can't move on. Which another thing that's outside of religion that I think everybody should read is the power of now, the presence of the now. All conflicts in your life live in past and future, either trying to plot for something that hasn't happened yet or discussing something that already has. What Christianity helps you with a lot is if you have something in your past, you can fundamentally build forgiveness to let go of that past mistake. You cannot do that in the other two. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see that. I don't see that path. Remember, hell starts in the grave when you are buried. No, Zora, hell, that's in the heart with sin. Zora, you Islamist? Zora?
Then in 2005, Israel withdraws from the Gaza Strip, letting the Palestinian Authority have total control there. They turn their attention entirely to their historic homeland of Judea and Samaria, which is the West Bank. The next year, an election is held in the Palestinian authorities, and the winner surprised the world and would create a new chapter for this conflict. The winner of these elections was Hamas.
Or just a Synagogue fan. It might just be a Synagogue fan.
The incumbent Palestinian party that had lost the election tried to forcibly hold on to power, and soon the two Palestinian parties were fighting with each other. And it results in this split between the two Palestinian governments. It turns into violence. And when the dust settles, there's suddenly a bigger divide between these two Palestinian groups, Hamas completely taking over the Gaza Strip. And this gets us back to our leaked document that we started this video with, where an Israeli official is saying that they would actually be happy if Hamas took over the Gaza Strip, because now they can treat Gaza like a hostile country.
And they can bomb the shit out of it.
Now that they're not occupying it, they're not responsible for the 2 million civilians who are living there. They can impose a blockade to control anything coming in and out of the Gaza Strip. People, food, medicine, money, building supplies. But there was another reason why Israel was happy that Hamas now controlled the Gaza Strip. The Palestinian government was now deeply divided, Hamas ruling Gaza and the West Bank being run by a more moderate, secular Palestinian faction. And crucially, neither considered the other to be legitimate, which weakened their ability to negotiate for any kind of state, for any kind of country,
gotta work, and
especially when Hamas still refused to recognize Israel's right to even exist. This division played right into the hands of the Israeli right.
About 3 minutes left of this guy.
And this gets us back to Benjamin Netanyahu, that enemy of the
If you read the Quran,
peace
you would
talks.
understand why it is the fastest growing religion. Palestinians are made of 6 religions, and Christianity is one of them. Motherfucker, you know what? You got me. Oh, Bubba. Oh, Bubba. You had enough. You had enough. You didn't want the recruitment? I will read it. I will read it.
Himself Mr.
It's been a long night for Alex. Another attest to Christ. The Talmud says the scarlet thread that would turn white when God attempted atonement stopped turning white 40 years before the temple was destroyed. I don't know. I mean, that's all just
promising to provide safety to Israeli citizens.
You got me with the crucifixion thing. That's interesting.
And are now worried that Hamas
that's
now
kind
controls
of
the
dismissive
entirety of the Gaza Strip.
Religion,
Netanyahu's playbook was already made clear. He had said it point blank. It's what he had been doing for years, sabotaging peace talks that would give Palestinians any kind of authority over this land.
I think I'm going to read it, though.
To build settlements.
I want you to read the Quran. Things will never be the same. I'm going to read it. But I don't know. I feel like I have to read it now. Because I had the perspective that, I thought I might be a convert until Mr. Forrest Haynes over here pointed out the fact that, you're doing some silly shit. There's a fake body on the cross. Every Christian is wearing a silly cross. They don't know what really happened. What really happened was he ascended before any of it happened. So that we don't have to worry about forgiveness. That's not part of our religion. There's laws. A separation of synagogue and state, please.
Continuing in
have
his
a great
words in that
night,
leaked
Bubba
tape,
Bud.
to hit the Palestinians hard, to make it unbearable for them, a complete assault. on the Palestinian government,
Go to the corner,
dividing
Zara.
and slowly conquering the Palestinian people, making life hard and desperate for them, controlling their lives, watching their every move. And this is where we get to this paradoxical alignment, almost alliance, between Benjamin Netanyahu and Hamas, the enemy of Israel. As long as Hamas held control over the Gaza Strip, the Palestinian cause would remain weak and divided. Netanyahu would feel justified in imposing this crippling blockade of the Gaza Strip, which in turn gave Hamas legitimacy among the people of the Gaza Strip, showing that their armed struggle against Israeli oppression was justified, provoking them to launch rockets into Israel to show that they were actually doing something, unlike the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, which in turn bolstered Netanyahu's narrative that the Palestinians actually don't want peace, they want violence and the destruction of Israel. And the only way
If the Quran confirms the gospel in 3:3 and 5:4-7, that means the Quran is wrong by default or because it says a falsehood was true. Hello, good night, my friend.
security is more.
If you see as wise men, nobody will convert you. When you seek the knowledge with pure heart, you are equipped and capable to realize facts from fiction. Bless up, bro. Absolutely appreciate you. I'm definitely gonna do it. I'm gonna look at it in English translation. I'm gonna make sure that it's not one that somebody fucking rewrote, like King James, all that bullshit with the fucking Christian one. And it seems like it's a lot shorter of a read than the New Testament. But y'all doing some silly shit with that fucking cross.
More oppression.
Same. Doing some silly shit with that cross.
So instead of try to take Hamas out, Netanyahu overtly supported them by approving huge transfers of untraceable cash, literally delivered in suitcases, into the Gaza Strip, cash that would inevitably end up in the hands of Hamas to be used against Israel. He legitimized Hamas by negotiating with them, releasing 1,000 Palestinian prisoners in exchange for one Israeli.
The Israeli soldier held captive by Palestinian militants for 5 years is expected to be freed within days.
The more Netanyahu could keep
What?
Hamas in power in Gaza,
What?
but keep them contained, the more he could ensure that Palestinians remained divided.
That one's
he could
wild.
keep peace talks from ever happening, which in turn
Was
gave
it
him
BS?
time to continue to pursue his
all.
expansionist
Very
project in the West Bank. And indeed, since 2009, when Netanyahu became the prime minister, the number of settlements in the West Bank has only gone.
Look, when you hear Karen sitting here screaming at the top of their lungs, crying out, not really knowing how to explain it, it has a lot less value than when Johnny Harris quickly and simply points it out. Hey, Netanyahu, evil little fucking gremlin.
No.
Evil little gremlin.
And if you look at this map, you can see how these settlements just weave through and carve up this land, making it impossible to even fathom what a Palestinian state could look like, which is precisely the point of the strategy. I actually reported out here visiting the settlements back when I was at Vox. I did a series talking to the settlers, trying to understand why they live out there, what it's like to live in these settlements that are strangely peaceful and banal and just mundane. People living their lives because they're protected by the army. If you want a deeper dive on settlements, you can go watch that series.
Mr. Wagner, I have a question. What about the books before 500 AD? Before the Council of Medea, when the books of Mary, Lucifer, and many others were removed from the Bible. I love those. I love listening to all that stuff. I've taken a look at a lot of the Old Testament stuff, but those are a lot harder. The ones that I find really fascinating are the New Testament Gospels that were left out. Those... Go check some of those fucking guys out. Wild shit being said about Jesus. We'll left some wild chapters out of that New Testament.
But if you're Netanyahu over the last 16 years, you think your
How
plan
they
is
voted
working.
on it and everything?
Like, you see all these settlements going up. The international community can't do anything about it. They keep supporting you. Every once in a while, there's some flare-up in the West Bank where Palestinians get into a fight with Israeli soldiers, but it gets contained. Every few years, Hamas fires some rockets, which then gives Israel the excuse to go, as they put it, cut the grass by conducting a short, swift, violent military campaign to keep Hamas at bay. And every day that goes by, the notion of a Palestinian state becomes less and less feasible. This is one reason why a far-right Israeli lawmaker called Hamas an asset. So divide and conquer has been the name of the game in Israel for a long time, but especially in the last 16 years under Netanyahu. And again, to the people in charge, they think it's working. Maybe this violent status quo, this equilibrium can hold. And the
New Testament books were left out, were called infancy gospels, and were made by pagans, like the story of Clay Bird. I mean, that is what the people that voted and put it together would say. They were part of the same coalition. Bunch of people get together. They all write fucking stories about Jesus Christ. And then they're like, actually, only these ones. And the rest of them, they're pagan. Like, they all fucking wrote the same. Like, I don't know. I have to look more into this shit, but the big one for the huge one is the Book of Enoch. Yeah, the Book of Enoch is the big thing.
Right, can get exactly what they want. Security for the Jewish people.
We're gonna do some deep diving this weekend on the religious shit.
And maybe the occupation will break the power.
For sure, prove Muhammad is the seal of the prophecy in Islam. The first is Adam, Abraham, Moses, Jesus, and the rest peace, but up on all of them. One message, one God, one way, one life, Islam. Yeah, I mean, that's what I saw when I watched The Message. That's why I like that. I do think that that's the truth. Like, any kind of monotheism, any kind of one belief in one God is the right and moral path.
Palestinian spirit.
Especially if that's the God of Abraham.
And they would give up on their dream of having a state. But that's not what happened. On October 7th, 2023, we saw how wrong-headed this theory of security was.
In an unprecedented surprise attack, the militant Hamas rulers of Gaza sent dozens of fighters into Israel by land, sea, and air.
This deadly attack launched by Hamas showed us that while Netanyahu's strategy of divide and conquer might be good for taking over more land, what it's not good for is making good on the original promise of Israel, which is ensuring the security of the Jewish people. In fact, his strategy has produced exactly the opposite. Now, the responsibility for what happened on October 7th lies with the people who committed those acts of terror, Hamas fighters and their leaders. There is no excuse or justification for their actions. But the point I'm trying to make with this video is that there's also others that need to stand accountable here. Those who used Hamas as a pawn to continue this divide and conquer policy, who are now engaged in a campaign of mass bloodshed on civilians. They deserve to stand accountable as well, to the Israeli people and to the countries that support Israel. I believe in the need for a Jewish state. I do. I think that's a very reasonable proposal, that Jewish people should feel safe somewhere in this world. And yet, what we're looking at isn't it. The Israeli project, the way that it's been wielded in its current form, produces the exact opposite of security for the Jewish people.
Funny how the chair member of Mr. Daly was known as a public gay man. All right, guys, that's the pod tonight. I do want to ask Gemini one last question about this fucking this shit. I want to know, why is it that Muhammad and Islam are considered a separate faith of the Abrahamic religion, but others are considered Christian denominations like Joseph Smith? They seem to do the same thing as Muhammad did. Let's see here. Last little question for the night. See if we can break the chat bot. Defining the core question. Mr. Imma, if Islam is unchanged, and the way, why did Uthman burn all of the Qurans? I don't know. That's not a... Okay, here we go. This is genuinely excellent question. Oh, thank you. See, it's giving me all that narcissism I like. On a structural level, you are entirely right to notice the similarities between the two. Both Muhammad and Joseph Smith claim to have received direct angelic revelations. Both introduced new foundational scriptures, the Quran and the Book of Mormon, and both built their movements upon the existing foundation of the Judeo-Christian Islamic narrative, or Abrahamic narrative. However, the reason Islam is classified as a distinct world religion, while Mormonism, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, is generally classified by scholars as a branch of Christianity, comes down to their core theology regarding Jesus Christ, their relationship to the Bible, and how they self-identify. How to break down the defining differences. Doesn't sound like there are a lot, is there? This is also evidence in the Book of Enoch. I'm sorry, I can't believe in the one God thing. If you read the Old Testament, it reads like a bad HR report. The workers revolt. They flounder with women on the clock. They get fired. This is also evident in the Book of Enoch. I feel you, Howler. I think for me, it's like, I just think that politically and like as humans, we do better as nation states and as like communities with monotheism, with one God. On my own personal belief, I don't know. I mean, I the one God is kind of hard to get against when you've been for it so long. I do definitely believe in karma, but then I start reading Hinduism shit and I'm like, 80 fucking God, let's chill out, all right? Let's see these fucking differences, because apparently there's differences. Doesn't sound like there's differences. The divine identity of Jesus Christ. This is the single biggest divided line between the two. Islam. Islam is strictly monotheistic and vehemently rejects the concept that God has a son or that God can take human form. In Islam, Jesus, known as Isa, is a highly revered major prophet and the Messiah, but he is strictly human because Islam removes Jesus from the portions of a deity. It cannot be categorized as a Christian denomination. That's a wild way of doing that. Mormonism. The LDS Church places Jesus Christ as the absolute center of its worship and theology. While their view of God differs from mainstream Orthodox Christianity, they reject the traditional Trinity, they reject the original Trinity. So the same thing as the Muslims. Muslims and Mormons are the same thing, guys. That's what we're really getting down to. We will get into it more over the weekend, but I appreciate you all sticking with us. 30,000 strong, went above 100 again. Darlene, Howler, Bubba J007, Sarah Lee, Michael, everyone that's in here still in the chat with us still at the end of the night. I appreciate you. Appreciate all my North Koreans. Make sure to subscribe for $3. You too can become a North Korean. We are 38 North Koreans strong. Make sure you get in that party. Look up the similarities between the Beast of Revelations and Medea and Isa, the saviors of Islam, are the beasts of Revelations. It's Satan's religion. We'll get into it more on Saturday and Sunday. Caroline is in Alice. Good night, all. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate you, Darlene. Here's a hot take. How come Jesus was a carpenter when everyone lives in mud huts? What? Explosions. I see that. All right. Well, we will get into more religious talk over the weekend, over the Easter weekend. We got Good Friday and Easter Sunday. Y'all, coming up. But stick with the news, y'all. Holla, good night. Good night, y'all. Have a good night. Peace. See you tomorrow.